$10,000 a month. That's the destination, and this video is the path. In the last 3 years, I went from having $76 in my bank account to generating over 1 billion views and getting millions of followers across social media. And in today's video, that's roughly 8 hours or so, I'm going to be giving you guys pretty much everything you need to be successful in anything you do in life. And I'm going to do it on this whiteboard. So stick around, save this video, get out a notebook, and you might as well call me the postman because I'm about to deliver. Anyways, let's start the video. How to get so rich that people think that you're in the Illuminati, or your friends think that you sold your soul to some shadow figure. So today we're basically gonna be talking about how to basically make $1 million as quick as possible. So let me get my little trusty cloth over here because unfortunately my eraser broke. So we're gonna basically be covering how to make $1 million, how to become $1 million person, and how to do it in the quickest time possible. So the first step in getting rich is the 3 W's, okay? So that's gonna be what, it's going to be who, and it's going to be why. Okay, so first thing I want to talk about is step 1, identifying what you want. So let's write a little bullet point here. What do you want? A lot of you guys want a generalized goal. A lot of you guys want to get rich. So if I were to ask a lot of you guys watching this video, what do you want? You're gonna say, I want money, I want a car, I want to get rich, I want to do this, I want to do that. And if I asked you, well, how much money? You'd be like, oh no, $50 million? That's not a tangible goal in a realistic time frame that you can hit. Does that make sense? You guys want stuff, but you don't know what you want. You want money. How much money? You want a car, you want a sick supercar. What kind of car? What engine? What rims? Do you want a spoiler? Do you want a kit on it? Or do you just want some stock car? Do you see what I'm saying? You need to have a clear sign, a clear line of vision to what you want. Because most people want things, but they don't even know the specifics in what they want. There's details to it, right? So if I were to ask you, what do you want to eat? You're gonna say, probably Italian. You can't just say, no, I want to eat Italian food. You have to say, I want a spaghetti bolognese with a glass of white wine on the side, olive oil and vinegar with freshly baked bread. That's what you fucking want. And you need to treat your what in order to get rich exactly like that. Because most people want things, but they don't actually know what they want, which is the biggest problem. So get specific, okay? Let's say your goal is, and this is what I've done personally. I broke down my dream life after expenses on what I need to afford, and it comes down to roughly $80,000 a month, and I've achieved that. So essentially, let's say your goal is 10K a month because you want enough to basically buy your mom. You don't really care. Maybe your family enjoys their jobs. They don't have to retire. You know, maybe you don't have a girlfriend, etc. But 10K a month profit after tax is what you're going for, okay? So your goal is $10,000 a month profit. Now, the thing is you have to get specific on why you want that or why you want to achieve it. So your goal is 10K a month. What goes into that? What goes into 10K a month, right? It's not just as simple as I want 10K a month. You have to get specific. So what are your monthly expenses and what are you going to be spending this 10K a month on so you know how to actually get there? Does that make sense? Break it down into first principle inputs. So like I said, you have to get specific with your goal. It could be $10,000, it could be $15,000, it could be $12,300 a month after expenses is what you need to live your dream life. You need to understand what you want and why you want it, which is what we're gonna talk about. Your what, your who you need to become, and your why you want it. So the next step in actually getting rich is understanding your who. So basically getting rich all comes down to identity, okay? That's the biggest truth, and your identity falls into 3 separate categories, which I'm gonna touch on right now. But getting rich literally plays into your identity, okay? You are where you are because you are who you are. And there's no such thing as getting different results without becoming a new person. And that is the biggest and hardest pill to swallow that you're ever gonna come across in this whole online money business space, okay? Your identity is fully responsible. You're exactly where you deserve to be because your identity is that of such. So your identity plays into 3 little subcategories. That's gonna be your beliefs, your habits, and your work. Okay? Now, the biggest thing when it comes into who, I would argue that the who is the biggest step in actually getting rich. But the thing is that all of these need to be congruent, okay? So a good analogy I like to use, imagine if you're going to the gym. Imagine if you're going to the gym and you want to get jacked, but you're going to the gym for 6 hours a day and you want to become the next IFBB Pro amazing bodybuilder. Let's say you're going to the gym for 6 hours every single day. You could go for 6 hours a day, and you could be doing all the right workouts. But if you are not doing the right form, then the sets and the reps, then the time you're putting into the gym is meaningless because you're not going to be gaining the muscle. You could be benching, but you could be using straps. I don't know if you guys are very gym bros, whatever, but you could be using straps. You could be doing this. You could be curling your dumbbells like this, for all I know. But do you see what I'm saying? Just because you're going in and putting in the work does not mean that that work is going to work, okay? So imagine it like a bucket. I talked about this in the last video. Imagine it like a bucket. If you have a hose and your water is flooding out of it, that hose is you, the water is the inputs and the work that it's just flooding out. But your bucket is not right and there's a couple holes in the bottom, you're never gonna be able to fill up that bucket. So the work, the effort, the inputs, the scaling, the business, anything is meaningless if you do not adopt this identity that you need to become. Okay, a lot of people think that, for example, you have to go through a metamorphosis phase, like a caterpillar. Your perception on becoming this new person is essentially, oh, a caterpillar becomes a butterfly by crawling faster. That's not the case. That is not the case. It must become a new species, a new animal, to actually get new things like abilities, like flight. And in this case, 10K a month, okay? So your beliefs. What do you believe? Why do you believe it? What do you want to believe and what do you actually believe? There's a large discrepancy between what you want to believe and what you actually believe, okay? You need to understand the difference between the two, and you need to get real with yourself, because a lot of you guys, you are stuck in the whole egocentric mindset of, well, I believe I'm, all right, realistically, some of you guys probably think you're ugly and some of you guys think you're hot. Do you want to believe you're ugly? Do you want to believe you're hot? Do you actually believe you're hot? A lot of you, like that's the problem. Like that's why, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna go there. That's why fat people, they have biases, because they're not gonna sit there and say, you know what, I am fat. They want to believe that they're not fat, but they actually believe they are fat, but they're stuck and they're not actually believing something. Does that make sense? So let me digress here. There's a difference between what you want to believe and what you actually believe. And the discrepancy between the two comes into your habits and your work, okay? So, for example, what you want to believe about yourself would be simply all self-serving, positive, high ROI beliefs. Like, I'm a hard worker, I make a lot of money, I'm a millionaire, I'm a seasoned entrepreneur, I know what I'm doing. But do you actually believe that? Because if you don't actually believe that, then it's meaningless. You could just say all these things, but an affirmation without the action is nothing, okay? So, what you want to believe and what you actually believe are very different. Now, you want to turn your wants into actualizations, and the way you actualize that is through the habits and the work. So your actions cannot conflict with your identity, nor can they conflict with your beliefs. Understand that. So if you want to believe something, your habits, which is essentially goes into your identity, has to be such, okay? You cannot want to believe that you can want to believe that you work hard and that you make a lot of money. In order to actually believe that, you need to actualize it. So you have to go and work hard and end up making a lot of money, but adopt the habits and the work of this person that's making a lot of money. Does that make sense? So identify, just to cover, identify what you want, identify who you need to become to get what you want, and what plays into that, what belief systems, what habits, what work you need to become this 10K a month version of yourself. And the best way to do that is by breaking it down into inputs. Like I said, habits and work. So we're just gonna do this, okay? So it's inputs. You guys are not where you are because of your inputs. Obviously, like, if you did every single thing that Cristiano Ronaldo did in his life, you'd be Cristiano Ronaldo. All right? If I had fucking wheels, I'd be a bike. All right? So you guys gotta if you wanna be a bike, then respect to you, it's 2025, but you gotta put some fucking wheels on you and get to rolling, bro. Do you see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it comes down to your inputs, and your inputs are not of that of a 10K a month person. Does that make sense? So that's the second step, is becoming who you need to become. So your inputs basically break down everything, and you need to adopt the beliefs, the habits, the work, and the inputs of the person that you want to become. The next step is why, and arguably the most important. The reason why most people failure is because they all have a self-serving why. Now that's the biggest problem I've seen with so many entrepreneurs. The reason they fail is because they all focus on a self-serving why. Now, you can get to 10K a month, you can get to 20K a month, but I'm sure none of you guys are gonna settle until you have $1 million liquid cash in the bank, like me, which is why I'm making this video. So, failure is in direct correlation to only having a self-serving why. Now, you need to understand, why do you want it? Okay, let me take my eraser because I need to actually erase this. So, you need to understand why you want it. You need to go deep. You need to first principle that shit. You need to ask why until you can't ask why anymore. So let's say your goal is 10K a month, right? 10K a month. This is your goal. So we're gonna go why. Number one, okay? Why number one would be so I can make money, okay? Well, number two, why do you want money? Let me just do question marks. So why do you want money? So I can spend it on cool things? Or it could be maybe I want to spend it on the people around me and retire my parents or buy them gifts. Now, why do you want to buy them gifts or why do you want to buy cool things? Let's say you want to buy a Lamborghini, okay? Okay, so your third why is I want to buy a Lamborghini. Why do you want a Lamborghini? Now, you could just be a freaking car guy who loves cars and it's his favorite dream car. Or, now there's obviously a lot of discrepancies here. You can go and do this on your own accord, on your own time, do your own due diligence about yourself and your identity. But let's say, why do you want a Lamborghini? Oh, because I want to impress people. I want to get validation. Okay, well, why do you need validation? Does that make sense? Why do you need validation? Now we're 4 whys deep in now. Why do you need validation? Maybe it's because your parents didn't give you enough validation when you were a child. And that's why you need validation from third-party external sources, because you didn't get enough and you don't feel proud enough about yourself. Now, I've done my due diligence here, and I'm gonna get very personal with you guys, okay? This is something I've never shared on this channel before. I personally think that I had an okay childhood. It was very rough in specific years, and we had up until I was 8 years old, it was pretty good. It was like a American dream childhood. But then it kind of all crumbled down right in front of my eyes, and my life went to shite, basically. So my why personally is a couple things. One, like I said, you're never going to pass 10, 20, 30K a month if you can go there, but you're not gonna pass it unless you have something bigger than yourself to strive for. So me personally, I have a bigger why than myself now, which is why I've hit 7 figures, okay? So my why at the start was buying cool things, impressing people on social media. That's why I stopped going on my main YouTube channel and doing all those vlogs, is because I just want to give value now. I want to help people because this is what has changed my life. Another why for me is my girlfriend. I gotta pay for things. Obviously it's not like I'm buying her a Birkin bag every day, but at the end of the day, yeah, I do want more financial stability, and having a whole nother person to pay for doubles my expenses, which is good because I get to push harder. And I know that it's a good thing to do. You gotta provide, you know? Third is I want to prove myself to people. I don't think that I get my stripes. I don't think that I've earned my stripes, and I feel like people look at me, and I don't talk about my age on this channel. I'm not gonna tell you how old I am. If you care enough, do your research, but I don't tell people how old I am because I feel like it might discredit me, and that's a limiting belief about myself. Now, I don't take pride in that, but I'm being honest with you guys, okay? So I feel a need to outwork everything. I think the only solution is work. I don't rest whatsoever. To essentially summarize why I work so hard, I'm basically chasing proof that I am who I say I am, okay? If that makes sense. Like I'm always outrunning. I hate uncertainty, and I'm very insecure, and when I'm unsure, I dislike that. So to get very personal with you guys, my why is all of those above, but because life is uncertain and I don't like that. I didn't have much control growing up. I didn't have control about what was going on with my parents, what was going on at my schools, what was going on. I didn't have any control. Now that's deep rooted in me as a person, in my soul, and I understand that. Now I chase that sense of control through business. Now I don't control people around me, which is a really bad path that people can go down if they had a similar childhood to me, but that is my why. Okay? It's very uncertain, and I like certainty, which is why I'm in business. So you guys need to break down your whys. You need to break down your whos and your whats, because without them, you are lost, okay? Now, that's the biggest thing, is people want things, but they don't know what they want, and they're not clear on why they freaking want it. The next step in actually getting rich, we understand what we want. So let's say it's 10K a month just as this general goal. Let's say you understand what you want, what is 10K a month. The first step, okay? The first step in actually hitting this goal is stop chasing, okay? You need to stop chasing this goal. If you chase, it will run away. It is chasing butterflies. It is like it's like putting two magnets together on both positive sides. They're not gonna connect. Now, the best way I can explain this is basically creating something called excess potential, okay? I'm gonna get into this. You are creating excess potential towards this goal of hitting 10K a month. Oh, that's the wrong arrow. So you're creating excess potential towards this goal of 10K a month, and the best way to explain it is like this. Here's two examples. Scenario one, let me move my cord out the way. Scenario 1, okay, is this is you, and you're standing on flat ground. Now, would you be scared to stand on a flat piece of grass? Probably not, dude. You're probably pretty sure that you're not gonna fall over. You're not gonna be shaking, your legs aren't gonna be bent, your heart's not gonna be pumping. I'm doing that now. Do I look scared? No, because I'm standing on a flat floor. Now, the second scenario is this is you, and you are standing on the edge of a cliff, okay? There's a bunch of spiky rocks down here. Now, if you guys can see this hopefully, here's you. In the second scenario, this goes into stop chasing. Now you're standing on the edge of a cliff. That is excess potential. So obviously, this rocks down here, these spiky rocks, would be failure. And you're creating excess potential on the situation given that the circumstances, internal and external, haven't changed a bit. Understand? So why can't you just vision this is what attracting looks like and this is what chasing looks like? Do you want to be standing on a cliff? No, you don't. So the reason is these are the exact same situation, right? They're both standing on flat floors. They're both standing on grass. They've stood all their life. They have both working legs. But why is this guy all scared? Why is his heart pumping and why are his knees shaking? It's because there's excess potential of failure here. Failure cannot be an option. You need to completely eliminate all of your excess potential towards what you want to achieve, right? If you're constantly thinking of negatives, limiting beliefs, what's gonna happen if you don't succeed? What's gonna happen if it does work out? So that's the biggest problem, is that most people are stuck out here trying to chase what they want. And the way that you attract what you want is by simply becoming this person. So this guy is at $0 a month. We're just gonna write 0M. This guy is at 10K a month, 10K a month, okay? So the way that you hit 10K a month is by becoming this guy. And the way that you attract it is by simply adopting the identity, which is kind of what we talked about. Identity. I need a new marker because this one is running out. But you guys understand the gist of what I'm saying. You need to become who you want to be who you want to become. Okay, you cannot become to be, you simply need to be. Does that make sense? That's gonna sound pretty woo-woo, pretty out there. You have to be in order to become. You cannot become to be. You must be the millionaire before you are the millionaire. And this is gonna play into absolutely everything in your life, all of your inputs, your whats, your whys, your whos, your wheres, your whens. You need to understand what you want, why you want it. You need to break that down into day-to-day actionables. I want $10,000 a month. I want to become this $10,000 a month version of myself. What are my $10,000 a month habits? What are my $10,000 a month belief systems about myself, which is the most important part? What do I perceive the world to be? Because whatever you perceive reality to be is true in your own world, okay? If I perceive that making YouTube videos is easy and it doesn't take a lot of effort, then it's gonna be easy and I don't think it's gonna be a lot of effort. But if I make an excess potential and I think, oh, it's so hard, oh my God, I'm not gonna wanna record a YouTube video. But if I have the belief system, which I love this shit, I live for this shit, it's awesome and I get to help people for free. That is why I do it. That's why it's a lot easier, okay? So that's the gist on how you get rich. You go very quick. All right, all your friends are gonna be thinking that you sold your soul or something, you signed some record deal, maybe you're tapped in with the Illuminati, who knows? $1 million. You clicked on this video because you want to become a millionaire and you want to get rich. So seeming as I have, hit that goal of 7 figures or $1 million, I'm basically going to be distilling on this here whiteboard everything that took me there, everything that I think most people don't know of. I'm not going to be telling you things you don't know. I'm essentially going to preface this video. I'm going to tell you things you didn't know. Okay? So get out some popcorn, maybe get out a notebook and a pen, maybe a Google Doc of that sort, and basically take notes because this is going to be a valuable video. It's not going to be an entertaining video. So if you look for entertainment, go ahead and click off the video. But this video is basically going to be your foolproof step guide on how to make $1 million or how to hit 7 figures, regardless of where you're at in your entrepreneurship journey. So let me erase this here. First thing I want to talk about, guys, now this is arguably the foundation of making money, is comfort. Comfort is completely ruining you and it is killing all of your success, okay? Now, one thing I want to talk about, let me actually erase this because I'm going to need some space on the whiteboard. So I'm going to put this into perspective. So there's something called region beta paradox, okay? Now, region beta paradox, essentially, to sum it up in silly, dumb 101 terms, is you guys would be better off in a worse situation, okay? Now, let me put this into perspective. So here's a graph. Now, here is, oh, that's a B. Here is your dream outcome, okay? Dream outcome. And here is discomfort, okay? Now, you have a gray area in the middle. Now, this gray area represents region beta paradox. Now, to give you guys a direct analogy to help you understand what this means is, like I said, a lot of you guys would be better off in a worse situation. So some people, and psychologically, humans have a threshold of how bad life needs to get in order for them to improve their life. Does that make sense? Most people's scenarios need to get worse before they get better, okay? So region beta paradox essentially states that you're so okay with your okay situation, you don't want to make it a good situation. So most people, they kind of go, maybe it's school, maybe it's job, maybe your business, you're having trouble scaling. The thing is that this threshold of discomfort is almost never reached. Or the problem is that it takes a while to reach there. Now, I always say this a lot of the times, but do you want to happen to life or do you want life to happen to you? So essentially, for example, let's just say your relationship, right? Relationship. So you're in a relationship and you're not too happy about it per se, but you're not, like, no one's hitting the other person, no one's cheating on each other, obviously, thank God, but it's an okay relationship. To sum this up, region beta paradox is just like okay, right? Everything's okay, it's not good, it's not the worst thing on the planet, everything's just okay. And who wants to live an okay life, right? So your relationship is okay, you argue a good bit, maybe, your girlfriend caught you liking some other swimsuit models' Instagram pictures, something like that. Nothing for you guys to properly break up. The level of comfort is just there enough to where it's not your dream outcome, you don't really enjoy the relationship, but it's not bad enough for you to leave and find something better, even though you know better is out there, okay? So up until you reach this level of discomfort, hypothetically, someone cheats on the other person, or somebody hits the other person, God forbid, most of you guys are going to remain in this okay relationship. Now, reaching this level of discomfort is only a matter of time, and that's the problem. Most people waste time waiting for this level of discomfort to hit that threshold for their situation to get worse, therefore making them prove their life to get better. Does that make sense? So most of you guys are in this level of okayness, and you're never going to, or not never, but you're basically delaying the fact that you're going to reach this level of discomfort. Now, the thing is that you need to understand it's never okay just to be okay. Does that make sense? The one trait that has taken any person to make any significant amount of money or become anybody or do anything significant with their life is never settling for just okay or being okay. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is cognitive biases. Now, cognitive biases. So I'm sure you guys have heard this term before if you've ever watched a Charlie Morgan or a Sam Ovens video, but essentially what a cognitive bias is the thing about beliefs is that humans seek to confirm them. So I'm going to cover two of the most important cognitive biases to overcome and obviously be conscious of when they happen. So the first one is selective perception bias. And number two is novelty bias. Novelty bias, okay? So cognitive biases obviously play a very significant role in trying to make money or trying to start a business, but in my personal opinion, obviously hitting 7 figures, these are the main two that you are going to come up with or face in adversity or in starting the business, right? So selective perception bias and novelty bias. Essentially what these two are is selective perception bias is humans seek to confirm beliefs. Intrinsically, psychologically, whatever you believe to be true, you're going to behave as if it is true, therefore confirming said belief. So if I believe that, let's say hypothetically I was a Republican, right? I'm not a very political guy. I just really focus on working out, making cool videos on YouTube. But if let's say hypothetically, if I was like a strict Republican and I only interacted with Republican media and pro-Republican content, this algorithms on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube would feed me pro-Republican content because they know I like it. Also, if I were to look up why Democrats are bad, I'm going to be fed with negative articles and negative videos on Democrats. Does that make sense? So essentially, you are spoon feeding yourself this perception on life, or this perception on whatever facet you're intrigued in or researching. You're essentially spoon feeding yourself a selective perception on whatever that may be. So a lot of you guys will look into a business model or look into something. Sometimes the business just doesn't work. But the thing is that you're going to look at videos, how to scale my XYZ. You need to be honest and clear with yourself, and obviously understand there's a million cognitive biases out there, but you need to be very mindful of them when you're coming in business. So the next one is novelty bias. Now, novelty bias essentially states that, new is better. And I'm sure we can all agree, new is not better, better is better. And that's the biggest thing. It kind of plays into the whole shiny object syndrome type deal. So realistically, let me get down low for you guys. Shiny object syndrome. So this kind of plays into the whole shiny object syndrome, and new is not better, better is better. A new logo is not going to make your company more money. A new name is not going to make your company more money. A new funnel is not going to, actually a new funnel might make your company a little bit more money. But that's kind of the sum it up. You guys think that a new business model is going to equal more money or more revenue. In fact, in business, it is quite the contrary. You are going to realize that the only businesses that properly make money are legacy models that have been around for 20 plus years, like selling a service or running an e-commerce brand. These have been around for 20, 30 years almost. I mean, selling a service has been around for probably thousands of years, to be honest. But at the end of the day, you're going to realize that new isn't better. Better is better, okay? You see all these guys telling you to start a specific business model on YouTube or Instagram, maybe even TikTok. Now, I run a business model. I do e-commerce, D2C e-com brand, but I'm not sitting here telling you guys it is the best and the only way to make money, all right? Of course, it's been around. Of course, it works, but I support agency guys. I support crypto guys. I support trade, whatever that may be. Obviously, trading is not necessarily a business model, but you see what I'm saying. There is no best way to make money. You just have to find one and stick to it, because you're going to think that once something new comes out, and I'm going to get to this in a second, once something new comes out, you're not seeing results after a couple months of working with your own business, you're going to try and hop to the other one. Most people are leapfrogging and lily padding to other different business models, and then you're going to realize that you have 6 months of experience in 5 different business models, which is not enough to actually make 6 figures, even 7 figures a year. Now, I've talked about cognitive biases a lot on this channel, and you can obviously check my other videos out, but essentially the sum of is look into cognitive biases, obviously research them, because this is pretty much the entire reason why you make decisions in your day-to-day life. So it's pretty important to understand why you make your decisions, because business is pretty much decision making. But at the end of the day, research more cognitive biases, but those are the only 2 I kind of wanted to specifically touch on in this video, because those probably come up the most in business. Next thing I want to talk about is this kind of graph here. Okay, now this graph is very important. Let me get another marker because I need to show you guys a different way. Essentially, let me draw this out. So this graph right here perfectly represents every business owner and their entire journey of making money. This is very, very crucial. You watch this part. Do not click off the video. Watch this. Trust me, because it's going to 10x your understanding of actually business foundations and business timeframes. So first thing I want to talk about, first point, this little black dot is where most business owners start. Now, this black dot represents uninformed optimism. So this essentially shows that you found a business model, you have faith in it because people are making videos on it. And obviously, like I said, this is touching on the last thing I spoke about. But uninformed optimism. Essentially, you find everyone on TikTok or everyone on Instagram or YouTube is making money with this new business model, and you're like, oh my God, I need to start it. You're uninformed, you haven't done your research, nor have you tried the business model, but you're optimistic because all you see is the flashy lifestyles and the results. No one's gonna hop on TikTok or Instagram and be like, hey guys, I just got scammed by my supplier for $40,000. No one's gonna talk about that, right? So the base of basically starting any business is uninformed optimism. Now, the next part is right here. When you reach this peak is informed pessimism. Informed pessimism. So this peak right here is informed pessimism. Now, essentially, let's say this little graph right here, this little space, if I can get my marker open, this space right here is basically representing like 4 to 6 months of actually trying a business model. Now, once you hit this peak here, informed pessimism, what does this mean? Essentially, you have started the business model, you've been trying, and you realized, holy shit, this is hard. This is harder than I thought. This is, oh my God, surprise, fucking shocker, business is hard, and it takes time, money, and energy, all right? So you're essentially reaching this point of the peak to where you hit informed pessimism. Now, you've tried the business model, you've been working, you've seen everybody else, win with it, but you've also you've gone down the rabbit hole, you realize how many people actually fail with the business model. Now you understand the scope. It's much better to be an informed pessimist than an uninformed optimist. And that's just the reality of business. It's just logic. So next point is right down here. It's crisis of meaning. So, let me do that. Okay. Crisis of meaning. That makes sense. So crisis of meaning. So what crisis of meaning is essentially, this is going to be your quote make or break, your point break moment in business, to where you are either going to crash and burn down here, hence the red line, and you're just going to decline to nothing, and obviously let's just write $0 down here and stay broke forever, or you are going to realize that, okay, I got in this business with a specific mindset, and I kind of selective perception biased myself into thinking that this business model was easy, just because it was new, it was better, all this kinds of stuff, and I tried the business model out. Now, clearly, it didn't work through my informed pessimism. I lost some money, I lost a lot of time, I tried, I failed, and at the end of the day, now I understand that this shit is hard, and it's gonna take time. Now, this crisis of meaning here is like, why should I even keep going? Why should I even do it? I've been trying for 6 months. Like, I can't crack the code for some reason. What's the problem? Is it me? Am I the problem? And you are the problem, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. But at the end of the day, this is going to be your make or break moment. The next point is right here. Now, this is informed optimism. Informed optimism. Now, this is essentially the most important step, okay? You have to get informed. You have to understand the scope of the business model and the time frame of the business that you're trying. So once you hit this point of informed optimism, after you've hit that kind of rock bottom approach or that rock bottom status, some might say, you're going to be optimistic because you're informed. You get more understanding, you get happier, right? Obviously, does that make sense? You get more confident in your capabilities once you have more knowledge, right? Your competence is your confidence. So you go from uninformed optimistic to informed pessimistic, then you hit a crisis of meaning to where you're like, should I even keep going? Should I even keep trying? But then obviously if you crash and burn and you give up on your fucking business model, like whatever business model you've started, don't quit. It's gonna work one way or another. Unless you're selling newspapers to fish, right? Which realistically you probably could. Realistically, you probably could catch a fish with a $20 bill in it and then staple a newspaper to its gills and then throw it back in the river. But at the end of the day, this point right here is going to define whether you actually get rich or not. Now, once you hit this peak right here, this is the greatest part because you understand that it's going to be hard, but you embrace it. Every single day, business is hard, but I embrace the fuck out of it. I'm like, I'm built for this shit. I live for this shit. I love the hard days, and I love the better days even more. Does that make sense? You're going to hit informed optimism, and that is when you're going to get rich. Now, let me erase this. The next thing I want to talk about is your foundation of getting rich. So theoretically, let me take the blue marker. Here, the blue marker is going to represent sand, okay? Now, most of you guys, let me see if this is cool. I'm gonna try my best at my drawing abilities for you guys, okay? I'm so sorry, guys, my drawing sucks. But pretend this is a castle, okay? This is a castle. Now, let me do this, boom, boom. This is a castle, okay? Now, you guys are essentially trying to build this amazing, let me write castle here so you guys can see. You guys are essentially trying to build this fantastically amazing castle on a bed of sand. Now, the reason why that's a freaking pretty big problem is because what kind of foundation is sand? It's trash. Whether it be a little tiny shack or a $100 million mansion or a $2 billion skyscraper. Nonetheless, you could have the coolest, most durable, fantastic mansion of all time, but if you're trying to build it on a foundation of sand, it is going to crumble nonetheless. It is not going to work. Now, essentially, where I'm going with this is the castle is you, it's your abilities, it is your skills in business, and the sand is your foundation. So your belief systems, your thought processes, your decision making, your identity, your actions, etc. So here is a bucket. Okay, this is going to represent basically becoming a millionaire. This is essentially what you need to do. You need to become he who can. So here's a bucket, right? Here's the handle of the bucket. There's a bunch of holes in the bottom of this bucket, all right? Now that's okay. It's very much so okay. No bucket just starts having no holes, right? But at the end of the day, here's a hose, and you are trying to pour water into this bucket. Now, water's flowing into this bucket, which is fantastic, right? That's obviously the first step in filling up a fucking bucket, is putting the water on and aiming it in the bucket. Now, water's flowing into this. Now, that's fantastic, but the thing is that you have some holes in your bucket or some holes in your logic or your identity which are stopping you from getting rich, which is okay, but you gotta fix them. Now, this bucket represents your identity. I was gonna write self, but this bucket represents your identity. This hose represents your actions. And this water, I'm just gonna write water equals inputs. So inputs could be work, whatever it may be. Now, the holes represent, obviously, holes are going to represent holes in your logic, holes in your sense of self. So we're just gonna write flaws, okay? So the thing is that you have two ways to fix this bucket with holes in it. You can either use tape, which I'd argue would work for a little bit, but you would essentially be making, and we're gonna talk about this in a second order consequences, but you're basically you can use tape on the holes, or you could just fix the holes and get a new bucket. Now, a lot of you guys have the right actions, you have the right intentions, you have the right habits, you have the right inputs, you're working hard, let's say you're doing an agency, you're working hard, you're doing cold calls, getting clients, let's say you're doing drop shipping, you're making your website, you're doing product research, you're testing, you're running ads, you're doing everything you need to do, but these holes are stopping your bucket from filling up, and once it hits this point, that is when you hit 10K a month, okay? That's 10K a month if you guys can't see. So, you want to get to this threshold of water in your bucket, but the problem is that there's holes letting this water leak out, and that's unacceptable. So the holes are going to be flaws. The flaws could be you don't believe certain things. The flaws could be your belief systems. Now, you need to switch your entire bucket in order to fill it up. Now, the thing is that you can use tape. You can maybe try and block the water with your hand, right, the holes with your hand, but it's not going to last that long. These are all temporary fixes to said problem, right? At the end of the day, the only way to fix this is by getting a new fucking bucket. Now, like we talked about, the bucket is your identity. So the thing is in order to get rich, you could be doing everything right. You could be doing everything in your possible power. Everything right, your actions, your work. You could be working 12 hours a day, 24 hours. You could work 12 hours a day for 7 days a week, 365 days a year, but at the end of the day, if your bucket has holes in it, you're not making any progress. So the only way to counteract these holes is to get a new bucket, aka get a new identity. You are where you are because you are who you are, understand? Now, the only way to become a new person, or the only way to get new results, is to become a new person, okay? That is the problem. A lot of you guys are trying to do work, and a lot of you guys are trying to scale a business or learn, and you are not that kind of person, okay? Work and action without identity is absolutely meaningless and empty. If you are not the kind of person to make 10K a month, whatever work or ounce of anything you're going to do, like, you're not gonna get rich, no matter how hard you try, because you aren't the kind of person that can make 10K a month. Does that make sense? At the end of the day, it all comes down to internal change. Poor people think that getting rich is external. People think that, oh, I'm gonna go hit the gym, that I'm gonna go work 12 hours a day, every single day I'm gonna cold plunge, that's gonna get me rich. That's not the case. It is all an internal shift. It is a shift in identity, belief systems, thought processes, decision making, and obviously in turn habits. Because if you wanna look at what somebody believes, don't look at what they say, look at what they do, because beliefs manifest in action, okay? So the biggest problem I see is that people are doing everything right, but they don't understand that their identity is the pinnacle. It is the pinpoint. It is that big mountainous rock that you have to shift in order to actually get rich. As I've said a million times, but this is so unbelievably important, you could be doing all the right things, but just because you don't have the identity that is in accordance with the goal you want to hit, you are not going to get rich. Now, this plays into another thing I want to talk about. So let's kind of draw this out, right? Here is the ocean. Now this ocean represents chaos, okay? Now, obviously, you're in an ocean, you're not swimming, so you have a boat, okay? Here's your boat, here's your sail, here's some wind, okay? There's some wind. And you also have this goal, or this rock over here, this land, this piece of land, right? So you want to get to this land, right? Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I just messed my marker up. So you want to get to this land, right? And that's great, but this land is going to represent your goal, okay? Now, let me kind of get my other marker. This wind represents your work, okay? Now the sail represents your beliefs, and the boat represents your, let me go over here, identity, understand? So this blue ocean basically represents chaos, the chaos of life, the chaos of business, right? When life is freaking lifing, right? Life gets hard and you face adversity, but that's okay, because obviously if you have a strong sail, a strong boat, and you're putting in enough wind, aka work, you're going to get to this rock or your goal. So basically, this blue ocean is going to define chaos. This represents business, life. Now, the sail represents your beliefs. So your belief systems, how you view money, how you operate, how you view yourself, most importantly, your sense of self. Now, the boat represents your identity. Now, your identity is going to be basically your actions, your habits, the things you say, the people you talk to. Now, the problem is that most people, like I've said, don't have the beliefs to match with their identity. Therefore, their work is meaningless. If your boat doesn't have a sail, how the fuck is this wind gonna push your boat anywhere? You're not gonna hit your goal, aka the land, because you're putting in enough work, like we've talked about, you're putting in work, but the wind has nowhere to go, aka nowhere to hit. If you don't have a proper, strong, obviously high quality sail for this wind to leverage off of, then you're not going to get rich. So it really all comes down to your beliefs and your belief systems. Now, obviously, identity plays a very big part in it, but the thing about identity is they go hand in hand, okay? So your identity is going to be your actions, your habits, your interests, your inputs, etc., and your beliefs are going to be anything that you believe, right? I've talked about this in another video. You guys can go watch that as well. But your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself, and I want you guys to understand that. Whatever you perceive to be true is true in your life. Does that make sense? If you believe money is hard to make, it's going to be hard for you to make money. If you believe that people hate you for no reason, people are going to start hating you for no reason. Does that make sense? The universe works in such mysterious ways, and you can literally, it's like kinetic sand. You can kind of mold it to whatever you want. So I'm going to repeat what I already said, but your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself. Like I've already said, if you aren't the person yet, then the work is meaningless and empty. So the next thing I want to talk about, like the quickest, literally the quickest way to become a millionaire is just learn, okay? Now, basically, it's your growth. Now, your growth depends on two things, your rate of learning and your rate of change, as I've gone in depth in my last video, but your growth depends on your rate of learning and your rate of change. The one way you make money is by learning. Now, that can be reading, that can be watching videos like this and taking notes, that could be podcasts, that could be networking, or AKA trying the business for yourself through experience. That's gonna get you more valuable. Your income is capped in accordance to the complexity of problems that you can solve. And how good you can solve problems is basically defined by how much knowledge you have on said problem. Does that make sense? So I talked about this in the last video, but here's the graph. The further you go down, the more you make money. Why do college professors make more, and why do experts? Why does a brain chemist, or not a brain chemist, but like why does a brain surgeon make more money than a nurse? It's because the nurse doesn't know how to do surgery on brains. Does that make sense? Because the problem is so huge, they can make $500,000 a year. So the further you go down, the more money you're going to make, and that is in direct correlation with how much knowledge you have on said thing. I talked about it in the last video, but the three, you need to make money by providing value, and the three pillars of value are problem solving, they are convenience, and they are outcomes. Okay, so kind of just obviously go watch the last video if you're interested in learning how to actually make money through value, selling skills, etc. But value, problem solving, convenience, and outcomes. You need to solve problems to make money. That's obviously a first principle. Convenience, you need to solve the problem in a specific, in a convenient time, right? The faster you solve a problem and get somebody a result or an outcome, a tangible outcome, the more you can charge. Now, however, how fast you deliver these outcomes, obviously convenience, how fast you deliver these outcomes is in accordance to how much knowledge you have on said problem. So the biggest thing that I can possibly say for anybody is learning. Now, business is the perfect vehicle for improvement, because the thing is that you don't have personal problems. As Sam Ovens said, you don't have personal problems, or you don't have business problems, my bad. You don't have business problems, you have personal problems that reflect inside of your business. So anything that you're facing, any bottlenecks, any hiccups, any roadblocks, any adversity that you're facing inside of your business is strictly a personal problem, okay? Next thing I wanna touch on is energy, okay? So the thing about energy is that energy cannot be created, nor can it be destroyed. Understand, you can only transfer energy. So Carl Jung talks about this, but here's you, okay? Here is you. Now, you have different versions of yourself. You have party you have work you have gym you, etc. Now, the thing is that if you do not feed each of these identities about yourself, party you, gym you, work you, let's just say friends you, friends and sports. We'll just, for more examples, sports. Okay, so party, work, gym, sports, friends. These are all different identities and variables of your archetype of human. Does that make sense? So the thing is that, like I said, energy cannot be created, nor can it be destroyed. And the problem is that if one of these, each of these little facets has a need, okay? Now the problem is that if these needs are not being met, one is going to pop out and bottle up, and eventually you're going to, it's going to come all out once. That's why people get into midlife crises, right? So hypothetically, let's say you didn't spend any of your money. You literally saved every single penny, right? Obviously you have a spending archetype that you need to feed to a certain extent. You know, that's why I bought some shoes the other day. I bought a cool hat that I enjoyed, like some small stuff like that to reward a good week of business. But at the end of the day, you do have to feed that archetype. Otherwise it's going to bottle up, and eventually it's going to come out, and then you're going to spend all your money. So let's say you literally fucked off and you never talked to any girls, you never tried to get a girlfriend. The moment that you have money and it's built up and it's reached that threshold, it is going to come out all at once. And that's how you get people that are 40 years old with no kids in Las Vegas going to the club, which I personally think obviously depends on your morals and your principles, but in my personal opinion, that's not the coolest thing to do. I'd want to have a wife and kids very soon. So you need to be feeding all of these archetypes and all of these kind of like shadow figures of yourself, because if you're not, it is going to bottle up. So obviously I'm not saying party every single day or every single weekend or anything like that, but once every couple months is not the worst thing in the world. I personally make sure I put in a conscious effort to go hang out with friends, maybe have a couple drinks, maybe smoke a cigarette here and there, right? Now that's going to feed these parts. I play soccer. I played or for my Europeans out there, football. I played for 12 years. I love it. It is an archetype of me that I need to feed, so I play it. Gym, obviously I enjoy going to the gym. I need to feed that. And then of course you have that work archetype. If you only feed one and one lacks any substance, right? Let's say this party one, you focus on work. Let's say you stop going to the gym, you stop playing sports, you stop hanging out with friends, and you stop partying, and you're just Mr. Work guy, which arguably would be a loser, it is going to bottle up and eventually explode. It is essentially going to ruin your life because it'll become your life. Contrary to what most people are led to believe, they think that they need to motivate themselves by, let me think of my dream life. Let me think of my car, whatever I'm gonna have. How about you think vice versa? How about you think in a motivational sense, how about you think about what's gonna happen if you don't succeed? You know, who's gonna be at fault there? You, maybe you have children to feed and food to put on their plates. Maybe you have a wife who needs bills to be paid and stuff like that. You need to be motivated by what's gonna happen if you don't succeed. And the way of thinking, it kind of plays into leverage. So my freaking marker is dead for some reason, dude. Okay, let me switch this out. Leverage. Okay, so leverage. What is leverage? Leverage, to put it into perspective, is basically just getting more out of your time. Does that make sense? Or more out of your money. It's more of like a deep, not face value thing. So if I put 2 hours into something, I'm going to get more than 2 hours back. Does that make sense? Private jets, stuff like that. So essentially, an example of leverage could be, instead of just recording outside of YouTube videos and recording a bunch of TikTok videos, I could just repurpose these videos into short form clips and post them. That's leverage because I'm not spending any time, but I'm getting more output. Now, another thing that kind of plays into leverage is opportunity cost. Opportunity cost. Now, Alex Hormozi talked about this, but every single year that you spend not making $1 million, it is costing you $1 million not knowing how to make $1 million a year. Does that make sense? So the cost of you not buying Bitcoin in 2013, let's say, is like upwards of 6 figures right now. Does that make sense? Okay, let me erase this now. To sum up this entire video, okay? No more whiteboard anymore, me talking to the camera. So to sum up this entire video, number 1, you need to get uncomfortable. You need to get in a worse position. Now, some people's thresholds, like we talked about region beta paradox at the start of the video, some of you people need to become homeless, or maybe your mom needs to fall down the stairs, so then you are motivated, you have a bigger reason than yourself to actually make money and get rich. If your why is fully self-serving, you're only gonna hit 10, 20K a month. If you wanna hit 100K a month and plus 6 figures, 7 figures a year, you have to have a why that is not self-serving. It is bigger than yourself. Next thing, get uncomfortable. You are in a comfortable position for a reason. Now, you can either A, be conscious about that and work hard nonetheless by motivating yourself on what's going to happen if you don't do the work. So don't motivate yourself by these shiny objects, the mansion, the money in your bank account, the watch, the rings, etc., the shoes. Motivate yourself by what's going to happen if you don't make money. You're going to starve, be homeless, your kids are going to cry at night, things like that. I don't know how old you are if you're watching this video. Next thing to conclude the video is understand your identity, okay? Your belief systems are so important. I have multiple videos explaining on this channel, like the last 5 videos I've posted have been in depth specifically, so go watch all of those. It's gonna be more valuable than anything you've ever watched in your entire life. Understand your actual true identity. Understand what you want to believe and what you actually believe. Understand the discrepancy between the two. Understand what habits go into beliefs and how beliefs manifest inside of your actions. Understand that whatever you perceive reality to be, that is your reality. Welcome. You clicked on this video to learn. And boy, oh boy, am I the postman today, because I am going to deliver. Let me take a sip of my tea, my English breakfast tea. Hope you guys are ready for a very great video. I am pumped to get this video out because I know it's going to help every single entrepreneur, aspiring entrepreneur, business owner. Maybe you're even already at 100K a month. This is going to help you. The 5 steps to millionaire status. I'm basically going to be covering the 5 things that you need, things you need to implement, things you need to understand, philosophies, thought processes, the whole spiel to hitting 7 figures. Let's get into it. Lesson number 1 is success is not suffering, okay? Let me write this out. Success is not suffering. So, contrary to what most people say on the internet, especially entrepreneurs, like maybe Alex Hormozy is a great example. He often talks about you need to struggle, and that's how you succeed, and that's how you're going to make money. But wouldn't it be a lot better if you could become a millionaire and make a crap load of money without having to struggle? Of course, and that's what I'm gonna cover right now. So at the end of the day, most people hear and listen to all these entrepreneurs. Now, of course, they're richer than them. Now, of course, obviously they have the authority, monetary wise, to listen to them, and they have the authority because they're richer, and you're gonna listen to the advice they give. Now, no rich guys really came across in the space and said, you guys don't really have to struggle to make money. And that's the case. Wouldn't it be great to get rich by being happy and doing things out of pleasure, by things you want to do, not have to do, right? So success does not have to equal suffering, contrary to what a lot of people believe. Oh, the more money you make, you have to suffer more to get there. That's not the case, and I'll explain why. Most people tie, okay? So most people, we're gonna write this as a guy. Now, they tie their conscious to suffering. Now, they tie their subconscious to suffering because people in this space say so. And obviously they have the authority. So if they're an authority figure, then you kind of have to listen to them. But that's not the case because I didn't get successful by suffering. So at the end of the day, most people think that they have to suffer more. Let's just do this. Suffering. Most people think that they have to suffer more to make more money, which is not the case. Now, the reason why it's not the case is because it doesn't matter if you enjoy what you're doing or not. What matters is your perception on what you're doing and your perspective and your mental framing. Does that make sense? So the thing is that everyone talks about how you need to suffer more to make more. And, the more you go through struggles and pain, of course, pain is progress at the end of the day. And, getting rich, you will have to struggle. But in order to get rich, you don't need to force yourself to struggle. And most people attribute good things coming from hard work or bad things, and they attribute hard work to struggle. I wake up you think I'm recording this video because I have to? You could tell I'm in a great mood and I'm enjoying the view. I wish you guys could see it. But at the end of the day, I'm not waking up every day working 12 hours a day, which I have been doing for the last 2 weeks straight, barely been getting any sleep, and I've been hitting the gym. So at the end of the day, I'm not sitting here and attributing this quote hard work to struggle. See, hard work is required to be successful and make money, but hard work is hard. It doesn't mean, hard does not mean suffer, and work does not mean suffer. The reason why is because most people's subconscious has been programmed to believe that labor and hard work, or the term work, has a negative or a suffering connotation towards it. Does that make sense? Work does not have to be hard. If you can enjoy your work and do things and set your environment to enjoy your work, you're gonna work a lot more into and you're gonna make a lot more money. So the whole idea that success comes from suffering and this and that, most people operate in a survival mode. I'm operating in a thrival mode. A thriving mode. You don't want to survive, you want to thrive. And that's when you're going to make the most money. Think about this. If you were making $10 million a year, let's say $12 million, $1 million a month, would you operate every single day in a suffer mindset? Now, of course, that's the goal. Everyone would like to make $1 million a month. It's going to take a lot of hard work. But at the end of the day, they're not waking up. Whoever's making $12 million a month, I mean, I wish I was, or $12 million a year, they're not waking up in that survival mode. Hence, this success requires suffering mindset. They're waking up every single day in a thriving mindset. They understand that, I enjoy what I do every single day, and I don't have to suffer to make money. So the whole idea, if you want to become a millionaire, the whole idea of, in order to be successful, I need to suffer. Get that out of your mind, okay? Now, you can make baby money with this mindset. Now, baby money, what I mean by baby money is 10, 20, 30K a month. That's okay. Like, and a lot of people might have been like, what are you talking about? That 30K a month, that's $1,000 a day. That's $365,000 a year. It's baby money. Did you know that the United States, they classify a small business as any business making less than $40 million a year? It's baby money. I'm gonna be honest. And if you think it's not, then your standards are way too low. Okay? A lot of you guys set goals way too low. 30K a month is baby money. Now, this all comes down to your perception of reality, okay? So let me draw this out and put this into perspective. So let's say this guy over here, he is worth $1 million, okay? Now that's not you because you're watching this video, but this guy over here, he's sad and he is worth, let's just say 100 grand because he wants to get to $1 million, but he's not there. The thing is that your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself. So this guy perceives reality in a certain way. So in the middle ground, you have this barrier, and this barrier is reality, okay? The only way you're going to make $1 million is if you perceive reality as it being possible to make $1 million. Now, most people have never seen $1 million, so it's very hard to conceive that and understand what $1 million a year looks like and what goes into it. But the thing is that most people's subconscious aren't trained to view reality as molding. Reality and your identity is it's raw potential. You can mold it like clay into whatever you want. Now, the guy who's stuck at $100,000 a year, $8,000 a month, he's not going to understand that. Now, he's stuck at $8,000 a month because he doesn't this is the suffering guy. This is Mr. Suffer, and this is Mr. Successful. $1 million a year, $100,000 a month, or $80,000 a month, this guy's crushing it. You think he wakes up every single day and his perception on reality is, I need to suffer? Whatever. Here's the thing. The reason why these two guys are in different positions in life is simply because they perceive reality in a different way. Does that make sense? So what I mean by that is your day-to-day actions and the results you have and the life you live is literally comes down to your perception of reality. These two people are in different positions in life because they view reality in a different way. So however you view reality, that is what your life is going to be. Let's move on to lesson 2. The next lesson that I want to cover and talk about is I would argue the second most important, okay? The second lesson, expectations. The reason why most people quit or get demotivated or get thrown off track when they're trying to scale, any founder, any business owner, the reason why they get thrown off track is because their expectations are wrong. Now, imagine how successful you would be if when it comes to, let's say you're trying to become an NBA player and you've been told all your life, oh, you can do anything you want, which is obviously a great belief, but like, yeah, go do the NBA, da-da-da. And then you don't work that hard and you don't outcompete everybody else ruthlessly, because that's what business is. But you probably wouldn't make it to the NBA because your expectations are wrong. Most people, they don't understand how business works. And even if you do hit 10, 20, 30K a month, you're not gonna make the same amount of money forever. See, how business works is, if this is a graph for business, if this is how business works, now the more we go up, the more money we make, okay, as we've talked about. This is a graph for business. It's gonna be nothing for 6 months, then it's gonna take off out of nowhere. And you're gonna be like, holy cow, I'm rich, this is gonna be the best thing forever, I'm gonna blow all my money and I'm gonna spend it, and then it's gonna slowly taper down. And you're gonna say, we are so cooked, it is over. Then it's gonna go, holy cow, we are so back, then it's gonna drop down again. Then it's gonna go up and down and up and down. And that's how business is. Now, the reason why most people quit around AKA this part or this part. Now, this is what I would label the gray area, okay? The gray area. Now, most people's perception on business is so skewed because of all the people online that are saying how easy business is. Okay, like I said, business is hard, making money is hard, but is it simple? Yes. And does hard mean suffering? No, it doesn't. Hard means you have to work hard. Working hard does not mean you have to suffer, okay? So this period right here represents the gray area, and this gray area is probably where a lot of you guys watching this video are at. Now, this gray area represents when you're not successful enough to hang out with the people you want to hang out with and get in those rooms that you want to get in and network with the people you want to network with, but you're still working on outgrowing your old friends. And that's where I was. I had no friends for around 7 months, and that's a pretty hard life to live, especially when you're working super hard every day trying to achieve a goal. So this gray area represents where most entrepreneurs quit. 90% of them quit here because they try for 6 months, and we're gonna talk about this in a little bit, but they try for 6 months and they don't have any results, which is the standard. That is the standard. Your guys' expectations are so wrong. 6 months and not making money is the standard. Now, the reason why most people quit here is simply because of their perception on reality and limiting beliefs. So they make, let's say, 10K in a month. They hit their first 10K in a month. And let's see, 10K. Okay, 10K a month. So they hit their first 10K in a month, and then it goes down. And that's just how business goes. Business oscillates. And we're gonna get into business oscillation in a second and the actual expectations of the graph of everyone's psychology behind it. But people make, let's say, make 10K a month. It drops down. And let's say you make $300 the next month. Most people are gonna quit there because their expectations on business are so wrong. I'm gonna draw this out on a separate graph for you guys so you can properly understand how business works, okay? This graph to the left of me represents business. I know it looks like a squiggly line, but I'm gonna get to it after I take a drink of my tea. Refreshing and absolutely lovely. Okay, so most people start here, and then as they're coming up here, they get in a state of what I like to call uninformed optimism. Most people start here, they get to here after a couple weeks or a couple days of work, and they have what's called uninformed optimism. They are not informed enough to understand how business works, i.e. expectations, but they're so hyped to get started because all the gurus online are telling them, yes, this business is gonna work, this is gonna be the greatest thing ever, I'm gonna make so much money, frick college, it's over. This is the new era of millionaire and wealth creation. And then they hit here, which is informed pessimism. Okay, so they're going up here. Oh my God, it's the greatest thing ever. Da, 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 da. They hit the plateau here. And then after 6 months, all right, just to clarify, the further we go here, that's time, okay? So the further we go down this graph, the more time is passing, just for context. So they hit up here, they're still hyped, and then all of a sudden, they've been trying for 4 months, 3 months, nothing's working. Now, obviously, every person in their psyche is a different threshold on how motivated they could be, but they hit down here, and they're like, I've tried everything, I've watched all the videos, it's not working. What is going on? This sucks, it doesn't work, I was lied to. And that's how most people quit, is right here, with the informed pessimism, and now you can either go down here and crash, or you can go here. And this represents informed optimism, okay? This dot right here represents informed optimism. Now, basically, like we said, the further we go along this graph, the more time passes by. So on this dot, this represents informed optimism. So essentially, you've understood the time frame on success. You've gone through the, oh my God, I'm gonna make so much money. Then you hit this crash and you're like, holy shit, I'm cooked, it's over, I'm gonna remain broke for the rest of my life. And you're going back up here, and essentially, this could either be the make or break, or it could be the key to success, aka getting money, becoming a millionaire, whatever you want to say. So informed optimism is you understand a realistic time frame, you have realistic expectations on what business looks like, the time frame on how making money works, learning the skills, understanding the market, etc. And this informed optimism is going to take you to the fucking moon. That is how business works. Most people quit here, and 1%, I guarantee you, 99% of business owners watching this video are not gonna succeed. 1% of you guys are, because you're gonna face this and you're gonna go up. Every single problem is solved with time. So let me put this into perspective. Let's say your life is a movie, right? Now, each one of these pinpoints and graph lines represents the start and the end of the movie. So let's say we're gonna do here, here, here. This is a good event. This is a bad event. This is a good event. And then this can be a bad event. So your life, effectively, is a movie. Now, the movie's ending is dictated on when you pause it, or when you turn the TV off, okay? So essentially, things are only good or bad in the time frame or the time horizon in which you view it in. So good, let's say, boom, you make 10K a month, you're hitting your goals, you're crushing it right now, and your mom's so proud of you, and your dad finally gave you a hug after 5 years of getting the milk, right? Then the bad is going broke. And the bad is going broke. And then obviously, oh my God, I have to go get a job. Don't say the J word around me. I have to go get a job. It's the worst thing ever. I'm cooked. Then the good is making 100K and being all happy. 100K a month, everyone's happy, your mom's proud, you bought your mom a car maybe. And then the bad is you getting sued and losing our money, going broke again. I know these are extremes, but let's say you ended here. Good ending here, bad ending here, good ending here, bad ending. Time is the best healer. You guys don't give it enough time. Whatever you guys are doing, you need to understand that time is the most important variable. If you're testing new landers, if you're testing a new funnel, if you're testing new copy or ads or campaigns or videos, time will tell. Now, obviously, this is very dependent on the business you're doing, but you cannot dictate whether a problem is good or bad because you're choosing to view it on this point of the movie. You guys don't understand the full scope of the movie that you're living called life. So how can you choose and say, oh, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me? It's a shame when you haven't lived life out. Now, if you were able to, imagine this, to put it into perspective, imagine if you were able to sit here from a third party and extract your mind, astral projection out from the spaces of the universe and look at every single major event in your life. You would probably realize whatever problem you're facing now is fine. In 4 months, it'll be fine. In 6 months, you'll forget about it, and in a year, it will never cross your mind for the rest of the time that you're walking on the planet. Your life is a movie. You need to understand that whichever frame or whichever scene you pause it on, whichever chapter you pause it on, which is unrealistic because you can't pause life, you're choosing to view whatever problem or whatever situation, good or bad, in that way. Understand that time is the most important variable, and you're fine, dude. A lot of people have really false expectations in this online money space of you need to get rich ASAP. If you don't have a car at 18, or if you don't have a Lambo at 18, you're a failure, which is very wrong. Now, the thing is, the reason why I don't post Lambos and Ferraris and yachts with a bunch of women and all this extra stuff is because of one reason. One, it's not very valuable, and I don't want to be known for being a rich guy who goes around with a bunch of paid women. And number two is because it lowers people's self-worth. So if you're watching, let's say, Mr. Lambo guy here, we're going to write Lambo guy. This is Lambo guy. We'll put some shades on him because he's cool. Now, the problem is you're probably watching Mr. Lambo guy here, flexing a bunch of cash, being all happy, and you're thinking that just because Mr. Lambo guy's happy and has a Lambo, that you're a failure, that you're losing. Just because somebody else is winning doesn't mean that you're losing, and your subconscious is getting completely ruined by watching these lifestyle people in the online money space on YouTube, on Instagram, TikTok, whatever it may be. And the reason that is because of one thing: comparison in turn lowers frequency. Comparison lowers your frequency. Comparing yourself to Mr. Lambo guy, thinking that because he's winning and you're losing, it will in turn lower your frequency, which will keep you broke. And that's the biggest problem. It lowers your self-worth. And when you don't think you're worth or deserving of the goals that you want to hit, then you will not hit them. So I highly suggest everyone, if you're thinking of a Lambo guy in your head, you're like, oh yeah, think of a Lambo guy right now. 3, 2, 1, go. Who do you have in your head? Unfollow that person. Right now. It is destroying your subconscious. The third lesson of today's video is growth. Now, at the end of the day, I've said this prior, but business is the perfect vehicle for self-development because when you grow, your business grows. And when your business grows, you're allowed and you have the accessibility and the capability to grow yourself. So your personal development is in direct correlation with your business growth. So you have two realms, yourself and let's say your business, because your business is an entity, it is an organism, it is a living being with systems and working cogs in the machine. Now, when you grow yourself, your business will grow. And the big thing that I haven't talked about on this channel before, but the founder sets the ceiling, okay? So the founder sets the ceiling. Your business can only grow as quick as you grow. Your business can only grow in accordance to the founder's self-development. Does that make sense? And that's the biggest thing that people don't understand. If your business is not growing, that's because you yourself have plateaued as a person. The more you learn, the more you learn, the more you earn. It's true, and people say it for a reason, okay? Your business is not growing, or maybe it hasn't even taken off yet, or it's plateaued, and plateau is not good. Plateau is just a term for slow growth or slow death. And that's a fact, okay? The founder and the CEO, whatever you want to say, the founder sets the ceiling for the business. And if the founder is not growing as a human with experiences and knowledge and reading books and doing new things and progressively learning and evolving, the business cannot progressively learn and evolve. Does that make sense? So the biggest thing is understanding your growth. And the biggest problem that a lot of people face is they have the sense of ego to where they aren't accountable. So the one thing that is probably going to cap your growth is one thing, and that's your ego. Because you can't sit there and be accountable with yourself and say, you know what? My business is not growing because I'm a fucking retard. Okay? My business is not growing because I'm retarded and I'm stupid and I'm not learning enough. I put a conscious effort into learning everything about everything. And that's why my business has been growing like crazy, because my self-development, I'm sure as you guys have seen in these videos, my self-development has been wild over the last couple months, especially this year. I've traveled to 14 different countries and I've taken 42 flights or something like that. My growth has been crazy this year, which is why I've made more money than I ever have in my entire life in the last 3 months. The last 3 months, I made more money than the rest of the year. That's because I optimized everything in my life for personal and self-development. So the biggest thing is that I'm gonna be very harsh here. If nothing is working, then you're the variable. The harsh reality is that you just fucking suck, man. And I'm sorry. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but it's the truth about business. The harsh truth on why you're not rich is because you just suck. And that's the hardest pill to swallow, is I'm not making $500,000 a month because I suck and I don't know how to make $500,000 a month. But if I optimize my self-development and my growth, I'm going to get there. And if I focus on that more and more every single day, I'm going to get there quicker and quicker. The reality is, guys, is you just suck. The reason you're not making 50K a month or 10K a month or 40, 30K a month is because you don't know how to do it and you're not skillful enough to do it. If nothing is working in what you're trying, then you are the variable. Such a beautiful day today. Lesson number 4, your mental filter. You need to understand how to ideate problem solving and approach certain problems through first principles, which is what I'm going to cover now. So let's say your problem right now is no one is buying what you're selling, okay? So no sales, sad face, because that's a problem. So let's say the problem that you're facing is no sales. Now, with problem, that equals chaos. And of course you don't want chaos in a business. That's the one thing that's going to kill your business, right? So your problem is no sales. And that problem is going to cause chaos. Now look, you're a competent person, right? You're going to go in this pool of chaos and say, oh, maybe it's a funnel thing. Maybe it's our lender. Maybe our product is wrong. Maybe you have to switch the branding. Hey, maybe a new website is going to make us more money. And through that chaos, you will put so much time, effort, and mental real estate and mental energy and excess potential towards things that are not needle pushing and making you more money. So the way that you filter things is through one thing, and that is first principles. How you make decisions in your business is going to dictate how much money you make and how much you scale. So first principles is basically taking a problem, identifying its compound core fundamentals and every core fundamental of the business, analyzing all the data, and then being able to make the decision. So the big thing is the more information you have, then the more educated decision you're able to make. Okay, most people think that it takes time to make a decision in business, but that's not the case. It takes information to make a decision. So if you have the information to make a decision, then you must make it. For example, let's say this guy down here is jumping on a cliff, right? He's gonna go jumping off a rock and he's all hyped up, right? Now this guy down here, he can see the bottom, but he doesn't know if there's any rocks at the bottom, right? So this guy right here, let's say he were to jump without checking anything. That's an uninformed decision. And he doesn't know that there's rocks in the bottom of the water. So he's gonna jump in there and he's gonna break both of his legs and he's gonna roll around in a wheelchair and quahog saying, "Hey Peter," all day because he's handicapped. So the way that you make a decision is by analyzing the data, testing stuff, and then you have the information to make it. So if I was this guy, I would come down here, maybe I'd throw a rock off the edge and see how long it would take to get to the bottom. Maybe I'd walk down here first and poke a stick in the water until it hits the bottom and see how far on that long stick the water rose to. Does that make sense? So it doesn't take time to make decisions. This guy can sit up here as long as he wants. He can look at the water, he can look at the view, he can sit there and think. Doesn't matter, because he can't see what's in the water. So until he goes and figures out what's in the water, then he can make an informed decision to jump or not. And that's how most of you guys are looking at it. Most of you guys are just jumping in the fucking lake. Most of you guys are just jumping off this cliff, and now you're handicapped. You have to make informed decisions. And the way you make an informed decision is by 1, getting all the data, 2, breaking your problem down to first principles, and 3, solving it. So going back to the original or the origin of your problem, which is no sales, if you're gonna break this down for first principles, okay, it can't be a product issue. It can't be an offer issue because our conversion rate is high. Oh, it can't be a creative issue because our views to website sessions ratio is still the same. So let's think here. It's not a creative issue. It's not a product issue. It's not a website issue. It's not an offer issue. It has to be a traffic issue. So you just break everything down to its core fundamentals and then you solve it. I did that today with my business partner. We hopped on a call. We were tracking all of our data and we were like, wait, why is this not like this? And oh, it's because, and then we basically just laid all the numbers out in front of us and we're like, what is the fucking problem? And then we attacked it. And that's what you guys need to do. That's how you make proper decisions and filter information. Lesson number 5 is focus, okay? The whole idea that a millionaire has 7 streams of income is false. It is complete horseshit. Do you think, okay, let's say a millionaire, he makes $80,000 a month. Let's just say he has 8 sources of income. What the fuck is he gonna, like what 8 sources of income are you making $1 million a year on? Let's say you're making 80 something grand a month. Oh, 10K is coming from my dropshipping store, 10K a month is coming from my Airbnb business, 10K a month is coming from my stock portfolio, 10K a month is coming from crypto, and 10K a month is coming from my dog walking business, and 10K a month is coming from my vending machines, and 10K a month is coming from my AI agency. What? With all the work and upkeep, you could just make 100, 200 grand from one business. Whoever the fuck told you guys that a millionaire with 7 streams of income is probably poor. If I'm being honest, they're probably a fucking broke person. So to put this into perspective, I'm gonna draw, oh my God, he drew another 2 lines. He's giving us another graph. Damn fucking straight. Okay, I'm just joking with you guys. I'm gonna take a sip of my tea before I get into it. Nothing beats good old cup of tea, bruv. So, anyways, I'm messing around. We're locked in again. So let me draw this and put this into perspective. How many times is he gonna say put it into perspective? Every fucking time. Because this whole channel is putting shit into perspective. If you don't like it, click off the fucking video. I'm joking, guys. I'm sorry to get hostile. I hit the camera. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's lock in. No funny business, no shenanigans, no tomfoolery, no jokes. Okay, so here is 3 separate lines, and here is the final line. So each of these lines represents how long you're starting a business. Let's say 2 months, let's say 4 months, let's say 6 months, and let's say here is 2 years. So up here is 2 years. Now, the more we go up on this graph, the more money you're going to make. Now, the problem is most of you guys are going to quit maybe one time on business, on one business, then you're going to quit in 2 months, then on business 2, you're going to quit 4 months in, then you're going to try business number 3, and then you're going to quit 2 months in, then you're going to try business number 4, and you're going to quit 6 months in, then you're going to try business number 5, and you're going to quit 4 months in, and now you have probably collectively 20 months of business, or 15 months of business, in 5 different business models, and who the fuck cares? If you have, oh, well, I've done a little bit of this and a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of... No one cares if you've done a little bit of this or a little bit of fucking that. I want a guy who's done fucking everything of one thing. I want the guy who's done that. I want a guy who's done a lot of that shit. You see what I'm saying? Nobody wants, no one who's ever going to make money has done a little bit of this and a little bit of that. In history, no one has ever gotten rich doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that. It's the stupidest shit. You stick to one thing for 2 years and you will get rich as fuck. You will have so much money it feels illegal, okay? So the biggest problem is that most people quit and they're lily padding to a bunch of other business models. Now, the big thing is the further we go on, of course, the more knowledge you have. More knowledge. Here's my Lamborghini in my garage here. The further we go down this graph, the more knowledge you're going to have. So your income is capped in accordance to the complexity of problems that you can solve. If you can solve a $100,000 a month problem, you're going to be paid in accordance to the complexity and value of the solution. Does that make sense? So you stick to something for longer, you get more knowledge, aka you have more understanding of the problem that you're solving. Then you stick for it longer, you have more knowledge, you make more money because you can solve the problem better in a quicker amount of time. Does that make sense? And that is the end of the video. If you want to work one-on-one with me, if you don't make money, we are legally obligated to give you a 100% refund. You get 2 weekly coaching calls with me, you get 24/7 DM access to me, 300 plus hours of course material, over 100 other people. We probably have the greatest community on the planet. We have culture, which is something that I'm super happy about. You can click the first link in the description, watch the video, and apply for completely free. Subscribe if you found it valuable. Thank you. Take care. Stay blessed. I spoke to 10 millionaires, and here's exactly what I learned. Over the past 2-3 weeks or so, I realized I have so much connections, and not in like a braggy way, but I know a lot of people, and I know a lot of very rich people. So I thought to myself, why not only utilize the connections that I've acquired through posting content and making money myself and traveling the world, but on top of that, why not distill it all to you guys? So that's what this video is. Pay attention, take out a notebook, take out some popcorn, we'll get right into it. So the big takeaway that I've kind of learned is that motivation comes from fear, and it does not come from hope, okay? That's what I want you guys to understand. And that's one of the biggest takeaways after talking to all these guys and their journey on, let's say, hitting $50 million liquid. Motivation comes from fear. It does not come from hope. So to put this into perspective, basically what this means is most of you guys think that to motivate yourself, you need to think of, I'm going to get so rich and I'm going to live my dream life. It's going to be fantastic. You can only get so far by motivating yourself through these physical, material kind of positive actions or affirmations or wants. Does that make sense? So when you're coming from a sense of hope, you're coming from a sense of want, right? Now, when you're coming from a sense of fear, it switches the frame, it switches the table, the coin has flipped. It goes from a want to a need. So therefore, what I'm trying to get at, I digress, by motivating yourself from fear, you need to motivate yourself through things and ideas and scenarios on what would happen if you didn't get rich. So every single day when I wake up, after the last month or so, I've not been thinking about, I can't wait to drive this new Lamborghini. I can't wait to have $1 million liquid cash in my bank account sitting. No investments, just sitting in my bank. I can't wait to have the $100,000 watch. I'm not thinking like that because that's coming from hope, and hope is a want. And when you want to get something after you work so hard, you have to fully rely on yourself to want it 1,000,000% enough all the time, which is kind of unrealistic. That's not how human brains work. So when you're coming from a sense of fear, you need to pull this shit off. You need to roll the dice and you have to get a 6. So a little bit of backstory if you guys don't know. I dropped out of high school when I was 16 after I made my first chunk of money through e-commerce, which is what I do. And that was me rolling the dice, having to get a 6. Now I went broke after that because I blew all my money, but I had a year time period where I was literally on the line of getting a job. I was on the edge of getting a job, and that was a fear. That was a fear because everybody in my hometown, I say hometown, I grew up in Los Angeles, but everybody from where I grew up viewed me, and their standard of me, their bar was so high as some rich entrepreneur. I was this amazing person, and I had to withhold that. I had to withhold that standard to myself. And that's kind of what we're going to talk about in like a couple minutes. But I had to get rich again out of fear, not hope. I had to make it work. So most of you guys think that the correct way to motivate yourself is by thinking about the car and, oh, if I see it enough, then I'm gonna materialize it. That's not how it works, okay? It's kind of like a negative thing, but you have to go to a deep and dark place if you want to make more than $1 million. You can hit 10K a month, but once you're at 10K a month, you're gonna want a lot more. Next thing I wanna talk about is standards. Most importantly, self-standards. Standards, okay? So you are exactly where you are because your standard is low enough. Now, I don't want to say that to demean your situation. Maybe you're pretty happy with your life, but obviously you want to make money and get rich, hence why you're watching this video. So the reason you are where you are is because your standards aren't high enough. So for example, there's something called region beta paradox, okay? Beta paradox. Now, let me draw this on a graph for you guys. This middle ground represents region beta paradox. This, on the left side, represents comfort. And this, on the right side, represents discomfort, okay? So a lot of you guys are okay with your okay situation until your situation gets crosses that threshold of discomfort. Then you're going to put a conscious effort into bettering your situation. So for example, let's say, you're not making enough money to where you're like, holy cow, I'm super rich, but you're not broke enough to sit there and say, wow, I really need to make more money. You're kind of like, you're okay. That's why paycheck to paycheck is so dangerous. Do you see what I'm saying? So most of you guys are stuck in this, quote, okay position, when in reality, that's what's keeping you okay. No one wants to live an okay life. No one wants to settle. I mean, you clicked on this video, that tells me enough you don't want to settle in life and the money you're making. So it's called region beta paradox for a reason. You're so okay with your situation until it crosses this threshold for discomfort, you're never going to push for proper comfort. Does that make sense? If you're in a relationship and the relationship is okay, then you're gonna stay with them even though it could be better until maybe something happens. The other person cheats on you or something, and then that's gonna force you to get into a better relationship and break up with them. Most of you guys would be better off in a worse situation. Most of your guys' situation has to get worse before it gets better. So you can either recognize this and obviously take care of it now, or wait till it comes. So standards, right? You have a self-standard, and that's the reality. The reason you are where you are, obviously you deserve to be there, but it's because your standard is so low, right? Let's say you're making $4,000 a month. That's like a pretty good monthly salary in America, I'd argue, all of America, maybe not Los Angeles or New York or Miami, but $4,000 a month is a pretty median kind of income. Now, you're okay and you are there because your standard is there. And that's why we're talking about standards and region beta paradox, because this is one thing that every single millionaire I talk to touched on. And we're gonna get into a lot deeper stuff, so stick around, don't click off the video. But $4,000 a month, that's like a good menial salary, right? Now, if your standard was, let's say, at 10K a month, brother, you'd be at 10K a month. Does that make sense? The reason you're not at 10K a month, which obviously is probably why you want to click on this video, is because your standard is not that of somebody who is at $10,000 a month. Bro, if I make 10K a month, I'm in survival mode. I will not leave the house. Do you understand how high my standards are? If Jeff Bezos made $10,000 in a month, he'd be like, he would be speechless. Does that make sense? So you have to raise your standards in order to raise your income or improve as a person. Does that make sense? The reason you are where you are is because your standards aren't high enough. So if you want to improve your situation, you must improve your standards about yourself. Now, obviously, you can do it. I can do it. If anybody can do it, that means you can do it. We're all humans. We all have 10 fingers and 2 feet, hopefully. The next lesson I learned out of talking to all of these millionaires is something called oscillation. Okay? Oscillation. So business oscillation. Now, and this is something that I've realized very much so recently, this is the perfect graph of business to put it into perspective. It's gonna be very slow. You're gonna get no results, then it's gonna pump up out of nowhere. And you're gonna be like, holy cow, this is insane. This is 6 months of work right here. And then this is a week's of time. So within 1 week, you're making 10K a month after being broke for years, maybe. Now, the thing is, and this is what stuck with me, I had a FaceTime with a guy who's made, I think, $20 million over the last 6 years. He told me, you're never gonna make the same amount of money forever. And I was like, damn. You know what happens after this? It dips back down. And then you know what happens for every single first new entrepreneur who makes their little bag, peaks up here, and then drops back down, which is bound to happen. They think it's over. They think, this entrepreneur stuff doesn't work. It's over. Oh my God, no. But that's not the case. Because the ones that stick through it, it goes up again, and then it maybe go down a little bit, and it may go down, and then it may go up again. So business is it's just oscillation. That's literally the best term to describe it. It's just oscillation. So the thing is that business is a roller coaster. It's gonna go up and down. And especially recently, I've super realized that with the businesses that I'm running, I've realized, okay, we're making the most money we ever have right now. How can we save this and reinvest it or disperse it into our current, what we're currently doing to make more money? Because clearly the market likes what we're doing. Clearly what we're doing is working. How can we double down? And that's another thing. The two words that I've been told the most out of speaking to these 10 millionaires is double down. I can show the text. That is what they've said the most. If I looked up a keyword indicator on every single text, is double down. So get used to business oscillation. You're never gonna make the same amount of money forever, and that's just the case. But I've been told double down by probably 8 different millionaires in 4 different text paragraphs and 3 different calls, okay? This is clearly they understand what they're doing because they've made tens of millions of dollars or millions of dollars, but double down is the single-handedly most common term that they've told me after talking to them. And that simply comes down to one thing, which is exponential focus, okay? And that's the next thing I wanna talk about. They've all told me to double down. They've asked, okay, how much are you making right now? Blah, 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 where are you from? What's your expenses? And they have all told me, double down and focus on one thing. The one thing that is going to put you ahead of every single other person in your market or the competition is simply focusing on one thing. And consistency, okay? Do I have $1 billion to go show on Instagram? No, I don't. But I have 200,000 followers on Instagram. And that's because I've been so unbelievably consistent. I focused on the inputs for 1.5 years straight, and now I'm there. Does that make sense? So the thing is you need to focus on one thing exponentially. The whole idea that a millionaire has 7 sources of income, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's fucking bullshit. Go talk to I've spoken to 4 billionaires in my entire life. And one of them was this really old Asian guy who was a little bit nerdy, but he was Taiwanese. And this guy sells computer chips. This dude runs one of the biggest computer chip manufacturing companies in all of Asia. And he's a billionaire. This dude does not sell smoothies and markers and iPhones, and he doesn't drop ship, plushies and Labubus. This guy sells microchips for a living, and that's what he does. He is the microchip guy. Amazon makes so much money because they solve the most problems. If you think about it, we're gonna write Amazon on the board. Amazon, okay, here's them as an entity. They solve fulfillment. They solve distribution. They solve getting the orders out. They solve customer service. They solve the website. They solve payment processing. They solve SEO. Amazon solves all these problems. See, I'm in e-commerce, which is the same market as Amazon, but at the end of the day, I'm not worth $1 trillion because I can't solve that many problems that good at such a large scale. Does that put it into perspective? The next thing, after talking to all these millionaires, is that they've taught me how to detach, okay? So I'm not gonna start getting into the woo-woo stuff as far as the law of detachment, but this kind of plays into it to a certain extent. So detach yourself from all the materialistic things, right? So not wanting something is the same thing as having it, okay? So if you don't want a super fast car and an expensive car to impress other people, then you're in the same boat as the guy who has 5 of them, because he already has all of them, but you don't even want it. So you effectively saved yourself millions of dollars and you don't really care. Does that make sense? So you need to detach yourself from things. The most important thing that I've learned is from these guys is thoughts. You need to detach yourself from thoughts because oftentimes thoughts will be self-sabotaging. Now, just because you think something doesn't mean you should act on it. Often delayed action on a thought will garner the highest ROI. So the thing with thoughts is most people don't have a good enough sense of accountability or ego to think that, yes, I thought this, it was wrong and it was stupid. So you need to really be realistic with yourself and think, I thought this, it is self-sabotaging, let me wait and sleep on it. So when I buy things, right, and I'm gonna talk about this in a little bit, I'm not in the game of status. I'm in the game of business. I'm in the game of making money, building cool things, right? Obviously, henceforth this YouTube channel. But at the end of the day, with a thought, for example, if I want to buy something, which doesn't necessarily make me money in return, for example, nice shoes, some nice slippers, I would argue a new desk or work equipment is a different story, but let's say a nice pair of slippers. I was at like 2 weeks ago, I went to Hermes, and I had a really good week in business. I made a good amount of money, and I was like, let me reward myself with a nice pair of slippers that I've been looking at for a little bit. I went there, and I was like, let me wait 2 days. Let me wait 2 days to actually make this decision, because it's just a stupid purchase. It's not gonna make me any money. It's kind of dumb. I thought about it. 2 days later, I still wanted them. I went and bought them. So your thoughts can be self-sabotaging. I waited to make sure that I really wanted those slippers, so I went and bought them. Does that make sense? Your thoughts can be self-sabotaging. You need to detach yourself from your thoughts. Most importantly, let me erase this. When I say detaching yourself from things, you need to also detach yourself from tasks, okay? You need to detach yourself from tasks. You need to stop looking at tasks for who you are and start looking at tasks for what they are. Does that make sense? Stop looking at tasks for who you are and start looking at tasks for what they are. So you have to completely eliminate any sense of identity that you have with a task. Oh, I don't want to go in the sauna. Oh, I don't want to go and work today. I don't want to write out this Google document. Oh, I don't want to go draft up this new contract and send it to a lawyer, which was what I was doing 6 hours the other day, going back and forth. But nonetheless, you need to detach yourself from tasks. Stop looking at tasks for who you are. Can't get this marker off, bruh. Stop looking at tasks for who you are and start looking at them for what they are. The next thing that I've talked to millionaires about, and I would say out of the 10, it was maybe around like 4. The next thing is core components. Okay? There's an S. So core components. This is you. Now, this is something that me and these guys talked about a couple times, and you have different versions of yourself, right? And you have different needs for your intrinsic your identity, if that makes sense. So, here's party you, here's gym you, here's, let's say, drugs you, here is video games, etc., right? We're just write etc. So you have all these different versions of yourself. Now, this is what Carl Jung talks about as far as shadow identities and stuff like that. If you don't know who Carl Jung is, he's a Swiss philosopher, psychologist, very smart guy. Go read his books. Anyways, though, you have different versions of yourself, aka the core components of who you are and what makes you you. Now, right now, I'm in the YouTube mode, right? I could say I'm in work mode. I could say I'm in content mode, business mode, advice mode, whatever you want to label it as, right? But I am in a certain mode, and this version of myself is getting fed. So let's erase this etc down here, and instead of this, let's just say YouTube. So let's say I'm in YouTube mode. Right now, this version of myself is being fed. At the end of the day, you're going to have all of these different versions of yourself. I'm not saying you have to feed them, but to a certain extent, you need to find a replacement and feed the ones that you can't really replace. So this is what they've talked about. I talked to a guy, he's done, I think it was like $70 million in the last 10 years. He's in like AI and stuff like that. And essentially, what he told me was, you have different archetypes about yourself, and what you can't replace, you must substitute for, and if you can replace, then you must replace. So essentially, you have video games. Video games, arguably, if you want to play them, you could play them. I think they're a waste of time, and I feel like a bum every single time I play them, but I best believe I grew up on video games, playing Fortnite, Minecraft, Rust. All these video games were such a core component of my life, so I do have a video game aspect of myself. Now, you could take this as face value and say, okay, that means I need to go play video games because that's what Smith is saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you need to find a replacement to fit this need of your shadow archetype. So essentially, instead of playing video games, I do business because business is a game, right? YouTube, obviously I'm feeding that self right now. Party, at the end of the day, you could take it face value as party. Oh, I need to go drink and go to this sick party. You don't have to do that. What you can do is go hang out with friends and maybe have a couple drinks. That's okay. And that's going to be feeding this version of yourself. And if you choose to suppress these, let's say drugs. let's say this substances and whatnot is a part of yourself, or maybe that's an old habit of yours and a shadow archetype. First off, I'd argue it's not even a shadow archetype and you could just quit. But at the end of the day, let's say you're so desperately hooking on to a little Chinese chemical vape and you're hitting it all the time. You can replace this through things like gym or cold plunge or sauna, things that make you feel euphoric that are natural, like meditation. Do you know how many people that used to be addicted to substances that now meditate? Crazy. So essentially, the thing is if you suppress these identities about yourself, they will come up in the future and they will control your life. So if we're gonna use the party one as an example, I talked about this in another video, is if you're gonna use the party one as an example, you're essentially going to hold that off for so long and you're not gonna get any girls and you're not gonna have any friends. Eventually, when you're 40 years old and you've made enough money, you're gonna become one of those grown ass men that are going to Vegas with 50 paid girls and going to the clubs. And you're gonna be sad because you're gonna be 40 with a lot of money, but no wife, no kids, and no social skills. And you do not wanna become that guy. The next thing that I've spoken about with all of these millionaires, and this is kind of like I would argue a preference thing, but they all talk about meditation, and almost every single one of them understands the psychology and the benefits of meditation. So I'm gonna give you guys like a very quick speed run walkthrough of how to actually meditate. So essentially what I do is I have a 432 hertz frequency playing as I'm meditating. The reason why this is most music is made in 440 hertz and 432 hertz is more harmonious with your brain frequencies, which obviously puts you in a better mood, increases your serotonin. And I focus on breathing. So we're just gonna write breath work. So I really focus on breathing and slowing my heart rate. That's your main focus this year, is 432 hertz and then slow BPM. So slow your heart rate. Essentially, 432 hertz, gonna obviously very calming, gonna put you in a better mood, more harmonious with your brain. Breath work, really focus on what you're doing. Breathe at a steady pace, stand as still as possible. You could sit down, I prefer sitting down on the floor. Next thing, slow your heart rate as much as possible, obviously via breath work. But that's kind of how I meditate, and that's how all these guys, other guys meditate as well. I mean, I just wanted to touch on that because I personally think a lot of people there's like a stigma around meditation, especially after the Bugatti cigar bald guy came around and it was like, meditation is gay, da 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 da. It's scientifically proven to work, lower your cortisol, increase your serotonin, give you more mental, cognitive clarity, all that kind of stuff. So next thing I want to talk about is a little bit more on the woo side of stuff, but obviously I've spoken to a lot of these guys and something we talked about is energies and frequencies quite obviously frequently. So here's you, and you kind of have like an energy chart, if that makes sense. So this is your energy chart. Now you're gonna have different levels of energy and obviously different ways of motivating yourself. So let's do this. This is you, okay? So at the top here, you're gonna have, the top one I believe is enlightenment. Then below, you're gonna have passion. Then you're gonna have guilt, sadness, and shame. You need to be operating on these top feelings or emotions or frequencies. Does that make sense? If you are simply out here operating on a guilt frequency or a sadness or a shame frequency. You guys ever felt shame before? Like real shame? Any shame that comes with maybe embarrassing or doing something embarrassing or having a mistake or maybe getting called out in front of a bunch of people. That's pretty embarrassing. You're gonna be sad, you're gonna feel guilty, you're gonna feel shameful. Now, most of you guys are trying to get rich by operating in this money, life is suffering, life is da-da-da-da-da. Now, obviously, I know your first thought is, Smith, this is gonna contradict what the first thing you said in this video was, which is motivate yourself by what's gonna happen if you don't get rich and get into a dark place. You do have to do that. But do you have to operate like that every single day? No, you don't. The moment you, my motivation is whys that are bigger than myself. These are not self-serving whys. Does that make sense? I'm not focused on, I need another watch. I need another high-rise apartment. I need a car. I'm not thinking like that. I'm thinking of, okay, I have people on my team I need to make money for. If I don't do what I need to do every single day, they are going to be financially burdened. That is not a cool thing to do. And I have morals, so I can work hard. Does that make sense? So I'm not contradicting what I said at the start of the video, but what I am saying is most people are operating in this kind of shitty mindset of life must be suffering, life is bad, blah, 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 opposed to operating out of enlightenment and passion. I wake up every single day, I'm recording this YouTube video not because I have to, I don't get paid in AdSense, I make $1 a video, but I'm recording it because I'm passionate about it. And every single comment I get on these videos means the fucking world to me. Every single time somebody likes the video, subscribes, joking, but every single time someone comments on the video and it's like, bro, Smith, this changed my perspective and helped me out so much. Thank you so much for giving this advice on YouTube for free. Because this is good advice that I follow, and I have to go learn and go through the earth's ends to get this kind of knowledge out. So I really enjoyed that, and that means that I'm operating out of passion. As you guys can tell, I don't have to record this video, but I want to, and I fucking love it. The next thing is kind of what I was hinting at earlier in this video, is you want to compete in the game of business, not status, okay? So this is what most of you guys need to understand, especially in this whole online money, making money online space, is you need to operate in the game of business, not status. And that's where most of you guys are really fucking up, okay? So the problem is that most of you guys are operating, let me get my marker out. Most of you guys are operating from the game of status. My goal is not to appear rich to poor people. My goal is to actually be rich. Most of you guys are going around on social media or seeing these gurus on social media who post their lifestyle. Why do you think I don't wear my watch in my videos? Why do you think I don't turn the camera around and show you my freaking view and throw up a bunch of pictures on, I could show you guys authority. I want my authority to be my competence and my knowledge and the advice I'm giving. You can check my Instagram out if you don't think I, make money. But at the end of the day, most of you guys are competing in a game of status and not business. And that's where you guys mostly fuck up. You're trying to appear rich to a bunch of poor people opposed to actually being rich. There's two routes you can go when it comes to being rich and making money. You can either choose to be super rich, or you can be perceived as super rich. And I'm choosing to be super rich. Obviously, I don't have to sit here and post a bunch of stupid authority lifestyle stuff and show you guys how rich I am, because hopefully through the knowledge I give on here, you can infer and use context clues that, okay, if this guy knows this much, he probably makes a good amount of money. Please stop and unfollow all of these online money guys that simply post lifestyle. Please, I'm begging you for the life of you, it's keeping you poor and your business slow. Understand that. The problem is because you guys operate in that feeling of shame and guilt. When you're watching these guys on YouTube, bro, all of these guys that are promoting a lifestyle, promoting authority with a bunch of girls that they paid for, they're promoting a lifestyle that is realistically unattainable, not very healthy to live. But on top of that, you're thinking just because they're winning, you're losing. They're not even winning, bro. They're going broke trying to impress you in your bedroom. Does that make sense? Just because they're winning, which they aren't, doesn't mean that you're losing, okay? And therefore, you see those videos and you operate out of guilt and shame, these low vibrational frequencies that are gonna keep you poor. Please, can you unfollow? That's the one actionable for all you guys, other than liking and subscribing, joking, but please unfollow all of these dudes on Instagram, all of these dudes on YouTube. Stop watching these online money vlogs. Simply stick to these kind of videos. Go find people that give tangible, actual advice. Fuck the lifestyle shit, bro. If you want lifestyle shit, go to a city, go to a nice hotel, see that shit in person, opposed to a bunch of fabricated vlogs. I know these fucking online money gurus, bro. They are not as rich as they say they are. I know them. My boy bought a fucking Ferrari, and I have more money in the bank than he does. It's not what it seems, guys. So please, 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 I've seen these guys. These guys go on these trips. They pay for all the girls. I'm going to spill the beans. They go on all these trips. They pay for all the girls. They go on all these trips. They scam each other. They pay $10,000 for the villa. They charge every single person. They charge 10 dudes $5,000 each. They profit 40. Okay? They're scamming all these dudes. They pay for all these girls. They're like, yo, bro, go walk through the door again. Go walk out the door and walk back in so we can get these pictures. It's all fake. Go follow people that give tangible, business advice in order to get rich. Sorry for crashing out at the end, but it's like something I really want you guys to understand and get ingrained in your mind, because you are not going to get rich watching these online money vlogs, okay? Whoa, super sorry to interrupt the video. Just had to say this quick important message though. If you want to work with me one-on-one, there's going to be the first link in the description. You get 2 weekly live coaching calls a week with me, over 300 plus hours of course material. You get access to all of our worldwide client mastermind trips. We did 2 in LA, 1 in London, 1 in Croatia where we got a yacht. Not to mention we have a complete money back policy, no questions asked. If you want to learn more about what we offer and that sounds even 1% interesting, then click the first link in the description. It's completely free to apply and it has all the information on that page. Anyways, back to the video. Today's lesson is how to brainwash yourself to think like a millionaire. So in today's video, I'm going to be covering why you think what you think, breaking down every single fundamental on your brain chemistry, your thoughts, your decision making, etc. First thing, as I'm erasing this title of the whiteboard, I want to say good stuff. Good stuff for clicking on a video that doesn't have some crazy hyper edited thumbnail, some crazy over promising title, and some Mr. Beast level editing. You're here for value, not entertainment, and you're gonna fucking get it, so stick around. So the first step in actually thinking like a rich person or a millionaire is understanding why you think what you think, okay? So whatever you think comes down to your belief systems. Now, you have to understand why you believe what you believe. Because most people believe things about the world or believe things about themselves or business or work or whatever business they're running, but they don't know why they actually believe it. Now, if you're able to break all of these down through first principles and logical reasoning to understand why you believe these things, then you're able to identify whether these things are worth believing or not. Does that make sense? So the one thing, you believe what you believe because of childhood experiences. Okay? You believe everything you believe because of childhood experiences. Now, everything comes down to the way you grew up. You know, up until you're 15, your brain is like a sponge. Now, that's the big thing. People don't understand. They believe things, but they don't understand why they believe what they believe, and they don't use logical reasoning to factor out what is worth believing, what actually is logical to believe, and what is not, right? So, your belief systems are there because of your childhood experiences, right? You have only lived your life. Let's say this is you. Let's say you're 22 years old watching this video. You have 22 years. You have 22 years of your life. You have only lived your life, so you've only seen your experiences. You've only seen life through your own scope and your perspective. So how can you go and get new perspectives when you're you and you're in your little bubble? Does that make sense? So the first step in actually brainwashing yourself to actually get rich is understanding that what you believe, breaking down what you believe, why you believe it, right? So maybe a limiting belief about yourself is going to be, maybe you're lazy. Maybe you just intrinsically think you're a lazy person, or you don't like understand things that well, or you're maybe a slow learner. Now, let's break down why you believe that, right? Are you actually, like, is something wrong in your brain? Like, are you intellectually slow? Or were you told that growing up by maybe some bullies, maybe a teacher, maybe a parent or a friend, or maybe, you know, an uncle that was just being rude to you? Why do you believe that you're intrinsically lazy? I highly doubt it's because you're actually intellectually slow. That's probably not the case, right? So every single limiting belief you have about yourself realistically comes from a childhood experience. Now, this is not going to be some, you have to, you know, outwork all your da-da-da-da-da-da. This is very much so real, right? Like, if you ask me my why and why I do what I do and why I work so hard, I'm going to break it down and I'm going to go why. And I'm going to ask myself why until I can't ask why anymore. Does that make sense? So my why on what I do is because I feel like I need to prove myself, and I feel like I'm never enough because I didn't get that validation when I was growing up. And you guys got to get honest with yourself. You guys got to be honest. You have to understand who you are and why you believe what you believe. So everything comes down to childhood experiences. You've only seen the scope of your life, and you need to understand what you believe, why you believe it, and is it logical to believe it? And then if it's not, then obviously fix it. Step 2 in thinking like a rich person. Let me erase the whiteboard here. Stagnation is death, okay? Let me put this into perspective. You need to be comfortable with doing uncomfortable things, and you need to consciously be doing uncomfortable things. Let me put this into perspective, okay? So let me get my blue marker out. There's gonna be a lot better representation for what I'm trying to represent here. Let's say you have a big blue ocean, okay? Imagine this is a big blue ocean and in the center, you have a little pool, okay? So here's a big blue ocean, and this big blue ocean is going to represent unknown, okay? So this big blue ocean here represents what you don't know, things you've never tried. So we're gonna do a little bit of arrow, and we're gonna say unknown, all right? Now, this pool right here represents known, or let's just say comfort, okay? So this pool in this big ocean represents what you know and what you represent as comfort. Now, the one way that you can reprogram your mind to think like a millionaire is consciously step out of this pool. Now, is the ocean going to be deep? Is it going to be dark? Is it going to be scary? Is it going to be cold? 1,000,000%. But every single time you step out of this pool and you go into this deep blue ocean of unknown things you've never tested, because the moment you stop testing is the moment you plateau, and the moment you plateau, aka not making any progress because you're not testing or trying new things, that's when you start stagnating. So you're going in business, the way you obviously think like a rich person is you're gonna plateau and then you're gonna slowly go down, but you never recognize the plateau here, so it's gonna look like all of a sudden your business is declining. Does that make sense? So you need to consciously go out. Here's like my representation of a guy swimming here. So you need to consciously go out into this ocean and swim. Now, how far you swim is pretty much up to you, but this ocean is infinite. The unknown is infinite. Testing new things, testing new systems, business models, strategies, whatever it may be is infinite. But however, let's say you swim out to here, this now increases your range of your pool. So the goal would be, obviously in business, to know everything, right? I always talk about learning and expanding and understanding different facets, how to solve problems, how to make decisions, how to be a decision maker, think like a millionaire entrepreneur, etc. But you have to consistently get out of your pool. I highly suggest for one of you guys watching this video today, go out of your pool. Like, look, think about, okay, what do I need to try out? Like if you're not trying new things, then you're doing the same things, which you're gonna continue to be in your position, which realistically no one wants. Everyone wants to grow, correct? So swim out of this fucking pool, go to the unknown, and you're gonna make more money because then you're testing new things. If you're not swimming outside of this pool, then you're going to plateau, and plateau is just another word for slow death. Oh my God, the blue has, give me a second. I gotta actually erase this because the blue's stuck in on the whiteboard. Okay, now I got the blue off. Step 3 is understanding the difference between your conscious and your subconscious habits. So we're gonna write subconscious, and then we're gonna write conscious, okay? So step 3 in brainwashing yourself how to become a millionaire, brainwashing yourself to think like a rich person, would be understanding your subconscious and your conscious habits, okay? And there's a very big difference and discrepancy between the two, and I'm gonna cover it right now. So there's a very famous quote, I love it so much. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. So basically what that means is conscious habits, right? Let's just break this down. A conscious habit would be going to the gym at a specific time, right? Or your gym split, we could even say. Gym split, we could even say. Or it could be maybe you're going to a nice dinner. So let's just say date night, okay? These are all going to be actual conscious habits that you're sitting down, you're thinking, you're evaluating, and you're understanding each factor into making. But with a subconscious habit, it's something that you do without even realizing. You have to understand what you do without knowing you do it, right? So let's say whenever you step outside and the sun gets your eyes, maybe you twitch your left arm. Maybe you just maybe scratch your eyeball or something like that. Maybe every single time you smell a pepperoni pizza, you've, lick your lips or something. You see what I'm saying? This is a subconscious habit that we don't recognize what we're doing, but we must recognize how we're doing it. Now, a good way to put this is like airplane mode. It's like things you do when you're on airplane mode. If you wake up and you scroll your phone, that's a subconscious habit that you're doing on airplane mode. Now, I want you guys to really, because you'll remember this, but it's not conscious. So I want you guys to break down your day-to-day life and understand what are my subconscious habits and are they actually garnering me a return? Because oftentimes they're not, okay? So if I break down my subconscious habits today, I woke up and without thinking, I got into the cold shower, I washed my face, I put clothes on, I prayed, I read the Bible, then I sat outside in the sun and I sat down at my desk to work. Those are all subconscious habits. I don't have to be conscious when making those decisions. Now, the entire goal of reprogramming and brainwashing your mind to think like a millionaire is to essentially make these subconscious habits all good. So without thinking, you're doing the good things, right? I don't know if you guys have ever watched a show called Rick and Morty. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. There's this one episode to where there's like a machine and there's they basically clone themselves, and during the night they go and do a bunch of things for them, right? So it's one of the main characters, he has he's a clone of himself, and during the night he had his clone do ab workouts. So then when he wakes up, he wasn't realized he was still sleeping, but he has a chiseled six-pack. That's kind of what I'm getting at here. Does that make sense? You need to make your subconscious habits consciously make them good. Therefore, you're subconsciously doing fantastic, returning on time investment things every single day. Does that make sense? The fourth step in brainwashing yourself to think like a millionaire or get rich is understanding that pain is progress, okay? You need to optimize your life for pain, whether you like it or not. That's just the name of the game, okay? Now, the harsh truth about this is the chains of identity are too light to be felt, and then they're too heavy to be broken. So essentially, here's a graph of your identity, okay? The chains of identity are too light to be felt, and then they're too heavy to be broken. What do I mean by that? Essentially, you're going, habits or anything, belief systems, thought processes, whatever it may be, decision making, is basically going to be too light to be felt until it's just ingrained in your identity, and then it's too heavy to be broken. Does that make sense? So obviously these could be positive things, which are fantastic, but these also could be negative things, which are killing your progress or killing whatever business you're trying to run. So when it comes to identity, now, like I said, this could be belief systems, this could be physical habits, it could be thought processes, it could be ways of thinking, there could be, repetitive negative thinking patterns, a million different things, limiting beliefs even. Now, the thing is that with your identity, you're going to be thinking positive and negative things, but you're going to have a period in time to where you're adopting, obviously you're growing, changing new things, maybe you change and move across the country, maybe you have a new friend, all these kinds of different inputs in your life are going to change you in one way or another, positive or negative, you don't know, until it comes here. Now, the way you get around this is by, like I talked about, making these subconscious facets of your identity, habits, belief systems, thinking, whatever, making it conscious and fixing it. It's much easier to not let a problem happen opposed to fixing a problem when it arises, right? It's much easier to just never play video games from the first place or never do any drugs in the first place opposed to getting addicted and then having to go to rehab and recover. Does that make sense? So you need to optimize your life for pain, because chances are, and this is going to be a very harsh truth, if whatever task or habit you're doing is not painful, then it's probably not the right thing to do. Chances are, if it is painful and it's annoying to do and you don't want to do it, then it's probably the right thing to do, because success and money, whatever, anything good that is worth fighting and sacrificing for, going through pain for, is behind pain. Nothing fantastic is behind a bunch of fun and exciting work. Now, the last part in brainwashing yourself or reprogramming your mind to think like a millionaire is understanding that your identity as a whole is simply, it's kind of just, it's raw potential, okay? Your identity is raw potential. It is like clay, potential. It is literally clay that you can mold to whatever you want, okay? That's the truth of it. And the biggest mistake that most of you guys are making is waking up every single day thinking that it's not, thinking that life comes down to fate. It's raw potential. And seeing the possibility here is just, it changes your perspective on everything in life. It is clay. Your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself. If you perceive reality that making money is hard or doing things is hard, it's going to be hard. But if I wake up every single morning, and sure, working for 14 hours a day is painful, but if I perceive it as I enjoy doing it, it's going to be a lot less painful, therefore I do it more, therefore I make more money. Does that make sense? Your identity is raw potential, and your reality is like clay that you can mold to whatever you want. You wake up every single morning and you do things to get things. You do shit and you get shit. That's the simplest equation I could possibly cut it out for you guys. You do shit and you get shit. So just do more shit and you'll get more shit. That's the name of the game. That is the literal name of the game. It's the simplest way to put it. It is raw potential. You wake up every single morning, you can do whatever the fuck you want. And whatever you do today garners what you get tomorrow or next week. The results that you get in 2 weeks from now is the result of work you put in 2 weeks ago. My camera's about to die. I don't have enough time. Thank you so much for watching.
Got a problem, okay? First off though, I want to say props to you because you didn't click on some Mr. Beast crazy hyper edited CGI thumbnail. You're looking for value content, all right? And you're on the right path, okay? You didn't find this video found you, and it got put on your recommended feed, most likely because you need to watch it, all right? So basically, in today's video, I'm gonna be talking about dopamine, how to regulate dopamine, how to get rich using dopamine regulation, and how I personally balanced my dopamine, sorted my dopamine baseline, basically aligned my habits and my actions and my consistent day-to-days with dopamine regulation, keeping my dopamine baseline the highest possible, basically to get rich as heck. So first off, I wanna tell you guys, don't have some $997 course, don't have a $90 a month community for you guys to join. So I hate course sellers and all these Miami dudes as much as you do. That's why this channel is literally like a free course itself. I just get on this channel, give you guys whiteboard advice, and hopefully you enjoy it and find value. So today I want to talk, oh, that is a B, not a D. Oh my God, negative aura. So first thing I want to talk about is dopamine, okay? So dopamine is pretty much responsible for your happiness, your sadness, and all of your emotions. So let me fix the E here. Essentially what dopamine is, it is known as the happy chemical in your brain basically. So all of your emotions come from dopamine. So dopamine, serotonin, cortisol. Cortisol is known as the stress hormone, and this could be such a technical mindset, like brain chemistry video. Cortisol is known as the stress hormone, serotonin is known as the happiness chemical, and dopamine is basically the regulator for it all. So the reason why you guys can't focus is, I'm gonna put this into perspective, is because of your dopamine baseline is so low and it's not consistent. So the problem is that your dopamine baseline looks like this, okay? Let me make this a little bit longer. So most of your guys' dopamine baselines look like this. So the blue is gonna be the rich guy, okay? And the red, I'm sorry, but it's gonna be the broke guy. So red is gonna be broke habits, blue is gonna be rich guy habits. So the red, unfortunately the broke guys, they wake up in the morning, they check their phone, they spike their dopamine. First thing, that just completely ruins your mood for the rest of the day because your brain is getting accustomed to such a crazy artificial dopamine spike that if it doesn't reach this point for the rest of the day, it's not going to feel fulfilled and it will not suffice. Next thing, you go maybe to school, you talk to your friends, you go to work maybe, whatever, then you eat some crazy food, then you go back to work, whatever, you come home, you watch the hub, you play video games, and then it spikes down before you go to sleep. So most of your guys' dopamine baselines or dopamine graphs go up and down like a roller coaster. There's no baseline here other than down here because that is what your baseline is. And the truth about when you spike your dopamine is it is going to go down as much as it goes up. In fact, it will go lower if you spike it artificially through like artificial foods, seed oils, sugars, you know, short form content, whatever it may be, opposed to, this is gonna be the blue marker guy, Mr. Rich Guy, okay? AKA, sorry to do it, but me. So I wake up, my dopamine baseline is already higher than usual because I did all this stuff the day before. And you know what, I'm waking up, maybe I do a cold shower. I'm gonna feel my cortisol is gonna spike, my dopamine's gonna be low, but you know what's gonna happen after? I'm willing to take this dopamine hit so I can get my dopamine baseline higher. Then I'm going to meditate, ups my dopamine. Then I'm going to read and I'm gonna work and it makes me feel fantastic. Then maybe, you know what, I might hit the gym and it might dip, my cortisol might spike because I'm putting my body through physical stress. But you know what happens when you, after the gym, you feel fucking fantastic. So my dopamine baseline is somewhere around here. But it's a lot more consistent if you guys see where I'm going with this. So the reason why, because dopamine basically invokes emotions. Now, the thing is that our brains have not evolved the same way that technology has evolved. So there's a discrepancy in technological evolution and human evolution, which is why most humans are pretty much completely cooked. So if you kind of think about it like this, right? In the last 100,000 years, humans have evolved. We've evolved a lot. But if you think about when the iPhone came out, I believe it was 2007, at the end of the day, this has gone, like at the rate this is evolving and advancing, it is way, way, way more than humans. We are going to have iPhones built into our brain way faster in 1/10 of the time that we had to go through from monkeys to actual humans that can converse and have Bluetooth and stuff like that, if that makes sense. So the rate that these the technology is improving, and of course it's stimuli, so it's stimuli. It's to keep you guys stimulated. These companies pump billions and billions and billions of dollars into basically keeping you addicted. It is dopamine addiction, and it is very much so real. So these companies are putting millions of dollars to keeping you addicted, and you can't really fight it. So the only way to realistically win is by not give into it. What happens when you overload on dopamine is it's going to kill your motivation. So essentially what you need to do is and this is not going to be cool, but you need to make your life practically as boring as possible. Okay? So think about this. Let me draw this out. Which guy would you rather be? Would you rather be this guy or this guy? So Mr. Guy here, he's happy. Mr. Guy here, he's kind of neutral. But first guy, we'll just write a guy A and a guy B. So let me erase the top so I got more room to write. So guy A, he regulates dopamine, his life is boring, but in turn, he enjoys every single aspect. He enjoys. So he makes his life super boring. He meditates, he doesn't go and scroll on social media, he doesn't compare himself to other people. He doesn't think that just because somebody else winning, that means that he's losing, which is a big mistake. He also understands that his dopamine he catches himself in slip-ups. I was scrolling a little bit earlier today before recording this video, and I caught it. I was like, oh, let me go watch like a long-form YouTube video, maybe watch a podcast. So his life is boring, but do you guys understand the term ignorance is bliss? He thoroughly enjoys every single moment of his life, if that makes sense. So guy B here, he's more of a short-term kind of guy. So he goes after short-term dopamine spikes. Not only that, but he scrolls, he eats junk food. Let's just write junk. He scrolls, he goes after short-term dopamine, he goes after junk food. He understands that everything that he's doing is bad for him, but he doesn't understand how detrimental it really is to his mental health. So obviously, guys, if you've been on this channel, you understand how big of a proprietor I am of mental health, mindset, and keeping your psychology on lock. I think a lot of money, like making money and getting rich, is primarily associated to understanding human psychology. So that kind of plays into making your life as boring as possible, so even the work becomes enjoyable. You're essentially brainwashing yourself, right? So the thing is that you have good habits and you have bad habits. Obviously, some are ROI habits or activities and some aren't. The thing about habits, especially to quit old habits, is you cannot quit. There's no such thing as quitting an old habit. Because the truth is let me put this in a timeline. Let's say this is 1 p.m. and this is 11 p.m., okay? If you spend, maybe 3 hours here playing video games, if you spend 3 hours here playing video games, the truth is it's bad for you, it's spiking your dopamine, but you can't quit it. Because there's no such thing as completely quitting a habit. The only thing you can do is substitute, okay? You cannot quit a habit, you can only substitute a habit. So that's the truth of it. You can't, if you want to stop scrolling, you scroll, let's say you have like 20 minutes a day you scroll in the morning. You can't just wake up, like if you wake up and you have this 3 hours, let's say you're playing video games, 20 minutes that you scroll in the morning as soon as you wake up. What are you gonna sit in bed and do nothing and wait for the 20 minutes to be over? Your phone's gonna be next to you. It's gonna be way easier to just hop on the phone and scroll. So essentially what you have to do is you have to substitute it. So if you're playing video games for 3 hours a day, you can't just be left with 3 hours of empty time. You have to occupy it. So you basically have to cut this 3 hours up. Obviously it's down to you, but you could do 20 minutes reading. So 20 minutes reading. You could do 30 minutes running, or an hour at the gym, 20 minutes reading, an hour and a half doing something else. Just anything that's better and garners a higher ROI than playing video games, which, if we're being honest, doesn't garner any ROI. The next thing I want to talk about is doing things with intention. So this kind of plays into what I was talking about with like the ROI habits, but most people don't do things with intention. They don't have a clear output of their inputs, if that makes sense. I'm making this video with the intention of people enjoying it, subscribing to this channel, this video going viral, and obviously in turn helping a couple people. So you need to do everything with intention, right? When you purchase protein powder, I talked about this in a couple videos, but this is such a perfect analogy, and I'm not afraid to double down on it because of how fantastically on point it is. If you buy protein powder, you're paying $60, which is way overpriced, and you're basically paying extra for a tub of chocolate milk that tastes worse than $4 chocolate milk from the gas station. And the reason you're paying $60, arguably a $56 markup, is because of intention. It has value. You're purchasing with intention and you're consuming with intention, which is the protein. There's an ROI to consuming more expensive, worse tasting drink. Does that make sense? And that's intention. So you need to think of everything that, you need to break down everything you do with intention. Now, this is the same thing that it goes to tasks, okay? So when you want to, 90% of you guys are poor, that sounds such like a douchey thing to say. Not in the financial situation that you'd like to be. Sorry, is because of, resistance. So most of you guys are broke because of resistance. Now, resistance is that little devil on your shoulder telling you that, oh, what if we do this tomorrow? What if we don't have, it's gonna be hard, it's gonna be annoying, and it's gonna be it's not even worth it, it's only 20 minutes, the ROI is not there, you don't have to meditate, But then you have this guy on the side, and he's the guy which most of you guys suppress, and he understands that, hey, we gotta do this because it's gonna make us feel fantastic after, and it's gonna carry into every other facet of our business or our life, right? So people go to the gym. Gym is the direct correlation to business. Why do you think the more jacked you are, the more money you make? I have never ever seen a direct correlation with the fatter somebody gets, the richer they get, ever. I've only seen the more in shape you get, the more money you end up making. So the thing about resistance, funnily enough, is you need to stop looking at tasks, okay? Tasks for what they are. So let me write this. You need to stop looking at tasks for what, sorry, that was an L, I messed up that. You need to stop looking at tasks for who you are and start looking at tasks for what they are, if that makes sense. So stop looking at tasks for who you are. I don't feel like doing it. Any I or me statements should be completely eliminated from your mind when viewing a task and you're faced with resistance. So you think, oh, I don't want to do it, I'm not going to enjoy it. Okay, well shut the fuck up because there's an ROI here and you know you should do it, but you don't want to because you're a bitch. What? Stop looking at tasks for who you are, start looking at them for what they are. Oh, I don't want to work 5 hours in a day, I don't want to sit down on my computer and write out this Google Doc, I don't want to hop on a call and do all this extra stuff. You know, I don't care if it's brain melting work, but you know you need to do it. And you're viewing it in the, I don't want to, I know, but the ROI there is, oh, I can get more money. I'm gonna buy a Lamborghini. I'm gonna buy the car that I want. I'm gonna retire my parents. Does that make sense? You need to stop looking at tasks. For example, the sauna. I'm not gonna go into the sauna and think, oh, I know it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna feel it's gonna be hot. I'm gonna have nothing to do. I can't use my phone because I'm gonna be all sweaty. I can complain, but at the end of the day, I'm looking at the task for what it is, not who I am. I'm gonna go in there. All I gotta do is just sit the fuck down for 20, 30 minutes. Then I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna shower, take a cold shower, maybe get in the cold plunge. I'm gonna feel fucking fantastic for the next 3 days. That's a no fucking brainer because I'm looking at the task for what it is and not who I am. Does that make sense? So most of you guys are basically, you are where you are because you are who you are, if that makes sense. So you guys have a lot of habits. Now, the separation between conscious and subconscious habits, there is a large discrepancy. So you have conscious habits, conscious, and you have subconscious habits. That makes sense. So there is a large discrepancy between conscious habits and subconscious habits. I'm going to cover them right now. So the difference between a conscious habit and a subconscious habit, a conscious habit would be, this is you thinking, do I go to the gym right now? Do I go to the gym right now? What am I gonna hit in the gym? What am I gonna do? What time am I gonna go? What gym should I go to, if that makes sense? And a subconscious habit would be, kicking your shoes off as soon as you get in the house, right? So there's your shoe flying through the air. So a subconscious habit would be kicking your shoes off as soon as you walk in the house. Maybe waking up and checking your phone, or instantly taking a hot shower. Or maybe in your vocabulary, you say or like a lot, and that's a subconscious habit. With a conscious habit, I consciously sat down to record this video, and I have things in my brain, and obviously as I'm recording, I'm being able to distill more information in regards to the title and the topics of habits and dopamine. So the thing is the way you get rich, especially obviously regulate your dopamine, is by mastering these subconscious habits. Mastering. So you need to master these subconscious habits. And more importantly, you need to be conscious of these subconscious habits. So I want you guys to really sit down. Maybe you're like, I don't know what day or like what time of the day you're watching this video, but break down yesterday. Yesterday could have been a good day, could have been a bad day. Analyze what you did. Every single small action from the moment you opened your eyes, from the minute and the second, the millisecond you close your eyes to sleep. What did you do? What were your conscious habits? What were your subconscious habits? And which ones should you keep and which ones should you take away? I can list all of them for my personal self right now. I'll just give you guys a run through I guess, today. So, conscious habits, I sat by the pool, I got sunlight, and I read. That's a conscious habit, there's ROI there. One thing, a subconscious habit, is while I was on the toilet, I pulled out my phone and I started scrolling on Instagram Reels. That's a subconscious habit. But I gotta kick that, because obviously it's not regulating my dopamine as much. I don't scroll for 8 hours a day, it's probably like 5-10 minutes a day, but still not good. Even 1 minute is too much. So you have to break down your subconscious and your conscious habits and be like, yo, none of these are helping me. What am I doing? Now, the last topic of today's video is comfort. Now, the hard pill that I want all you guys to swallow is that humans seek comfort. Intrinsically, we are just cavemen. So we can only do so much as far as understanding. The only way to get around our caveman brains is to expand our knowledge on our caveman brains and obviously act with intent, right? So you are going to obviously seek for negatives in life. You're always going to seek comfort because, you know, who really likes discomfort at the end of the day? You guys gotta understand that no business that you're working on is going to garner you more artificial dopamine or dopamine for that matter than playing video games or watching adult videos. Does that make sense? So at the end of the day, humans seek comfort. And the thing is we can't get around that. No one is perfect 24/7. I'm not perfect. None of the gurus that you watch on YouTube are perfect, especially when in regards to talking about business, habits, consistency, whatever. Nobody is 100% consistent. But the only thing that you can do is be consciously aware when you slip up, take accountability, and try to improve. You are going to seek comfort. I'm seeking comfort. I don't want to record this video. I don't know if this video is the greatest video I've ever recorded. It's probably not, but hopefully it's valuable. At the end of the day, you are going to seek comfort. Understand that. Things are going to be hard. Understand that. And all you can really do is understand the way that our brains work and try and consciously make better decisions in regards to your brain, if that makes sense. So for me personally, I can give you guys specific habits that I use to regulate my dopamine, because obviously that's the basic point of this video, is I meditate. So I meditate every single day, 20-30 minutes. I read a lot. I podcast. So essentially what I do is I watch podcasts. I literally sit down and watch two people having discourse, and that basically is my entertainment. Doesn't spike my dopamine too much. Another thing I do is I'm just gonna write ENT for entertainment with food. So basically a lot of you guys are just completely spiking your dopamine. That's why people go to eating as comfort, right? It's a trauma, it's a coping mechanism. So they go to food and that's their comfort coping mechanism. So that's gonna spike your dopamine like crazy anyways, just putting food in your mouth. But then matching that with Mr. Beast, holy cow, that's a triple cocktail. So no entertainment with food, no YouTube whatsoever. And there's a million things I can name of, no short form content, you guys get the gist. You need to make your life as boring and as valuable as possible. Don't do the bullshit. Make every single habit that you do have an ROI. Because if you stack those fucking bricks every single day, at the end of a month, at the end of 3 months, 6 months, a year, you are going to have the most beautiful fucking castle that you've ever dreamed of. That's the end of the video. I don't have a course. That's the end of the video. Check out my other videos. They're exactly like this, if not longer and better. Subscribe if you found it valuable, and if you want to apply to work one-on-one with me, there's gonna be the first link in the description, or not, I don't care. Thank you so much for watching. Have a blessed day.
Ranking every single habit that made me rich. So in today's video, I'm basically going to be counting down every single habit that I've used that has worked and also been complete BS and has not worked whatsoever, and it in fact has garnered net negatives in my life, okay? So hope you guys enjoy this video. Hope you guys have been enjoying the videos I've been dropping recently, and get out some popcorn and take into account what I'm gonna say, because I've been through it. I've done every single habit, every single protocol you could possibly imagine as an entrepreneur for success, and I'm basically gonna be counting down every single one that has worked and also kind of been trashed. So first one, okay, is monk mode. Now, this is probably the largest, most collectively known one out of every single protocol for entrepreneurs, everyone's like, dude, I'm gonna lock in this Q4, this winter is my winter arc, I'm gonna go monk mode. Monk mode is probably the lowest IQ, worst possible thing you can possibly do. And I'll explain why right now. So under monk mode, I'm gonna explain why it's absolute dog shit and every single person watching this video should never try nor even have the thought of trying it ever again. So the thing with monk mode is you're going to lack socialization. So essentially, the whole premise of monk mode is like ghosting your friends. Now, the thing about the human brain is that you need socialization or socializing with other people to remain level serotonin. So serotonin is effectively the happy chemical. It's the thing that regulates your mood. And I've personally gone through this, okay? I've gotten social skills and lost them twice. I've been through this process twice via monk mode, and it is the worst thing you can possibly do, okay? Your success is going to directly correlate with your personal life. If you are a loser that sits in his house all day and does nothing with his life, then your business probably won't go anywhere. You could probably make a couple $1,000s a month, but at the end of the day, look at every single rich person that makes 6 figures a month or 7 figures a year. They go do things. They go and have fun. They talk to their friends. They go to hangouts. They go to the mall. They go go-karting. They drink a little bit. What do you think? Last night was Friday night. What do you think I was doing? Of course, I went to the sauna, so I had to sweat it out, hit a little cold plunge as well. But monk mode is the worst thing you could possibly do because it completely eliminates your social ability. Now, the thing is obviously the fundamental of business is learning how to sell, but another thing is talking to people, okay? If you are just completely eliminating all of your friends and hangouts and socialization because you have this fucking weird-ass fundamental belief that if I don't socialize and I spend all my time at my desk and computer watching the monk mode videos, I'm going to get rich, you're a retard. That is not how you get rich. Monk mode is not how you get rich. If you think that because you do monk mode, you're gonna get rich, that's not the case. Now, of course, you're gonna have periods in life where you're gonna be locked in. I'm in one of those modes right now, but I still find time to go hang out with people because I understand that it is a fundamental of human life and enjoying your day to day. Okay, if you have something to look forward to, you can't tie your success to negativity. Most people think that, like, especially with the whole like Bugatti, cigar, bald guy stuff that came around, they're like, life is suffering, life is this. You realize life doesn't have to be suffering. If you wake up every single day and you tell yourself, life is suffering because this guy with the Bugatti told you to, your life is gonna suck, bro. I wake up every single day like, sun's up, I'm alive, sick day today, let's get to work. Now, I'm not waking up every morning like, of course I don't want to work, but at the end of the day, most people go around thinking that life is suffering, this is hard, this is that, blah, 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 blah. Bro, you're gonna be a lot worse, you're not gonna be happy as a human being. Okay, monk mode sucks ass because you're lacking socialization. Not only that, but your entire personal life becomes monk mode and work. Not only that, but you're tying success to negativity. So once you tie your success to negativity, the fundamental problem with that is that you are never going to get success when you are happy. Because obviously every single person is going to, 90% of the time, revert back to old habits that got them rich. If you've never made money, but you hit your first $5,000 to $10,000 a month with monk mode, then you're going to revert back to monk mode, which fundamentally makes you a sadder human being to make that money back. Because you've never made it when you were happy. If you tie success to negativity and reclusing yourself, you're going to recluse yourself and be negative to get rich again. Does that make sense? I put a conscious effort to be happy every single day to make money. And when I make money, when I'm chilling, when I'm out with my friends and I'm hanging out with people, you know what that tells me? That tells me that I don't have to be a sad and a negative person to get rich. I can enjoy my life and I can actually make money while doing so. So fuck monk mode. If you guys even think about it or if you're doing it right now, I suggest tonight go hang out with your friends. Hanging out with your friends is not going to stop you from working tomorrow. A lot of you guys, it's not that you don't have time. It's not that you don't have time. It's that you waste the time you already have. Okay? A lot of you guys are just really bad with time management. I have notes on my phone for the second one. Next one is abusing stimulants. This is one of the best ones. Okay? So, abusing stimulants. Okay, there's a great saying out there that I really love. I've been saying a lot recently, and it goes like this, okay? really wise quote. The lion does not concern himself with heart palpitations, and he continues to abuse stimulants. I probably average around 400 to 500 milligrams of caffeine every single day. Not only that, like I love gorilla mines. Okay, I'm gonna get into what nootropics and all that kind of stuff are, but I also use nicotine and caffeine. Now, when I say abusing stimulants, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about Adderall, okay? I'm simply talking about nicotine and caffeine. Now, I'm gonna basically explain how to utilize these nicotine and caffeine. I'm basically gonna explain how to utilize these properly because a lot of people kind of go overboard on them. So, biggest thing, caffeine. What to drink, how to use it properly. Okay, there's a lot of caffeine drinks out there, energy drinks, coffee. Black coffee is great for you if you're I'm gonna go super in depth here. Okay, so I drink only black coffee. And if I have milk in it, it has to be iced coffee. Now the reason for that is because I use raw milk, non-pasteurized, and if it's like pasteurized, it's very low temp pasteurized, non-homogenized, the rawest milk you could possibly get, because once you put milk in hot coffee, it is going to pasteurize it somewhat, therefore turning that milk into an estrogenic. Another thing is in a lot of these energy drinks out there, there is a million different carcinogens and estrogenic chemicals in there. So a really great brand that I literally stocked up on today in my fridge is Gorilla Mind. If you guys know More Plates, More Dates, he's like a Derek, he's like a big jacked guy, he's been in the fitness space forever. Now, this guy has fantastic products. This is not an affiliate. There's not going to be a link in the description for you guys to go buy. But I personally love their energy drinks because they are no sugar. They taste okay, not as good as like some Red Bull with a bunch of sugar in it. But at the end of the day, they taste fantastic. They're very clean. And on top of that, they have nootropics. So what is a nootropic? A nootropic is essentially a stimulant. It's a cognitive stimulant. It is a cognitive enhancer like L-theanine, L-tyrosine, L-citrulline. There's lion's mane, there's ashwagandha. You guys have heard of all of these. Now, essentially, he put an effort to make an energy drink with 200 milligrams of caffeine, which in my personal opinion is the sweet spot. And he basically puts nootropics in them. So they help you focus as well. Nicotine is also a Okay, back to caffeine. Sorry, I forgot one point. Don't drink caffeine until an hour and a half, 90 minutes after you wake up, because then I think it's your androgen receptors, I believe it's called. Shout out Andrew Huberman. Basically, 90 minutes after you wake up, no caffeine. Once it hits 90 minutes, you can chug as many energy drinks as you want. That's because your brain cannot properly process caffeine, and that's how most people end up getting tired by noon or 2 p.m. because they, bust their brain with caffeine, and then it hits them like a truck. And then you have to get addicted and you become dependent on energy drinks. So I'd say my formula for not becoming dependent on these stimulants is just kind of regulating it a little bit. So next thing is nicotine. I have a wall of Zins right here, and I have a bunch of more right here. These are all from Sweden, so these are snus. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say, I can't believe it's bad for me. No way I'm gonna get gum cancer from this. Of course, I'm not an idiot. I understand the effects of nicotine use, but nicotine at the end of the day is a nootropic. And the way that I view abusing stimulants is business is hard. Business is kind of like war. It's a game, it's a sport. If you can get a competitive advantage, like, imagine a guy swimming, but he gets fucking flippers, bro. He's probably gonna beat Michael Phelps. So if I can do that, then I get a competitive advantage. Next thing is wearing the same clothes every day. Wearing the same clothes. So this plays into one thing, okay? And this one thing, decision fatigue. Okay, so there's something called decision fatigue. Now, everyone was clowning on Mark Zuckerberg in 2015 for wearing the exact same gray shirt and sweatpants every single day, but it is very much so a real thing. Okay, so that philosophy is, in business, you have every single day, it's like an energy bar on decision making, because business is just solving problems. Solving problems, you have to be creative and you have to make creative decisions, correct? I'm sure we can all agree on that. That's a very fundamental first principle of business and making money. So you want to basically reserve every single ounce of your decision making energy throughout the day to ROI tasks. If you're waking up every single morning thinking, yo, I need a hard ass fit to sit at my desk for 12 hours of work today, you're weird. First off, it doesn't make sense. Second off, you're using all that energy to put together a hard fit when at the end of the day, it's very much real. You're not gonna realize it until you actually start doing it. I wear the same clothes every day. You probably see me wear this shirt a lot because I just got it. I go between black shirts and soccer jerseys or football jerseys. One, because I played football for like 12 years and I'm a very big fan. And then two, black shirts are just nice. I wear black all the time. So I don't have to wake up and think, what am I gonna wear today? What am I gonna do? I just wake up, boom, fit up, get it to the desk, work. Instantly, okay? That's the best way to explain it. You kind of have like an energy bar. So if let me do this. So decision fatigue, it's kind of like an energy bar. That's the best way to explain it. So you have an energy bar right here. At the end of the day, you're gonna spend this much time on, let's just say, making money. You're gonna spend this much energy on, let's just say, clothes, that says clothes. Okay, I know I kind of went down there. So this is making money, this is clothes, this is maybe like, oh, what am I gonna eat? So it's food. Another one is your shoes, and then activities like, let's just say activities. That says activities. So that's what you're gonna do. You only have 100%. So if you can basically have one pair of shoes, this is done. If you can meal prep, this is gone. If you wear the same things every day, this is gone, and then activities is fine. Now you have all this extra energy on your energy bar that is opened up to making money and making decisions in your business. Does that make sense? It's high leverage, it's high ROI. Stop wearing and putting on some hard fit to work, bro. It just really doesn't make sense. Next habit that made me rich is environment engineering. Now, what is environment engineering? Basically, if you were like, there's a story of like a boy in Russia from like the late 90s, who was abandoned by his parents, and he grew up in like the forest with wolves, and he had way wider feet, he had bigger canines than the average person, he had way more hair on his body, and his testosterone levels were through the freaking roof. Now, that is because it's his environment, okay? He was raised with wolves, theoretically, so he's probably gonna be more like a wolf than a human, right? He couldn't even speak English, or he couldn't even speak Russian. He couldn't even speak. He couldn't even speak. Okay, he was nonverbal. So environment engineering, your environment plays so much of a role on where you are. If you were born in China, you'd speak Chinese and eat Chinese food, and you'd be Chinese. Do you see what I'm saying? So environment engineering kind of plays into just these small things, the little things that go into your day-to-day life. So like, if I break this down, right? Look at my environment. Here's my work desk. It's white. There's nothing on my desk. There's a water, there's Zins, nothing else. Mic stand, that's all it is. If you look out here, beautiful high-rise view. Look over here, nothing. Nothing in my freaking apartment other than stuff that's related to work, okay? So a lot of you guys gotta get focused on engineering your environment to work, okay? And the way I realized this was, I was in Miami and I was staying with a friend of mine who was nicely enough to let me sleep in his roommate's bedroom while he was gone. And basically, this dude had a mattress on the floor and a desk to work, and that's all he had. And I was like, damn, I was so locked in. And you know what? We still went and did activities, right? Back to the monk mode stuff, but we still went and did activities. So one thing that I've done is taking all the stupid posters down, having no stupid rap things or anything on my walls. I don't care if I'm a fan of it. It doesn't make sense. Maybe I'll have like a massive mural of Napoleon above my monitor. Like, that'd be pretty cool. But like, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna sit here, like, you have to engineer your environment. I'm not gonna have, if I wanna quit drinking energy drinks, I'm not gonna, have an energy drink sitting in the fridge. So I'm gonna save it for Sunday, right? I'm not gonna have weed sitting in my backpack. I hate weed, but like, I'm not gonna have weed sitting in my backpack and say, I'm gonna smoke this on Friday. Brother, you're gonna smoke it by Tuesday. The next habit is fruit maxing. Fruit maxing. So the next habit I wanna talk about is fruit maxing. I love fruit, bro. Fruit is so amazing. I've tried the carnivore stuff, I've tried the diet stuff, and it's just not that great. You need fruit. Now, I've talked to one guy, and he was a little bit of a mentor of mine. He's done like $30 million in the last like 4 years. And the big change was, this dude thinks that there's energy inside of fruit. Do I think there's energy inside of fruit, and these fruits are, every single time I eat it, I'm like leveling up like a mushroom Mario? Most likely no. But fruit is so fucking amazing. There's necessary vitamins, minerals, everything you need for your body and your brain to function properly so you don't get headaches, all that kind of stuff. But a lot of people think that, I'm just gonna have a protein bar and I'm gonna eat meat only and I'm gonna get jacked as heck. That's not how you get rich. Your diet plays into everything. It kind of plays into environment engineering. But fruit maxing is absolutely fantastic. I would highly suggest start implementing what I like to call the bear diet. So the bear diet is essentially anything a bear would eat, because bears are like the biggest, baddest motherfuckers in the forest, okay? So what does a bear eat? It eats a lot of meat, Okay, boom, eat a lot of meat. Number 2, he eats a lot of berries, eat a lot of berries, have some fish, maybe some salmon time to time, then have some honey. Bears love honey, probably. I don't know. I'm going off of Winnie the Pooh here, fucking cartoons. But bears love honey. Honey is fantastic for you. Very great, very natural. Don't get the ones with the included sugar because that's gonna spike your cortisol and really unregulate your hormones. The next habit is, it's kind of like 2 habits, I'd say. Meditation and reading. So this plays into 2 ones, okay? So first off, meditation. If you're not meditating, you're a loser, and you probably think, why would I meditate, bro? Meditating is gay. Meditating is not gay, okay? The thing about meditation is it's all neuroscience. A big thing on this channel is neuroscience and brain chemistry. This is scientifically proven to lower your cortisol, increase your serotonin, regulate your mood, regulate your hormones, everything. Meditation is one of the most fantastic practices. That's why every single go and ask any guy that's worth more than $10 million, they all meditate. Every single one. Another thing is reading. Reading is great. So, okay, I'm gonna cover the way I meditate. Basically, I have a 432 hertz frequency audio every single day. I go sit in the sun, I keep a straight back, I stand as still as possible, I super slow my heart rate. So you have to, the kind of goal of meditation is to slow your heart rate as possible and clear your mind. So you breathe in super slow, you breathe out, and you try and go as slow as possible without fucking suffocating yourself. Now, the 432 hertz frequency, the philosophy behind that is it's basically just gonna increase your mood because 432 hertz is way more harmonious with your brain's natural frequency and your brain waves. And a lot of music is in 440 hertz, if you didn't know that. And it's not the greatest thing to listen to all day. So, even when I'm working, I'll have some 432 hertz, maybe some lo-fi beats. Brain FM is great as well. So meditation is fantastic. Next thing I wanna talk about is reading and knowledge maxing. So I have a lot of books. I've been reading a lot recently, as you could tell through everything that I've been talking about on this channel. It's come from books, podcasts, etc. So reading is one of the greatest things because it is a way to get knowledge and learn, also regulating your dopamine levels, and it is a very calm activity. So you're getting such a high ROI. And the thing about knowledge, right, is you can go and learn from Alex Hormozi, but if 3 million people are watching an Alex Hormozi or an Iman Gadzi video, everyone has that knowledge. So it's not that special. The barrier to entry of reading is really high. Nobody has good attention spans nowadays. No one can sit down for 2 hours and just read fucking still words on a page. They're gonna need Family Guy clips and a Subway Surfers gameplay on the bottom with some fucking music and Minecraft parkour, okay? The barrier to entry for the knowledge in the books that you read is way higher because nobody reads anymore. And that's just the truth about it. So if 5 million people go and watch some Alex Hormozi video, everyone has access to that knowledge, therefore diluting it, making it not as valuable. Does that make sense? Reading is basically the highest barrier to entry knowledge pool you could possibly get, and it is the best one. Okay, so some books that I would recommend personally are Reality Transurfing, both versions. A Man and His Symbols by Carl Jung, which is what I'm reading right now. Another one would be The Way of a Superior Man is fantastic. Obviously, the Bible, I have one right there. What's another book I got sitting over there? Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. What's another one? Influence by Robert Cialdini. These are all fantastic books. The Kabbalion, it's ancient Egyptian Hermetic philosophy. Super cool, super interesting read. Guys, please read. Next and the last one I want to talk about is narcissism. Narcissism. I don't know if this is how I spelled it. I don't know if I spelled it right, but narcissism is great. Now, let me clarify one thing. The definition, the textbook definition, the Google definition, the Oxford definition, whatever you want to call it, the definition of narcissism is being entitled, thinking that you're better or above other people, and lacking empathy. You have to be a narcissist, but you must not lack empathy. You can't be a shitty person. That's what I'm trying to say. When I say narcissist, people think I'm a bad person. People think it's a bad thing. It's good to an extent. Once you start fucking people over or scamming people or taking money or taking advantage of people, that is bad. But you can be a narcissist without being a bad person. It kind of plays into delusion. And when I was 15 and I was in high school, I made a video on TikTok. It was my first ever video before I started making content on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok. So I got made fun of so hard for it. And I got really, I wouldn't say bullied. Bullied is a victim term, but I did get made fun of a lot for it. Now, obviously, I have almost 250,000 followers on Instagram. So the best way to look at it is, hey, if I had 1 million followers on Instagram, would they be laughing? Fuck no. And would I feel bad? Fuck no. So I had to sit there and be like, well, You all smoke weed, have terrible grades, and are losers and are doing nothing with your life, so I think I'm better than you and your opinion does not matter. It's kind of messed up, but it's such a high ROI belief about yourself. It's thinking that you deserve more than the average person, thinking that you're entitled to money, even though you probably work less than some Mexican Uber Eats guy that's delivering food 50 times a day in the pouring rain. Because it definitely works. You know, if getting rich equated to the most work, then the donkey would be a millionaire or own the ranch, right? You guys have heard that term before, that kind of quote. But narcissism kind of plays into the healthy delusion that people talk about in getting rich. You have to believe that you deserve more than the average person, even though that there's no proof in front of your face telling you that you deserve it. Does that make sense? Like, for some random reason, you are the chosen one. Like, that's the best way to explain it. Like, is it realistic to make 10K a month on your laptop? Do 0.001% of people try succeed? Yeah, but you have to fucking sit there and be like, well, I'm that 0.001% dude. I'm gonna be that motherfucker out of this pool of 10,000 people that did it and pulled it the fuck off. You have to look at 1,000 people telling you that you're gonna fail and be like, you're all wrong. And that's what I did. So anyways, guys, this was a little bit of a business related video, but I kind of wanted to give you a introspect on my personal life and habits that I've used. So if you enjoyed, thanks. This is it. It's happening now. Welcome to What It Takes to Win. This is not going to be an entertaining video, okay? So I want to preface the video before I get into everything and say congratulations for clicking on an actual valuable video with a whiteboard. That's not edited, okay? This is not an entertainment video, so if you're looking for entertainment, go ahead and click off. If you're looking for mental masturbation and little, affirmation habits, then click off. This is going to be real, tangible, boring, but working advice on how to actually win. So this is basically going to be everything. Let me take my cap off. Everything that I have personally done and my philosophy behind if I was broke or if I was in the trenches watching this video alone would get me to 10K a month. So this is going to be the one video you're ever going to have to watch to actually get rich, okay? So don't click off. Don't go to the comments or the recommended and scroll or hop on your phone or anything like that. This is gonna be the one video you need. So step one, okay? Oh, let me do this. So step one is the most important, and it is understand yourself. So you need to identify what you want, why you want it, and who you need to become in order to achieve it. So step one, what do you want? You clicked on this video because you want to get rich. You have a monetary goal, do you not? So let's just say your financial goal here by clicking on this video is 10K a month, okay? Now, if your goal is 10K a month, why do you want to hit 10K a month? I mean, it could be 100K a month, right? It could be $1 million a month. Obviously, I don't know who's watching this video at what stage in their entrepreneurship journey, but there's a million different, goals, right? But why do you want it? Now, this is the biggest problem, is the reason why you're not where you are is because you don't have a big enough why. All right, it's your standards are too low. So why do you want it? And I can get super personal and honest and a little bit depressing here and tell you guys why I do what I do. It's because I have a why bigger than myself. So I have people to take care of. I have employees. I have people in my life that I provide for, family, friends. And the thing is if I stopped working, sure, I could live on my own money for a couple years because I have enough cash in the reserves. But at the end of the day, I would be able to survive, but the people around me wouldn't. So I have a why that's bigger than myself, but I also have a bigger why as far as I never feel like enough. I don't feel like enough. I feel like, maybe I didn't get enough validation when I was growing up. So I do everything to prove myself to some shadow figure that will never be, that's not even real. I work so hard to prove myself to someone that doesn't even exist. Does that make sense? So you need to understand the deep-rooted why. Why do you want 10K a month? Okay, let's say your first why is a watch, okay? Let's say you want to buy a sick watch, all right? Now, why do you want that watch? Is it because you're just seriously interested in watches? Probably not. You're not really looking at the movements and being like, oh my God, every single day. So why do you want the watch, okay? You want status or validation. So let's say status. Why do you want status? Because you lacked it when you were younger. So let's just say childhood trauma. So the reason you want to make money is to buy this watch because you didn't get status when you were like, you weren't liked and you didn't have friends when you were a child. So therefore, your why is because of childhood trauma. You're always running from something. I have a guy on my team. Now, I'm not going to get personal here, but I have a guy on my team who we talked about this. We had a very in-depth conversation to each other on why we have our whys and what we do, and why we do what we do. And basically, he was explaining to me the way he grew up in his childhood, and his dad wasn't the greatest father, right? And every single time, he looks very similar to his dad. So he explained to me that when his mom looks at him in his eyes, he can tell that deep down, she sees his dad in him, and he fucking hates that, and it eats him up. And that's why he does what he does, and that's why he's running from it. And he's trying to, his goal, his why is because he wants to become so different and such of a good man, different from his biological father, that his mom doesn't see him as that man. Does that make sense? So a lot of you guys don't have a simple, I want to get rich because I want to watch. Okay? A lot of you guys don't have that. You want to watch, it's because you want status, and then it comes down to childhood trauma. The next thing you know, you're crying on your girlfriend's shoulder for the next hour. Okay? So you got to identify what you want. You got to identify why you want it, because it often comes down to deep-rooted trauma, and then you got to understand who you need to become to get it. So let's say identity. Let me get this properly. Identity. Okay? You need to identify this identity that you need to become to get what you want. Does that make sense? So the whole idea of understanding yourself is everyone's different, right? You have different needs. You have different things and different, parts of your identity that you need to fulfill, right? So who do you need to become to get it? And that's going to be step 2. So let me erase the whiteboard. Whew. Okay. So the next thing I want to talk about is identity, which is arguably the most important. Let me keep erasing here. So identity. Identity is basically going to sum up everything. Identity is going to be your belief systems. Identity, let me write this on the board. Why is this like kind of dead? Identity. Boom. Sorry if my handwriting's bad. Identity. So identity is going to be your beliefs. It is going to be your actions or your habits, and it is going to be your work or your inputs. We're just going to write work / inputs, okay? Your work and inputs, your actions, and your beliefs. So the truth is about beliefs and actions is they go hand in hand. So whatever you believe to be true, you're going to behave or act as if it is true. Does that make sense? And your belief systems are essentially just everything that has been deep rooted through your personal experience. Because if this is you and this is your current identity, let me do this, boom. Let's say this is you and this is your current identity. At the end of the day, you're looking at you look at life through your lens. Does that make sense? You have no other scope for what life is because you've lived your life and your life only. You don't have Smith's experience or Smith's perception on life. You can only see it through your lens. So at the end of the day, everyone's belief systems are different, but there's a difference between you have limiting beliefs and you have negative thought patterns. So I'm going to cover both of those right now. Let me erase this guy on the left. But this is you, and you have only lived your life. Does that make you can only make decisions as yourself. You can only understand and understand the scope of things and problems as yourself. So when it comes to belief systems, you may believe that money is hard to come by, maybe because you grew up poor. You may believe that girls only like guys with six-packs, maybe because that's what one girl told you. And a lot of these beliefs are represented from childhood experience. Let me write this, childhood experience. So a lot of these are deep-rooted from childhood experience because a lot of people have a self-belief about, any business or any rich guy is a scammer or an evil man, or in order to make money is the root of all evil. That's a big limiting belief that a lot of people believe for some reason. Now, if you believe that money is the root of all evil, you're not good, like, even though it's not, you're not gonna make money until you become an evil person. Or you stay a, quote, good person and be poor forever. Does that make sense? That's how stupid, but also how detrimental self-limiting beliefs are to your progress. So everything comes from childhood experience. Realistically, it could be like a teacher talking to you, and a teacher says, hey, you are a lazy loser. Or maybe a bully, or maybe like your dad was a little bit verbally abusive and calls you a loser. Then you have the belief that you're a loser even though you're not a loser. Does that make sense? All of these beliefs about yourself and about life come from childhood experience, because up until 15, your brain is a sponge and you're not fully conscious, realistically. Does that make sense? Everyone has like some awakening. Mine was when I was 15, and I really started understanding, getting conscious, realizing what life actually was, and I needed more out of it. But it's all from childhood experience. So you got to understand the difference between, let's do an arrow here. So here's the arrow. Now, what is a ROI versus a negative belief system? So let's identify the discrepancy between a return on investment belief, aka a net positive belief, or a net negative belief. A ROI, or a net positive belief, would be something along the lines of, I deserve more than the average person. Let's just write I deserve. I deserve. That is an ROI belief. Is it true? No. But does it have a net positive? Yes. A net negative belief would be Mr. Pessimistic Realism over here and say 0.1% of people only succeed, so it's unrealistic. So only 0.1% of people succeed, so it's unrealistic for me to make money. See, the difference between Mr. Net positive guy, who's delusional, a little bit narcissistic, and is like, yeah, only 0.1% of people make money from their fucking laptops, but that's gonna be me, because I'm fucking me and I'm him. I work hard, I'm G, right? Versus the guy that's like realistically, who do you think's more likely to succeed? Just keep it a buck here. Who do you think's more likely to succeed? Mr. I deserve fucking everything for no reason, but I'm me and I'm the fucking GOAT? Or Mr. Well, actually, 0.1% of people actually succeed by making money online, so realistically, it's actually a very unfeasible for you to actually make money from your laptop. Mr. fucking retard negative over here is gonna stay poor for the rest of his life because it just doesn't serve you. Is it more realistic than this shit? 1,000,000%. But do you want to be fucking realistic, or do you want to be rich? Do you want to be realistic, or do you want to be fucking rich? I didn't get to where I am being realistic and looking at statistics and being like, oh, well, I probably won't succeed. I sat there, I looked at fucking everybody that failed. You know how many Discords I was in trying to make money? All these free Discords, I was doing content and all that shit, and I saw all these motherfuckers fail and stay broke forever. But I had the belief that I was the chosen one. I am the fucking one. You know how many people I'm still in contact with from those Discords? We're talking like Discord friends, online money friends from when I was 15 and fucking broke, that have seen my come up. A lot more than you'd think. But I fucking succeeded because I sat there and I was like, I'm the one. I'm that fucking guy. Does it make sense for me to believe that? Fuck no. Fuck no. But I still did it. And that's how you guys need to think. Sorry for getting loud and crashing out, but it's very much so true. Any belief that does not have a return or a net positive on your life, you should fucking crush. You should crush before that shit builds up. Because whatever you believe to be true, you are going to behave as if it is true. Does that make sense? If I believe that, like, it all comes down to personal experiences. So your belief systems are basically catered to and identified from your personal experiences. So if you grew up in fucking Mars, you'd say the sky is fucking orange because you grew up on Mars. If I grew up in Earth, I'd say the sky is blue because the sky is fucking blue. We'd both be right. Does that make sense? But it doesn't fucking matter. Whatever the net positive, whatever belief has the ROI or the return on investment, you can believe that. Your beliefs are probably dog shit though. So you have to have some sense of accountability between, let's do another arrow here. accountability. Your beliefs, you gotta get accountable with yourself, big dog. You gotta understand that everything you believe is bullshit, because if it wasn't, then you'd be where you wanna be, and you're not because you're watching this video. So there's a big discrepancy between, let's do this, what you want to believe and what you actually believe. Does that make sense? There's a large discrepancy between what you want to believe and what you actually believe. So you got to get accountable, and you got to be honest and real with yourself, bro. Do you really believe that you're a G and you're actually like a seasoned entrepreneur, that you can do anything you want and you can mold your reality because you're that guy? I mean, everyone wants to believe that, right? You can tell that I fucking believe that about myself, because I've done everything I said I was gonna fucking do. I said everything I was gonna do before I fucking did it and pulled it off. Now, that obviously right there, the actions come into it, which we're gonna talk about in a second, right? But I spoke it into existence and I materialized it. There's a lot of work that went behind that, but I actually believed it about myself, which is why I was able to materialize it. Do you want to believe all these things, or do you actually believe all these things? Because there's a large discrepancy between the two. So get super accountable with yourself. Everything you fucking know is bullshit, and it's terrible fucking advice. Never listen to anybody who hasn't done what you want to do, okay? Obviously that's pretty given. Never listen to somebody less successful than you. Never listen to somebody who's never done what you want to do. There's a big discrepancy between what you want to believe and what you actually believe. Now, this plays into your actions, okay? So now we're gonna get into actions. Let me erase this part as well. So now we're gonna get into actions, which is pretty much as important as beliefs, okay? So, actions. We'll do it right here. So, let me untangle my mic cord here. So actions, very important. Your actions are going to define whether you actually believe what you want to believe. Does that make sense? So let's say your actions, you want to believe that you operate, let's just say belief. Belief is, quote, I operate like a 10K a month person, okay? End quote. Let's say this is your belief. Belief, I operate like a 10K a month person. This is what you want to believe, but are you gonna, the only way you're actually going to believe it is by matching it with said actions and inputs. So if you, let me put this into perspective. So I operate like a 10K a month person. Now let's break this down to set actions, right? Let me do a little bit of a line to separate this. Actions. What are these actions that play into becoming a 10K a month person? All right? This, I'm getting a little bit low here. This is essentially, your routine. When do you wake? All right, let me do this. Oops. Let me grab my trusty cloth here. This plays into your routine and what you do. So, when do you wake up? When do you wake up? This is a bunch of shit. Like, really analyze what this version of yourself does. So it's like, I wake up at 10 a.m., then I sit down on my laptop. Like, you want to become this person. You want to have this belief about yourself. You want to materialize this belief that you want to believe and turn it from a want of a belief to an actually of a belief. Does that make sense? And you materialize that, the way you do that is through actions. So it's like, I want to be a 10K a month person. I operate like I'm a 10K a month person. Okay, what did this version of myself do? So if this version of yourself is at 10K a month, what is this kind of guy like? What is this guy like? Like, what does he do? What music does he listen to? What podcast does he listen to? What YouTube videos does he watch? Clearly videos on my channel, because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Next thing, what friends does this guy have? Probably not friends that smoke weed and shit on him for trying. Since when did it become uncool to try? A$AP Rocky quote. Fantastic. Another thing, what, business is he working on? How many hours a day does he work? How many hours a day does he sleep? What does he eat for breakfast? What does he eat for lunch? What does he eat for dinner? What supplements does he take? What does he hit in the gym? How consistent does he go to the gym? Every single little fucking detail about this 10K a month operation, that is what you need to define, and you need to go and fucking do it. Because like I said, whatever you perceive reality to be, reality is going to manifest, right? So if you think this is what a 10K a month person does, and then you do it, you're gonna be at 10K a month. Does that make sense? Because it's much easier to just think about what does a 10K a month person do it, and then be at 10K a month, opposed to trying to fucking say that there's nothing wrong with you or your habits or what you're doing, and then, no, obviously, there's gonna be a little bit of a time discrepancy here, so you have to give it time, but it's like, there's a difference between what you want to believe and what you actually believe. The only way you actually believe something is by doing actions paired with the belief about yourself. Does that make sense? Okay, let me erase the whiteboard, and I'll be right back. Okay, I erased the whiteboard, and we're back. Next thing I want to talk about, or last thing kind of I want to touch on from what I was talking about was, your current situation can't change if your identity doesn't change. You are where you are because you are who you are. And you are who you are because you believe what you believe. Reality is just as real as your perception of reality. Does that make sense? That's it. Whatever you perceive reality to be, that is true and that's your reality. You can fucking mold this bitch like kinetic sand. And that's what I've done. Is it normal to do what I've done at my age? Probably not. But clearly I have an understanding, which is why I'm able to sit here and yap for however long this video is going to be, because I have an understanding of it and I've done it for myself. If I've done it for myself, it can work for you. I want every single person watching this video to leave with a so unbelievable, unrealistic delusion and a sense of narcissism about their self that for some reason they are the chosen one. For some reason they are going to fucking achieve whatever the fuck they want. Is it realistic? No. Is it delusional? Yes. Is it gonna happen for most of you guys? Probably not. But are there gonna be 1 to 3 people that watch this fucking video and actually go and get their dream fucking life because of this YouTube channel? Yes, and that's why I'm fucking doing it. I want all of you guys to leave with a sense of delusion and narcissism and say, I'm the fucking guy. I am the man. I am him. I deserve it. Does it make sense? No. But does it fucking work? Yes. Next thing I want to talk about is the habits, okay? So this kind of plays into understanding yourself. Bro, why is my marker so buns right now? Okay. Habits. So habits are very important. So as we talked about, in order to hit 10K a month, you got to operate like a 10K a month person. So essentially, let me draw the eye a little bit longer. Essentially, your habits. What are habits? Habits are basic. I mean, you know what habits are, but like habits to hit 10K a month are basically going to be anything that is going to speed run, expedite, or make things easier. So first habit I'd like to talk about is meditation. I love meditating. I personally realize that there's a direct correlation with the more I meditate and the more money I make. The more I meditate, the more money I make. The more consistent I am with meditating for the longer amount of period of time, then I make more money. And that's just what I've realized, which is crazy, but it's so true. So meditation, how do you properly meditate? I talked about this in the last video. Meditation, one thing you want to focus on is let me change my mic here, bro. Oh my God. Slow your heart rate, okay? Number 1, slow your heart rate. Sit down on the floor, crisscross applesauce style, and throw on, okay, sorry for touching the mic here, but I need it. Next step, okay, I'm kind of playing what I'm talking about. 432 hertz frequency. Now, you want to sit down, crisscross applesauce style, play a 432 hertz frequency, and as I've talked about in the last video, it's because it's more harmonious with your brain. Next one, slow your heart rate as much as possible. Only breathe through your nose, breathe as slowly as you possibly can to slow your heart rate and clear your mind. Try and think of absolutely nothing. Now, the next kind of thing that comes into meditation is going to be visualization. And now this has made me a fuck ton of money as well. So what I used to do is back in the day is I would go sit in expensive cars and go to expensive stores, and I would essentially go and manifest like the things that I wanted. So visualization, meditation, first off, we kind of covered that. That's about all you need to know. Do that every single day for 20 minutes. And then there's also something called subliminals, which you can do, which is basically do this 432 hertz, layer your own voice over the background with affirmations about yourself, saying, I want to be, I am, not I'm gonna, not I want to, but I am a millionaire. I make $1 million a year. I make 100K a month. I make 10K a month. Say things about like I am statements over this 432 hertz frequency. You meditate to that every single day. And then obviously with visualization, I'm going to talk about that because you visualize when you meditate, but that is going to really reprogram your subconscious as well. So you have conscious and subconscious minds, which I'm going to get into as well. But visualization. So when you're visualizing, you must visualize, you must visualize the feeling. You must visualize the feeling. So when you're visualizing anything, you can't visualize on the physical realm, you must visualize on the metaphysical realm. So essentially, you need to visualize the feeling of getting something done. The feeling of achieving whatever you want to achieve. One of my goals this year is taking a private jet to Switzerland. Now, I love Switzerland. It's one of my favorite countries I've ever visited. Now, I'm not visualizing, here's what the private jet is gonna feel like. No, I'm not. I'm visualizing the feeling of achievement and accomplishment of sitting on that private jet, not going through TSA, not doing any passport or luggage bullshit, just sitting on that private jet with a cashmere Hermes blanket, looking out the window at the Alps. That's what I'm envisioning. And I'm envisioning the feeling of it, because the whole goal of visualization and visualizing the feeling, is to make your brain more familiar with the feeling. And when your brain is more familiar with the feeling, then you're going to materialize it much quicker. Does that make sense? So next thing is essentially kind of playing into meditation is you have your, let me change my mic. You have your conscious and your subconscious. Now, essentially, like I talked about, doing subliminals, these are I want statements about yourself, okay? So subliminals are basically I am statements. You don't want to do I want, sorry, that's my bad. You want to do I am statements about yourself. So essentially, you play at 432 hertz frequency, you slow your heart rate, you meditate, and you basically utilize your subconscious mind by listening to said subliminals. You play I am statements, which are basically going to be I am a millionaire, I am this kind of person, I am the identity of this kind of person, and then therefore you're going to become that kind of person. And you listen to this as soon as you wake up in the morning. As soon as you open your eyes, open your phone and play that shit. Because that's when your brain's subconscious is the most vulnerable. So let's go. I'm going to erase the whiteboard. I'll see you guys. I'll be back. Step 2 is pain. All right? This is probably not what you wanted to hear, but it's what you need to hear. Pain. What you guys need to understand, all right, is pain equals progress. Pain equals progress. You need to optimize your life every single day for pain, whether that be doing a cold plunge, doing an hour in the sauna, maybe going back and forth from cold plunge to sauna. Maybe you start doing long-term running, like long distance running. Maybe you do sprints. Maybe you hit the gym twice a day. Maybe you're doing plyometrics on top of hypertrophy, lifting weights, stuff like that. You need to optimize your day-to-day life for pain, because pain is progress, whether you like it or not. Once you are comfortable with doing hard things, or you push yourself to do hard things, that's when you grow. Because the reality is that you don't have business problems, you have personal problems that reflect inside of your business. So when you grow, your business grows. And when your business grows, you have more capabilities to grow yourself, in turn growing your business. Business is the perfect vehicle for self-development and self-improvement. Does that make sense? So essentially, what I'm getting at is you need to optimize every single aspect in your day-to-day life for pain. Now, the thing about pain is you are going to face resistance. Resistance. You are going to face resistance. Now, the way that you get around resistance is by looking at tasks for not who you are, but what they are. Does that make sense? A lot of people are stuck looking at tasks for who they are. Oh, I don't want to do this. I don't want to hit the gym because I pulled my shoulder, or I'm scared of X. Go to the fucking gym, go train. Does that make sense? You have to stop looking at tasks for who you are, and you need to start looking at tasks for what they are. So optimizing your life, let me put this into perspective. The most growth that I've ever had in any period of my life was last year. So to put this into perspective, what I was doing was every single day, okay? I'd wake up at 5 a.m. Then I would go for a run. I'd go for like a mile run. As soon as I woke up, I'd put off my clothes and I'd go for a run. No stretching, no anything. That was painful. Then I would come home, I'd shower, I'd work. I'd work all fucking day. Then I'd go to the gym, then I'd come home, I eat 2,000 to 3,000 calories on as well as a mass gainer protein shake for bulking. Then I would go train Muay Thai or Russian boxing for 2 hours straight. Then I would run home, go to sleep, do it all over again the next day. That's what I call optimizing my life for pain, bro. And the more that you get up, the more you make money, the easier it is to kind of step off the gas. You have to consciously go and put yourself through these hurdles and face resistance and pain, because when you grow, you go through pain. If you think about it, the most you've ever grown, the biggest growth periods in any human being's life is when you're going through a severe level of pain. When maybe your father has passed away, maybe your girlfriend cheated on you, maybe your friends just stopped talking to you for whatever reason. Maybe your mom decided to leave your father. Like, there's a bunch of pain that goes on, and that's when you make the most progress. How you use it is completely entirely up to you. Let me change hands here. So it depends on your energy, okay? So pain is energy, and how you use said energy is completely down to you. So, pain, right? You have pain, then you have energy. So how you utilize it is pretty much down to you. You can either choose to stay at rock bottom and not do anything with it, or you can channel this energy. Let me do this. You can channel this. That looks like something else. I need to erase that. Or you can channel the energy and do something that has an ROI. ROI. Okay. Number 3, knowledge. Knowledge. Optimize your day. Optimize your entire life for knowledge. Let me put this into perspective for you guys. Your income is capped in accordance to the complexity of problems that you can solve. So let's say the further we go down on this graph, the more money you're going to be making, okay? Now, let's go here, boom, 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 boom. Now, the further we move down here, the bigger brain you get. Let's just say knowledge is a plus. So the further we go down, we learn more, right? The further we go down, the more money you make. Now, the thing is, the problem, okay, is most people are stopping here or here or here. Now, they're stopping at, they try one thing, they stop at 2 months. They stop at one thing, they stop at 4 months. Then they stop at 6 months. You need to try something for at least 2 years to 3 years to have tangible proof whether it works or not. Because what's happening is most of you guys are stopping here, here, and here. So you have 2 months in this, you've 4 months in this, you have 6 months in this. Congratulations, bro. You have 12 months of experience in 3 to 4 different fucking business models that you have no clue how to run because you don't have expert level of experience, right? Expert. We're just gonna write expert. You need to become an expert at what the fuck you do. And the way you do it is by sticking to it. Most of you guys are hopping around and lily padding to all these different business models when at the end of the day, if you just stuck to whatever the fuck you started with, you'd be a millionaire by now. Does that make sense? So at the end of the day, you need to optimize your life for knowledge. You cannot have a different output in life if you are not learning different things. Does that make sense? I'm sure you guys have seen my videos and, in order for me to put a video out like this every single 3 days, I gotta be learning a lot all the time. Okay? So what do you think I'm doing in my free time? I'm watching YouTube videos, I'm reading books, I'm listening to podcasts, I'm having intellectual conversations with other smart people. Does that make sense? So when I say knowledge, your competence is your competence. So the more you know about something, then the more you're going to make. Does that make sense? The more confident you're going to be about it. If you understand a problem, obviously, like we talked about in another video, the 3 pillars of making money is value, convenience, and problem solving. So if you can provide value and you can do it in a convenient, which is solving a problem, and you can do it in a quick enough time, which obviously the more understanding you have of the problem that you are solving, the quicker you can solve it, then you're going to make more money. So we talked about that in another video. You can go watch that. It's like step by step how I'd hit 10K a month if I had to start from scratch, something like that. So next thing I want to talk about is knowledge. You guys need to optimize your day-to-day life for learning, because you know as much as you know, which is why you are where you are, and you make as much as you make. If you knew more, then you'd make more. So, like Alex Ramosi said it best, every single year you don't know how to make $1 million, it is costing you $1 million. Does that make sense? Every single year you don't know how to make $1 million, it is costing you $1 million. If you knew how to make $1 million, you'd be making $1 million extra. Does that make sense? So, sorry to say, I got all the comments being like, you say, does that make sense too much? I'm trying to ingrain it into your guys' minds, okay? So, best habits you can do is reading. Another one is podcasts. So, stop watching entertainment. Stop going out and watching these bullshit movies. Stop going out and like watching entertainment. Only like I watch podcasts for entertainment, and that's because I've gone on a dopamine detox, which is what we're going to talk about in a little bit. But I watch podcasts as entertainment, okay? So you guys need to optimize every single facet in your life and every single input in your mind to strict knowledge. Learn. Most of you guys are so cooked because your dopamine baseline looks like this every single day, when at the end of the day, it should just like this. Because your baseline is here, which is a lot higher than down here. Does that make sense? So a lot of you guys have your dopamine baselines cooked. You're watching short form content in the morning. You're doing this, you're doing that. You're just all fucking over the place, bro. And it's not healthy, it's not smart. So I watch podcasts for entertainment, I read, and then I regulate dopamine as well. So regulate dopamine. Never, ever watch YouTube while you're eating. I know I talked about that in like my Discord and on Instagram. I enjoy it. It's fun, but it's overloading my dopamine, and I've stopped it. I've completely stopped it, okay? Regulate your dopamine all the time. Number 4, business. Now, the reason why this one came last and why it's number 4 is simply because I personally think, now my personal philosophy, and obviously it's got me to where I am today, but my personal philosophy on making money is that it's 80%, 90% mindset. It's kind of just all who you are as a person. Hold on. It's kind of just all who you are as a person, okay? So at the end of the day, let's kind of break down the fundamentals of business, right? You need to sell something. Oh, that's ESS. So let's just say boom, 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 boom. Okay. You have to sell a product, and you need to sell a product in a market, and your product must solve problems, and it must provide value. So in order to make money in business, you need to sell a product in a market that has a niche, okay, and you need to solve problems and provide value. Now, like we talked about, the 3 pillars of value are solving problems. Let's just say, okay, get down here. Solving problems. You guys aren't gonna be able to read this, huh? Solving problems, convenience, and outcomes. So the 3 pillars of value are solving problems, convenience, and outcomes. And in order to solve problems, you need to provide value, which is solving a problem in a convenient amount of time. You need to sell a product in a market, in a niche. Does that make sense?
You clicked on this video because you want to get rich and you want to make money, which is fantastic because you're not watching these hyper-edited dopamine videos. If you were looking for entertainment, you can go ahead and click off this video because this video is not for you. This video found you on your YouTube recommended. And I guarantee you, I give you my word, through however long this video is going to be, there's going to be no script. Don't worry, I don't have a course to sell you, no 997 stupid funnel, whatever, opt-in for a free course, But I'm literally going to distill you pure value. How to go from broke to $1 million ASAP as quick as possible. Now, I gotta respect you for clicking on a video like this. No crazy thumbnail, no crazy editing, no crazy income promises of, yeah, you know, we're gonna make you a trillionaire by tomorrow. I'm simply just gonna cover how you can get rich and how, if I were to be broke again, if little me was in front of me when I was 15 years old starting online business, here's what you need to do to get rich. That's what I'm gonna give to you guys. So let me actually change from the red marker. First thing that I do want to talk about, okay, is beliefs. So the thing about beliefs is that you are exactly where you are because of your beliefs. So you will never be able to earn or achieve more or beyond the story that you tell yourself, right? You are exactly where you deserve to be. Does that make sense? You are where you are because of your beliefs. You believe things to be true. Now these could be limiting, or they could be self-limiting, they could be self-benefiting, right? So for example, you could believe that money is scarce. You could believe that people that make money are evil. You could believe that it's all a scam. You could believe a plethora of different negative attitude effects towards making money. Now, do these benefit you? Not necessarily, because you've seen all these people make money online, but you're saying this because you don't want to admit that it's wrong, and you've probably wasted a little bit of your life. Not to be, rude or anything, but the thing about beliefs is that we seek to confirm them. Seek to confirm. So the thing about beliefs and belief systems is that humans psychologically and intrinsically, we seek to confirm them. Now this comes from caveman times, this comes from our little monkey brains doing their monkey brain magic. And essentially, if I believe something is true, I'm going to behave as if it is true. Does that make sense? If I want to believe that money is fake and it's all a scam and people who make money are evil, I'm gonna be completely blind to any opportunities. I'm not gonna put in the work, I'm not gonna start a business because that's what I believe. I'm going to constantly, consistently confirm this negative or limiting belief, even though it doesn't have any net positive to me. And I'm just staying in the position, which obviously I'm not happy about being in. And neither are you, which is why you clicked on this video. So the thing about beliefs is that we seek to confirm them. Does that make sense? And the reason why most people have such a hard time getting over the confirmation bias of belief is because of one simple word, and that is ego. That is ego. Now, the thing about beliefs is that you guys have to admit that and like I said at the start of the video, you are where you are because of your beliefs. Now, are you where you want to be in life? Do you want $100 million? If you don't have $100 million now, then you kind of got to take your ego out the picture and say, hey, my beliefs are wrong. Everything you know about life is wrong. In order for me, I run a 7-figure company. In order for me to get here, do you know what I had to do internally in my mindset? I had to sit there and say, everything I know is wrong. I'm stupid. I'm not where I want to be. So let me go listen to people that are where I want to be, that distill value and proper knowledge that I can implement and iterate on, and then I'll get there. Does that make sense? Now, this is something that happened to me earlier this year. I hired somebody who's done tens of millions of dollars, and they were gonna get on my team. They were gonna help me. And essentially, I hired out of ego and also a little bit of laziness, I'm gonna be honest. But I hired these people, all right? And essentially what they did, they got on my team. And since I didn't want to destroy my ego, I basically was looking for every opportunity to confirm that this was a good hire. Opposed to looking at it completely logically, I was blinded by bias. So if you guys don't know what bias is, you should. I was blinded by bias, and I was looking at every single opportunity to confirm my ego and benefit my ego and feed my ego of, Smith, this was a great hire. This was a fantastic hire. You're a seasoned entrepreneur, because of course I want to think that I'm a smart entrepreneur business guy. Of course I want to think that I'm this high-level operator, right? But sometimes people make mistakes. Now, I was looking for every single chance to confirm this bias, opposed to destroying my ego, working with them for a little bit, and then once I realized that they weren't doing what they needed to do, I wasn't getting treated like a top client, then firing, which is what I did a little bit ago. But the thing is that for a while, I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'm not gonna lie, because I hired out of laziness and ego. And that's not how you wanna do things, right? So my belief was I had to sit there, take away my ego, and understand that the things that I believe, which obviously benefits me, the ego right there, the ego factor of I can't admit that I didn't make a good decision. So I had to sit down with myself and admit and be accountable and understand I made a bad decision. So every single person has an ego, right? Ego. So here's the thing, every single person on the planet has an ego, and this is going to influence how you make decisions, the people you hang around with, but it's either going to be your make or break, right? Some people's egos, like these billionaire executive CEOs, they have the highest egos on the planet. They think they deserve the entire world and they're better than other people, which obviously has benefited them because they're billionaires. But some people, their ego makes them stay broke or makes them stay poor. Unfortunately, that's the case. So some people's egos force them to stay poor. And I'm sure you don't want to stay poor because you're watching this video. Now, essentially, the way you basically overcome ego when you're doing, business per se, let's just say the way you overcome it, so I'm just going to cross this out, is simply by doing this one thing, okay? You need to see business, oh, that's an I, business as the vehicle. Okay, that's in frame perfect. You need to see business as the vehicle and not a reflection of your personal worth. Does that make sense? So this is what stops most people, is because they tie their ego towards their results that they get in business. Does that make sense? So, if you're trying to run a social media brand, or you're trying to become an influencer or do whatever, let's say let me draw this out for you guys. Let me put a little graph up here. Let me get the blue marker. So essentially what I'm trying to say is this is most people's ego graph, right? This is your ego graph. So basically the higher you go in, let's just say metrics, so metric points, essentially this is the metric and this is your ego, right? It's tied to your ego. So the higher the metrics, the higher your ego gets, but obviously as we know, what comes up must come down sometime. So as soon as this dips down, your ego goes down, so your output goes down, and then you're just in a downward spiral. So unless you stumble upon a business that is literally never declining ever, which is very rare, then you are going to, if you've tied your ego to your metrics, right, your money, your views, your sales, your closes, whatever it may be, whatever business model you're in, then you're just essentially just going to be in a downward spiral, because most people tie their business results and their metrics as their self, their personal reflection. Right? Now, I think there's a fine line. I personally think that your business problems are personal problems that reflect inside of your business, but you cannot tie your business results to your ego and your self-worth, right? Just because you had a slow week or a slow month, you cannot feel less capable or you can't feel less confident. Does that make sense? And that's where most people go wrong. You need to completely detach your ego from the results or the metrics that you are chasing inside of your business, because if you don't, then the moment that it dips, then your ego is going to dip and then your performance is going to dip. The truth is about a lot of, and I hate to say the word, right, about poor people, is that they believe that getting rich is simply an external change. They believe that it is simply external and they can be exactly who they are, and there's nothing wrong with them. Everything they believe is right, and all they have to do is just do a couple things, work hard, whatever, and then they can get rich. That is really not the case. The thing about rich people, or somebody who's already rich, is that they believe and they understand that it is simply internal. So at the end of the day, poor people will look at being rich or making money as simply an external change, or money in the bank, a car you drive, clothes on your back, etc. This shirt was $11. My pants were $30. My shoes were like $1,000, but I'm not gonna, okay, that's not the point. Basically, most poor people view getting rich as an external change. They view getting rich as an external change, opposed to the rich people. They understand it's an internal gain. They understand that you have to change your beliefs, you have to change your perspective on certain things, and once you're able to do that, then the money will come. Then the external changes come, right? You cannot get external change without internal change. Next thing I want to talk about is growth and skills, okay? If you want to watch another video basically covering the entire paradigm, identity, mindset shift, I have the 2 videos ago. It was 51 minutes long. You can go watch that. But next thing I want to talk about is your growth, because in order to get money, to grow your bank account, you need to grow as a human being, right? Now, your growth depends on 2 things, okay? I'm gonna write this out. Number 1 is your rate of learning, okay? Number 2 is your rate of change. So let me see if I can put this into perspective without having to erase a whole lot, okay? I'm gonna erase this up here so I can put a graph. So let me put this into perspective. Your growth depends on 1, your rate of learning, and 2, your rate of change. I'm gonna explain this right now. So let me put this into a graph just for perspective. Let's say going linearly, this is what you learn, okay? And then this is how much you change, okay? So up this way, up this way. So this is how, horizontally is what you learn, vertically is how quick you change or what you change, right? You can learn so much, but if you don't implement and you don't change it, you are not going to make money. So obviously changing is a direct correlation with making money. Most people are addicted to learning but allergic to applying. Does that make sense? The man who reads one book thoroughly, every page, every word, and implements every single pinpoint access of data and knowledge and advice in that book is going to get more value from that one book than the man who has skimmed through 100,000. Does that make sense? The man who hires 50 mentors and has, 50 different people giving him advice is going to get way less results opposed to the one guy who really sat there, stuck out, chose that one person and learned everything and retained everything. So you can learn, You can watch this video, but are you taking notes? Are you gonna change anything about your personal life, about the way you operate, your thought processes, your decision making after watching this video? Chances are for most of you guys, probably not. Does that make sense? But your rate of growth, your growth depends on your rate of learning and your rate of change. You can learn, but you need to change as well. Does that make sense? Most people learn they learn horizontally. They just like learn stuff and they know a bunch of stuff, but they don't act on that stuff, right? It's kind of like an opportunity cost. You know, Alex Hormozi said this best. If you, like, the cost of you not knowing how to make $1 million a year is costing you $1 million a year. Does that make sense? The cost of you not knowing how to make $1 million a year is costing you $1 million a year. So you need to learn. I'm a big learning guy. I learn a lot. I read a lot. I watch a lot of podcasts. You need to learn. But most importantly, you need to change. You can't just fuck around. You can't just fuck about, read all the books, and then suddenly you're going to get rich if you don't implement or do anything with the knowledge. So now I kind of want to talk about a first principle that goes into any business or making money, and that's simply value. It's providing value. So if you guys have seen any whiteboard video, I'm sure you guys have all heard the quote, how do you provide value? That's such a very basic, how do you make money? You gotta provide value. I'm gonna explain it right now. So let me put value at the top of the board really quick because I wanna kind of go in depth. So in order to make money, you need to provide value. Now, what does value mean? Value is essentially solving problems. So solving problems. Now, you can solve problems in a million different ways, okay? So solving problems can fall under, let's do this. Solving problems can fall under a lot of different factors. It could be, convenience, right? Why do gas stations get to charge extra for chips and food and gum? It's because they're convenient. It's called a convenience store. You could basically fix pain or take away pain. And then that's where value is created. It's a value gap. So essentially, if you can provide, that's pretty self-explanatory. If you can provide somebody value, you can charge money. So this could be through physical products, this could be through services, this could be through whatever you want to do. But the only way you could possibly make money, now what I personally do is e-commerce, so like D2C e-com brands. And we don't sell like random toys, right? We sell value products. Does that make sense? Which is why people buy. We have recurring customers. Our LTV per customer is higher. Our AOV, average order value, is higher than the majority of people that sell toys. It's simply because we provide value. So if you make $10 an hour, you solve $10 an hour problems. They can always get another person, your value as a human being or in business is simply in direct correlation with how replaceable you are. Does that make sense? So if you flip burgers for $15 an hour, you are going to solve a $15 an hour problem. Therefore, you're going to get paid $15 an hour on the problem. Does that make sense? But if you are the one guy on the planet that can build some kind of bomb, the United States government is going to pay you $100 million a year, and you're going to have 24/7 private security all the time. All the time. You're irreplaceable. Does that make sense? So the thing about this is, when it comes to value, is it simply comes into your depth of understanding. So depth of understanding. So it simply plays into your depth of understanding. So let me draw out a graph again. Basically, the more money, the further you understand things, the more money you're going to make, right? So let's say the further you go down, the more money you're going to make. And right here is essentially your knowledge. So I'm just gonna write knowledge. Knowledge. Ty Lopez here. So this is your knowledge. The further you go down, the more money you make. You get paid in accordance to the complexity of problems that you can solve. Your income is capped in accordance to the complexity of problems that you can solve. Does that make sense? So that's what defines somebody as an expert. Does that make sense? Like anybody can go and edit thumbnails. Anybody can go and make a thumbnail. Anybody can go and edit something on CapCut for a client, right? But don't expect to be paid the same as Mr. Beast YouTube editors. Does that make sense? Mr. Beast YouTube editors can get paid $1 million a year because they bring him more than $1 million a year, and they know things that Mr. Beast probably doesn't, right? Not only do they understand how to edit, not only understand how to edit, they understand the philosophy behind editing or thumbnail design. They understand what gets people to click. They go over the board and make 50 different thumbnails and split test to see what the click-through rate is on each video. They go and they understand YouTube, the actual algorithm, how to analyze the data. They have all these packages, right? They have all these different things, which is why they're able to charge more money, because their depth of understanding is way more than the average person. So this plays into pretty much, every single company, they provide value, right? Hedge funds, billion, trillion-dollar companies. Think of like Amazon, for example. I'm just gonna write A for Amazon. Why are they the most successful e-commerce store or online platform on the planet? It's because they solve every problem. They solve every problem. They take care of the distribution, they take care of the inventory, they take care of the warehouse, they take care of the fulfillment, they take care of refunds, they take care of website hosting, they take care of customer service, everything. Most people who are doing e-com cannot do all this stuff at once. If you order something on Amazon, you can just request a refund. They'll give you your money back. You don't even have to send the product back. It's like Amazon is a $1 trillion company because they solve so many damn problems. Does that make sense? And this just plays into one thing, which is what I didn't really coin this term, right? I'm not gonna say what I like to call, this plays into one thing, which is first principles, okay? So, I'm not gonna say my personal opinion, this is literally what everyone needs to think like. So every single billionaire has written in every single book. I think it's like, out of every single top 100 richest people on the planet that have written a book, they've, I think it's like 80% of them have used this first principles. They've mentioned first principles in their book. Now, essentially first principles is breaking down a problem to its fundamentals. It's just bare bones problem. What do we fix? So let's say let's say you want to sell, you're selling something, okay? You need views to sell that thing. And if you're not selling as much things, you need views. So you need to go and figure out how to get more views so you can sell more things. Does that make sense? It's literally just, it's like a fancy way of saying, dumb it the fuck down, figure it out, what's the fucking bottleneck, and chase it and fix it. Does that make sense? Now the way you can apply this to getting rich is simply just thinking about like, what do I need to do? I want money. How do I get money? I need to get good. And how do I get good? I learn skills. So how do I learn skills? I figure out what I need to do through first principles, whatever business model I'm trying to do. I give it time, I am consistent, then I get money. Does that make sense? You just, identify what skills you need to get good at, learn the skills, and then you get paid for the skills. Getting rich is not that complicated. What you guys need to understand is that you need to change. You are where you are because you don't, I'm sure you've heard the, quote, old keys won't open new doors, but that's true. You need to change, right? A caterpillar, a caterpillar does not become a butterfly by simply crawling faster. A caterpillar does not become a butterfly. A caterpillar does not, try and say that 5 times fast, apologies. A caterpillar does not become a butterfly by simply crawling faster. It needs to go through metamorphosis. It needs to go through a cocoon, and therefore it become a new species. It will become a new species with new abilities. Does that make sense? And the way you change is by completely, I hate to say this, the term, the S word, but it's committing psychological suicide. So essentially, you are where you are because of your identity, right? I said, like I talked about early in the video, you have a sense of self and your identity. So this plays into everything, right? The things you believe, the things that you do, the people you talk to, your inputs, your actions. If you want to go super in depth, like I said, watch the other video. But you are where you are because of your identity. And the only way to change your current situation in the physical realm is by changing where you are in the metaphysical. Does that make sense? So you have there's two things, right? And this is gonna get a little bit woo-woo on you guys, but it worked for me. So you have metaphysical and you have physical. So when it comes into basically trying to become rich, this is gonna be considered mindset, visualization, feeling, etc. The way that you visualize getting rich is not visualizing the Lamborghini. It's not by visualizing the $100 million in your bank account. It is simply by visualizing the feeling of buying the Lamborghini, the feeling of getting that $100 million wire, because it's all about feeling. It's all about feeling, because when you get more familiar with a feeling, then you are going to basically materialize it. Does that make sense? So you have a metaphysical and you have a physical realm. You need to get in this gray, or not the gray area, but you need to get in this sweet spot right here of you are visualizing the feeling and you are materializing what that, whatever is giving you said feeling. Does that make sense? So the problem is that you don't believe in yourself. You don't believe that you are capable. Does that make sense? Like, you have to prove yourself to yourself every single day. You need to wake up and work hard. And if you wake up and work hard, you are going to believe in your identity that you are a hardworking person. And guess what? A hardworking person deserves to get rich. So then you will get rich. Does that make sense? You need to believe that you are strong and smart. You need to wake up and learn and then talk to other people, maybe give other people advice. Henceforth, I'm doing in the video. I'm distilling you guys knowledge. After I record this video, I'll feel a little bit smarter than I did before I recorded. Does that make sense? You need to go out and learn. Therefore, you will feel like a smart person. You need, here's the thing. There's a difference between actually believing and want to believe. So I'm just gonna write actually versus want. So there's a big difference between actually believing something and wanting to believe something. Now, the only way that you can actually properly believe something is by your actions, because let me explain this. So your beliefs cannot conflict with your actions. Does that make sense? Whatever you do in your day-to-day life is what you actually believe. You can want to believe that you are smart, jacked, rich, healthy, handsome, but if you aren't actually if you're not working hard every single day, if you're not going to the gym every single day, if you are not, getting sun and not eating bad foods, I guess that's the handsome thing, but you see what I'm saying? There's a difference between wanting to believe something and actually believe something, and the one deciding factor is your actions. Does that make sense? So whatever you want to believe, your actions have to be in accordance to what you want to believe. Because most people want to believe that they're successful, but they don't have $1 million, and that's what they think success is, so then they don't think that they're successful, right? And that just plays into the thing I talked about earlier, ego. It's ego. You will never admit that you are not healthy or successful. That's why fat people get fatter and fatter and fatter, because they don't think it is a problem. Does that make sense?
You clicked on this video because you want to get rich as heck, and I'm basically going to help you guys with that. Also, notice the new setup. I have a mic now. A lot of you guys were complaining about the echo in my apartment, so I fixed that. Also, to clarify, before you click off the video, this is going to be pure value, no editing. If you're looking for entertainment, go ahead and click off. Also, I don't have a $90 a month Discord community for you guys to join. No courses, no BS here. I hate these Miami guys as much as you do. So today, we're going to talk about how to get rich as quick as possible. Now, quick implies cheap. So I don't want to say quick, but I'm going to use the term efficient because that's kind of the best way to explain it. So in the pursuit of making money, how do you make money, right? You need to sell. So you have to sell something, whether that be a product or a service, you need to sell. And that's the fact. That's just the bottom line, you need to sell something. Now, whatever you sell is pretty much completely up to you, but the big thing, more important than selling something, is it needs to provide value. So whatever you're selling needs to provide value to who you're selling to, right? Now, I want to cover the 3 pillars of value. So let's do this right now. The 3 pillars, let me put an S here. The 3 pillars of value are 1, problem solving, 2, convenience, and 3, outcomes. Okay? So problem solving, convenience, and outcomes are the 3 pillars of providing value at the product or service that you're selling. Now, the truth is about selling pretty much anything. Nobody is going to, but people don't buy processes. People don't buy work. People buy outcomes. So I want you guys to remember that. With whatever you're selling, people buy outcomes. Nobody buys a process. If you are selling a fat loss pill or a weight loss program, you are going to sell their dream body, their dream result. You are going to sell the outcome or the result of them using whatever you're selling. So let's say you have an agency. You're not going to sell them, hey, yeah, you're going to have to be dumping a couple grand a month in ads on top of paying my agency in doing so. You're basically going to sell, hey, here's your problem, here's the outcome, we can get you to the outcome, just give us money. Does that make sense? As long as you're providing value, which is obviously the most important factor of making money. But 3 pillars of value are problem solving, convenience, and outcomes. So I want you guys to remember people are going to buy outcomes. Nobody buys processes. So like I said, if you're selling a fat loss pill, you're going to sell the result, the dream body, them with a six-pack, the skinny version of themselves that they desire to become, right? Their desired situation, because obviously they're not in the situation that they want to be, otherwise they wouldn't be interested in your program. So you're essentially going to be selling an outcome. Now, no one is going to buy into eating the right foods every single day, going to the gym, doing the Stairmaster for 30 minutes, etc. So problem solving. What is problem solving, okay? So I'm sure you guys have heard this term before, or this quote before, but pain is created when pain is alleviated, and pain is alleviated when problems are solved. So basically, effectively, any value you provide is simply by solving a problem. Now, of course, with whatever you're selling, if it solves a problem that somebody already has, then the marketing is already taken care of. We're going to cover marketing in a little bit. But problem solving, you need to solve problems. You are never, ever going to get very far in business or entrepreneurship if you're just selling something that doesn't provide value, that doesn't provide a clear result or outcome or solution. You need to be problem solving, and you need to be a problem solver, okay? A good quote that I like to follow is, your income is capped in direct accordance to the complexity of problems that you can solve. So let me draw this out with a different color marker for you guys. So here is your problem solving capabilities, okay? Now, the further you go down, the more money you're going to make, and the more money, basically the further you go down on this graph, the more knowledge you know. So what makes an expert or a college professor be more qualified to teach things is their expertise, their level of knowledge, right? So why are you going to be paid more than the average person? It's when you know and have the experience and the skills to provide value. So the more you go down on this graph, the more money you're going to make, but it's also in direct correlation with the amount of, let me write this, the amount of knowledge that you have. Oh, I accidentally crossed it out instead of underlining. Okay, so that's his knowledge, if you guys can't see. So basically, you're going to make more money if you provide more value, and the way you provide more value is by simply becoming more skillful or knowledgeable on a certain factor. So that plays into problem solving. The better you know about the problem or the niche or the industry or whatever you're selling in, you are going to be able to solve the problem better, therefore creating value, therefore making more money. Does that make sense? Next thing I want to talk about is convenience. So people like outcomes. Okay, we talked about selling the dream. We talked about a desired result and a reality. How can you actually go and materialize that for whoever you're selling to, right? Convenience is a big thing. So why do convenience stores get to charge $5 for a pack of gum, when if you were to buy it from a grocery store, which nobody does at the end of the day, you'd probably get it for $2 or $1.50, right? At the end of the day, it comes down to convenience. So if you can save somebody time, now obviously the richer you get, the more you value your time, so the more people pay to save time, hence private jets and brokerage companies and chartering yachts and stuff like that. But convenience, people like quick results. That's the name of the game. So the way that you're going to price whatever you're selling is simply on how good you are, or how good it is at solving problems, and how quick you can get said result. If you want, like I said, a fat loss program, hypothetically, let's say you went and spawned in some insane fat loss program that could get anybody their dream body within 4 months, you'd be able to charge 30 times more than everybody else who's going to take them a year. Right? Obviously, it depends on where the person starts at. Maybe they're 300 pounds, maybe they're 200 pounds. That's a 100-pound difference. It's going to obviously be a big discrepancy there. But at the end of the day, you can charge how much value you provide. And obviously, the 3 pillars of value is convenience. So the quicker and the more convenient it is to get the result, the more you're going to be able to charge. Does that make sense? And how quick you can get the result for your clients or whatever you're going to be selling, right? So me personally, if you guys don't know what I do D2C e-commerce brands, and I also have a program on the side. Not selling, it's very niched. It's not meant for everybody. We get a lot of people applying. We accept like 1 in 15, I think it might have been, for the past 2 weeks. So essentially, the more knowledgeable you are, the quicker you can get the result because your depth of understanding is higher. Does that make sense? Next thing is outcomes. So if you're not providing a outcome, actually you can sell the outcome, but just because you're selling the outcome doesn't mean that you can actually get the outcome. So this plays into the knowledge, right? Everything comes down to knowledge. You're only paid based on your knowledge. I'm able to make these videos and these whiteboard videos because I do so much research on everything. Obviously, I run 2 businesses, make 7 figures a year. I know a lot. I can sit here and just yap and on a whiteboard and give you guys advice because I know what I'm talking about. Does that make sense? So your outcomes and how quick and how good you're going to get these outcomes is in direct correlation with your knowledge in specific facets, right? So hypothetically, for example, with us, right? Basically, we have a program. Now, obviously, like I said, don't buy it. You don't have to do anything. I'm not selling you. I'm just simply giving you guys a direct analogy, okay? So we provide value. So we've had people come in and within 4 months, they're making $100,000 a month. We've had people come in and within 4 months, they're making 60 grand a month, they're making 30 grand in 2 weeks. So that's basically because we're able to charge what we charge because we provide value when we solve problems, basically, which is I don't have money, I want to make money. Second thing is convenience. We basically give people the outcome in a quick amount of time, and we're able to do that because we have I have so much knowledge on what I'm talking about. And then number 3, the outcome is there. It's actually tangible and it's there, right? It's the 4-minute mile analogy. If somebody's done it prior, somebody can do it again. So we're obviously constantly iterating, improving everything that we have inside so we can obviously in turn provide more value, in turn charge more money. But effectively, we solve problems in a convenient and efficient way. I don't want to say quick because like I said, quick implies cheap, but in a convenient way, and we have a tangible outcome. Not to mention, we have things like a guarantee and a money back guarantee. We've had a 0% dispute rate, so obviously that helps us a lot. But at the end of the day, we're able to sell what we sell because we provide value. We're able to charge as much because I have so much knowledge in the things that I'm talking about, and I'm able to solve problems in a convenient manner, saving time, and I'm actually able to deliver an outcome, right? Next thing I want to talk about is traffic, okay? Traffic. So essentially, what is traffic, right? If you want to sell something, you have to get people to obviously understand you're selling something, right? So traffic is going to be making content. You could do 2 routes of traffic, okay? Content is going to be needed regardless, but with 2 routes, you can do organic, which is, I'm going to get to that, and then ads. So if you guys know what ads are, you probably know what organic is. Ads is paying for advertisements on platforms, right? Like Meta, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Snapchat, whatever it may be. And then organic is just creating content on those said platforms, right? So that's gonna be me making this video right now, me making TikToks. Now, if you guys don't know what I do, in my e-com business, I don't do any ads. So obviously, I do a little bit of ads. I pay influencers, we do campaigns, but that's another story. But with organic, essentially what we do is we've eliminated all ad costs by making content, right? And even an example from my program, I don't have to pay for ads to get people inside because I make content, obviously providing value. People see that I have value, they join, they get results, then they're happy, and then boom, done, everyone's happy at the end of the day, right? So organic. Essentially, what I do is I basically make content, obviously D2C e-commerce brand. We make content, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, Snapchat, Spotlight, whatever you want to do, and you basically drive traffic to the website. You are never going to sell anything without traffic. And that's the biggest thing that I've realized in the past couple months is people really underestimate how much traffic you need. I was really talking to somebody last night and they have an insane business, but they're 3 people and they are essentially putting the output out of 1 person. If you think about that, right? Like me by myself, I am posting one of these videos every 3 days and I'm doing 2 Instagram reels a day. And I'm putting in a shit ton. I'm taking so many calls. I'm a busy guy. I got a lot of stuff to do every single day, so I'm leveraging my time to the best of my ability. But these guys are 3 business partners, and they're putting the output of that of 1 person. And I was like, you guys, you realize you're 3 people. Your output is that of equivalent to me, if not lower. You need to fix that. So it's all really just a traffic thing at the end of the day. If you want to sell something, you need traffic. I'm going to be honest with you guys, you're never going to make money in today's economy if you are not using social media or traffic to your benefit. So no matter how you want to go, the traditional way of making money is over. You clicked on this video because you want to make money online, don't you? Get good at social media. Get good at Instagram. Get good at YouTube. Provide people value. Okay, now obviously you have an intention behind every video you're going to post, but you need to get good at what you're doing. You need to get traffic to whatever you're selling, right? If you ran a Super Bowl ad to you selling a bag full of dog poop, you'd probably make at least $100,000 because there's 100 million people watching the Super Bowl. So it's just the sheer amount of traffic. Does that make sense? Next thing I want to talk about is the 2-week work paradox. So what is the 2-week work paradox? Essentially what the 2-week work paradox is the results you're getting today, or the results you're going to get, is the result of work that you put in 2 weeks ago. So a big kind of cycle that I see a lot of entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs go into is they work hard, Oh, that's a W, okay. So they work hard, then 2 weeks later, I'm just gonna write 2 weeks, boom. 2 weeks later, they get money, right? And then once they get money, they slack off. So let's just say slack off. They slack off. Now, once they slack off, they still get money, but then they attribute this making money to slacking off because they make money. So they basically, if this kind of makes sense, they basically work super hard for 2 weeks. The results of the work that they put in 2 weeks ago makes them money. Then they slack off because they get comfortable. Then they're continuing to slack off and continuing to make money based off of this work that they put in for 2 weeks. And then they make no money and then they go back to work again. So and this is the biggest kind of mental change that has taken my business. Like, I'm making more money than I ever have in my entire life right now. But I don't need to sit here and show you guys, like, here's my apartment view, here's my sick cars, here's the insane life that I live, here's my watch that's sitting on the desk over here. I don't need to show you guys all that because I'm providing value, but at the end of the day, I'm basically setting up, and this mental change has made me so much money, I'm setting up my next 2 weeks or my next month, okay? So you have to essentially, whenever you're doing inputs in your business, right? Because that could be with anything. That could be with, setting up ads, setting up traffic, hiring teams, whatever. If you guys believe it or not, with my program, I have a team of 1. No, that's unheard of. Nobody has that. I got one dude that's helping me out. So pretty lean. But you need to view business like a 2 weeks at a time scenario, if that makes sense. So I've said this before and people resonate with it a lot. So business is kind of like driving a car at night. You're not going to be able to see, so you can only see so far ahead of you, right? You can only see, let's say, 20 feet? You can only see 20 feet in front of you, but most of you guys are focused on what's going on 2 miles ahead. So at the end of the day, let's say you're driving a car at night, your headlights, which is just the realistic time frame on which you can view things and make decisions, because the truth about business is that you need information to make decisions, and information is data. So you have to go do inputs, right? For example, if you're running ads, if you're running 3 ad sets, you don't have enough data to make a educated decision. If you've only spent $20 on ads, you don't know what you need to do because you've only spent $20, versus if you spent $4,000, you'd have a lot more data, therefore you can make a better decision. The man who can make the better decisions is the man who has access to the most data. So this is you, and you're driving a car at night. Now, your headlights, which is just like the time frame on which you can realistically make decisions in, is around 20 feet, let's just say 2 weeks, a week or 2 weeks, right? Most of you guys are focused on 2 miles ahead of you, which is 3 months, 6 months. You guys have 5-year plans. You guys have 4-year plans, 1-year plan. What are you gonna be doing in 1 year? You guys understand that even me at my level, I make a really good amount of money. I've been scaling like crazy, and I'm very happy. I've noticed insane progression in my knowledge and my business and my mindset and the way I view things, but I'm not thinking about what's happening in a year. I'm literally focused on day-to-day actionables. I'm focused on a week from now. Does that make sense? And that's at my level. That's at 7 figures, $1 million+ a year. So the biggest problem that I see with people is that they focus on what's going on up here and they're trying to set up some long-term plan. I remember I was talking to a guy way back in the day when I was obviously starting out, and he was telling me that he wants to start a clothing brand. And I was like, okay, sick. I support you. You're my boy. I'll support you as much as I can. And he wanted to start a clothing brand, but it took him 6 months. 6 months later, I talked to him. He's like, yeah, bro, I just got the LLC. I'm like, what? It took you 6 months to get an LLC? Are you serious? Most of you guys are focused on the legal side of things, but you're not focused on getting money. I didn't get an LLC until I passed 10K a month. Don't tell the IRS. But you guys are focused on what's going on up here, but you're not focused on what's going on in this actual, like, you can only really make decisions in this 20-foot radius. Does that make sense? If you're focused on what's going on up here and you're driving at nighttime, you're gonna wrap yourself around a fucking tree because you're focused on a turn that's coming up, that there's a turn here and a turn here, but you're focused on this turn, you're gonna miss these two and you're gonna fuck up. You're gonna crash. So to conclude this entire video, if you wanna get rich online, pretty much, you need 1, value, you need to provide value. 2, you need to sell something, like whether it be a physical product, which is what I do, a digital product, a service, it doesn't matter. You need to provide value and sell something. 3, you need to deliver an outcome. Okay, understand the 3 pillars of value. All right, it's problem solving, convenience, and outcomes. You need to sell the outcome, but actually deliver the outcome in a convenient time. Then you need traffic, okay? Understand those 4 things, and you will make so much fucking money, okay? Break it down to first principles of business. First principles is basically just breaking things down to the most fundamental truths. So it's basically basically like, okay, I need to sell something. How do I get people to buy it? I need traffic. How do I get traffic? I post videos. Solved.
You might have just found the perfect formula to getting rich, not quick, but efficiently. Before you click off this video, I don't have a course. I don't have a $90 a month community to sell you guys. I'm not gonna be, saying comment the word millionaire and I'll DM you my free access doc. Simply just gonna be me and this whiteboard, basically giving you guys the exact formula that I have formulated, some might say. So this is basically gonna be everything you need to get rich. And I've done it. I run a 7-figure company, so I think I know a thing or two of how to actually get rich. So basically, here's you, okay? Now you're sad because let's say you're at $0 and you want to get to, let's say this is you and you're happy and this is you at $1 million. Now, the reason why you're not at this guy, you're not at this level, you're not at $1 million is because you aren't this kind of guy yet, if that makes sense. And the truth about getting rich is that it all comes down to one simple word. And I'm gonna tell you guys right now. So I'll spill the beans, don't worry about it. I'm not gonna edge you, don't worry. It all comes down, let me move my camera back. It all comes down to one simple thing, and that is one word, identity. So you are where you are because of your identity. You are never ever going to be able to surpass the story that you tell yourself. You're never going to be able to, for example, let me put this into perspective, right? A caterpillar. So most of you guys are crawling, which is great. Crawling is a part of getting rich. And you are a little caterpillar. So this is you. And bear with my caterpillar drawing. So this is you, and you're a caterpillar. Now, you obviously want to become a butterfly. This is what a butterfly looks like in my mind. That's a butterfly, okay? There we go. That's a butterfly, okay? So most people think that this is you, you're broke, this is you, you're rich, okay? Same graph, different animals. So most people are here. Most people are a caterpillar. Now, they want to get to a butterfly, but they think that the solution of becoming to become a butterfly is simply crawl faster, which is not the case. As we all know, a caterpillar does not turn into a butterfly by simply crawling faster. That's not the case. But most people think that. And what do I mean by crawling faster? In business terms, I guess we could say, this would be outworking. So we'll just say outworking and working hard. This is going to blow your mind, okay? Stick around, don't click off the video. Trust me, it's all gonna collectively come together and you're gonna thank me later. So people think that to become a butterfly, they just have to crawl faster. Hence, in business terms, outworking or just working hard. The truth is, to get rich, you don't have to work that hard. Because it's not about how hard you work, it's about how long you can last. Okay, I have 200,000 followers on Instagram, and I didn't get there by posting 20 videos a day. I got there by posting 2 to 3 videos a day, every single day, without failure, for 1.5 years straight. So, the truth is that in order for this caterpillar to go through metamorphosis, hopefully that's how you spell it. In order for this caterpillar to go through metamorphosis, it must become a new species. And AKA, it must commit psychological suicide or physical. It should go through, it's a harsh term, but it has to go into a chrysalis. It has to change its physical realm to become this new version. And that is how you get rich. You essentially have to commit psychological I'm just gonna do this so YouTube doesn't take this video down. S-U-I-C-I-D-E. Suicide. Psychological suicide. You have to kill your current self. Because the truth is, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna erase this so YouTube doesn't take my video down, but the truth is, about getting rich, is you are where you are because you are who you are. Does that make sense? You are where you are because you are who you are. Does that make sense? Now this plays into identity. So the truth is that it's just beliefs. It's literally just beliefs. So I want to get into beliefs. Beliefs is my personal opinion, the most important aspect when it comes to getting rich. So beliefs is everything. Now, the reason why beliefs freak most people up is because humans have caveman brains. And as much as we like to think that we are evolved as a society, we're not. We are still human. We are essentially just old monkeys, if that makes sense. We have just evolved to walk, speak, have Bluetooth, scroll on Instagram Reels and laugh at brain rot memes. That's all we are. We're still monkeys though at the end of the day. So you kind of have to understand psychology, how your monkey brain works, and how to get around all the bullshit. So the thing about beliefs is, one, we seek to confirm them. And I'm gonna do that right now. Confirm. So the thing about beliefs is that we seek to confirm them. Number two is that they define who we are. Define who we are. And number three is that it's pretty freaking hard to break them. It's hard to break them. Okay? So the three main pillars of beliefs is that we seek to confirm them, they define who we are, and it's hard to break them. And I'm going to cover what each and every one of these means. So seek to confirm. What does that mean? The thing about humans is that we seek to confirm beliefs, and it takes a sense of accountability and loss of ego to sit there and say, okay, well, I'm not rich, but the YouTube video of the guy I'm watching is rich, so everything I know is wrong. And when I was 15 and I was starting out online business, it took a lot of willpower to sit there and put my ego aside and say, hey, everything I know about money, life, psychology, business is completely wrong. Completely wrong. I had to start from scratch again. And I was okay with that, because the truth about that is it's much easier to fix a mindset problem before it happens, opposed to restructuring your entire mind and cognitive function once it already pops up. Does that make sense? Humans seek to confirm beliefs. If you believe something to be true, you're going to behave as if it is true. If you think money is scarce, you will not make money. If you think that people who get rich are evil, you will either A, not get rich because you want to stay a good person in your mind, or B, do evil shit to get rich. Does that make sense? It's just confirmation bias. There's selective perception bias. There's two different cognitive biases. And same, for example, if you're scrolling on social media, the reality is that if you, let's say you're a Republican, and you only like pro-Republican content, you are going to be fed more pro-Republican content, in turn making you a very far-right Republican. Now, I'm not Republican or Democrat. This is not a politics channel, but I was just giving you perspective, okay? So the thing is first off, you gotta understand that everything, you are where you are because of you believe things, right? The way you believe things, the belief systems, your experiences, your trauma, your experiences in business and outside of business, in school with friends, etc. Now, you gotta understand that everything you know is bullshit. Because if it wasn't, then you'd be where you wanna be. Does that make sense? Next thing is these beliefs define who we are. So, the thing about beliefs is that if you believe something to be true, you are going to behave as if it is true. So every single day I wake up, and there's a difference in, basically to play into this, boom, is there's a difference between what you want to believe and what you actually believe. Because I'm sure all of you guys would like to believe that you're a billionaire, that you're a working hard, seasoned entrepreneur that never needs motivation and just works out of sheer willpower. Yeah, I'm sure everyone would want to believe that, but a lot of you guys don't actually believe it. So I want you guys to understand the discrepancy between actually believing something and wanting to believe something. So in order to turn this want to believe something to an actual belief about yourself, your sense of self and your identity, you need to go through a certain set of actions. So actions, okay? So you need to go through a certain set of actions. Now, the thing is that the difference between wanting to believe and actually believing is just behind doing actions. So I wanted to believe that I make $1 million a year and I am super rich and I worked super hard. So you know what I have to do? I have to get up every morning and do the steps and the actions that are going to confirm that belief, right? If I want to believe something, even if I don't believe it, I need to behave as if it is true, and in turn, eventually I will believe it. Does that make sense? So now every single day, I work super hard and I make a pretty darn good amount of money. So this wants to believe turns into an actualization, a materialization of this belief about myself, this sense of self, this self-belief. Does that make sense? Now, if you believe something negative about yourself, there's no really net positive to that. There's no ROI to believing anything negative about yourself. So you could be a narcissistic guy. You could be maybe even a little bit of an egotistical guy. But that's why all these egotistical guys are billionaires. I'm not saying it's good. I don't want to hit $1 billion personally, but you see what I'm saying. So the difference and the discrepancy between wanting to believe and actually believe is simply through done and fixed through actions. So think about what you actually believe about yourself. Think about what you do on a day-to-day basis. Because what you do on a day-to-day basis, even the minute things that you do on autopilot, check your phone when you're on the toilet. Check your phone the first thing you wake up in the morning. Maybe not hit the gym as hard as you could have. Maybe skipping 3 days at the gym a week. These are things that you actually believe about yourself, and you gotta get brutally fucking honest with yourself. Because the reality about it is that most people, it's an ego thing. No one other than yourself, unless you have some really fucking good friends or a strict ass father, is gonna sit you down and say, you know what, you're doing fuck all with your life. Fix it. Does that make sense? You gotta be the person to do that. I'm telling you to do that. And a lot of people don't have somebody to tell them to do that. And that's why I stayed stagnant and lost in life for so long. Because I couldn't sit down with myself, be accountable and say, what I'm doing is wrong. Because if it was right, I'd be in the position that I want to be in. Now, once you understand what you actually believe about yourself, which you find out through your day-to-day actions, you figure out what you want to believe about yourself. Now, once you identify what you want to believe about yourself, then you go and do those actions. You break it down, you simple inputs every single day, and you do them. Does that make sense? Next part is that it's hard to break them. Your belief systems, I don't know how old you are. Let's say you're 24 years old, okay? If you're 24 years old, you have 24 years of belief systems, trauma, experiences built up over and over and over. It is going to be very hard for you to break them. It is going to be very hard. Same way that, I'm sure if you're, oh, there goes my marker. I'm sure if you guys are, don't believe the news 100%, think about going to your grandma and telling her, hey, the news is fake. The government lies. Surprise. She's gonna be like, that's not true. Because she's been watching the news for 50 years. Why would she believe you? She's been doing this for 50 years straight. Does that make sense? Same way that a lot of people who spend, 5 years running a business or trying to get a business off the ground and it's not working, they're not gonna sit down and say, hey, yeah, the business I'm running is trash. They're gonna keep going because they've blown 5 years into it. Does that make sense? You are literally one belief system change away from being a millionaire. Or maybe your goal isn't a millionaire, maybe it's $500,000. You are one belief system change away from becoming the person you wanna be. Now, the next thing I wanna talk about is ego. Now, most people are stuck where they are simply because of ego. Now, I have a definition that I wrote down on my phone this morning about ego because I had the idea to make this video. And I said, ego is the illusion that you are your thoughts, achievements, or status. It feeds on validation and control, but quietly blocks growth and freedom. The thing about that is you are not your achievements. I am not the high-rise apartment I live in. I am not my 200,000 followers on Instagram. I am not my $1 million business. I am not my $35,000 watch. I am not my YouTube channel. Humans are simply a consciousness manifested in flesh. That's all we are. You are not your bones, you are not the clothes, you are not your eyes, you are not even your brain. And this is gonna sound wild. Humans are simply a collective consciousness manifested in flesh. That is all you are. Now, the reason why most people get lost in the sauce, or most people stay poor, or let money take over them, is because money doesn't change who you are, it amplifies who you are. So if you don't take care of these deep-rooted problems before you get rich, you're gonna be the worst rich person on the planet. Now, the thing about ego is, like I said, beliefs, to change the belief systems, you have to essentially understand, put the ego aside and say, hey, what I'm doing is wrong, I don't know anything, I'm an idiot, and I think like a poor person, because if I thought like a rich person, I'd be rich. Does that make sense? It's hard to accept, but you gotta accept it. That's reality. So, the next thing that I wanna say, let me write ego a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller actually. So, here's your ego. Now, the problem is I'm gonna get a different color marker, changing it up now, don't worry. The thing is that most people tie ego to metrics. So let's just say metrics and ego. Does this make sense? So horizontally is the metrics, vertically is the ego. So most people's graphs of their business looks like this, right? The higher metrics they get, the higher their ego gets. That is a certain, definite compound cocktail for failure. If you think or if you tie your ego to the metrics that you are getting inside of your business, the things that you are doing, if that makes sense. Let me move this a little bit closer. So if you tie yourself to the metrics that you are getting in your business, if you tie yourself to the money you are making, the moment the money goes down, your ego goes down, your self-worth goes down, therefore your business declines. That is the quickest, sure, foolproof way to go rich and back to poor again. So the next thing I want to talk about, and arguably the most important lesson in today's video, is your why. Why? Why do you want to get rich? Because the truth is for most of you guys watching this video, entrepreneurship is not cut out for you. Entrepreneurship is not cut out for you. It is going to take years of hard work. I'm going to be the only guru, or I'd argue, I have a couple thousand subscribers at the time of recording this video. I'm the only person on this space that's going to tell you that getting rich is hard. Getting rich and hitting 6 figures a year is going to be the most mentally and physically strenuous things you are ever going to accomplish in your entire life. Ever. Why do you want to go through all of that? Now, the truth is that most people's whys are shallow. Now, the thing about a shallow why is that it can work and it's selfish, but you can only reach certain numbers with it, if that makes sense. So most people's whys are shallow. Let me move this a little closer. Most people's whys are fairly shallow. Now, they are not going to hit $100,000 a month. They're not going to hit $1 million plus a year because their why is shallow. You can only get so far. I'm gonna say this, okay? You can only get so far with self-fulfilling why. With a self-fulfilling why, with servicing yourself. Does that make sense? You can only hit 10, 20, 30K a month from a selfish perspective. Because your goal and your why with 10, 20, 30K a month is to spend it on yourself. Can you retire your family on 30K a month? No, you can't. Can you take your girlfriend on 5-star vacations on 30K a month? Maybe, but it's not a financially smart decision to do. You can pay for it, you can't afford it though. You know what I'm saying? So the truth is that most people's whys aren't big enough. And the moment you have a why that is keywords bigger than yourself, that is when you are going to hit 7 figures a year and properly become a liquid millionaire. Once you have a why bigger than yourself, that is when you're going to become a millionaire. Because most people operate on selfish needs. Most people operate from a self-servicing or a self-serving motivation, right? Or motivational drive factor. My eraser dropped. Give me a sec, guys. Oh shoot. No, don't click off the video. Anyways, most people operate from a self-fulfilling, selfish drive factor, right? Motivating drive. They only go for, I want to get rich so I can get a car. I want to get rich so I can buy myself an iced out watch. I can wear Louis Vuitton clothes. The thing about that only is going to get you so far. If you're cool with 30K a month, be my guest. I am not. I'm not cool with 30K a month. I can't do what I want with 30K a month. But the thing is that since I want more than 30K a month, I gotta find a higher and bigger reason to hit 100K, 200K a month. The last thing I wanna talk about, and the biggest takeaway of this video for you guys, is going to be growth. Now, your growth depends on 2 things, okay? Let me erase this. Number 1, your rate of learning. And number 2, your rate of change. Does that make sense? So your growth depends on 2 factors, your rate of learning and your rate of change. Most people are addicted to learning and allergic to applying. The guy who reads 1 book and he analyzes every word, every period, every sentence, every page, every letter, every ink stroke of the book is going to get more value from that 1 book from the guy that skims through 1,000. Do you fully understand what you are taking in? Now this plays into consuming with intention, but I'm gonna talk about that in a second. Do you fully understand the things that you take into your ears and your brain and the inputs you get every single day? Do you remember the takeaways of the podcasts you've listened to? Probably not. If I listen to a podcast, it's gonna be 1, while I'm eating, so I'm able to fully pay attention, or when I'm walking or at the gym. And even then I'll catch myself slipping and not understanding what they're saying, and I have to repeat their words sentence for sentence after they say it in my head so I can retain it. You need to learn as quick as possible and then change as quick as possible. Old keys will not open new doors. Have you guys heard a million times? Your growth depends on your rate of learning and your rate of change, okay? Now, the last lesson for today's video, and arguably the most important and the biggest takeaway I want for you guys, so don't click off quite yet, is intention, okay? Let me fix the I. It's intention. Why do you spend $60 on a tub of protein powder that tastes worse than chocolate milk? It's because you have an intention behind purchasing it. There is a reason, okay? Reason, and that is gains. Believe it or not, it's gains. Just get freaking jacked and big and strong, right? So your intention behind purchasing a overpriced tub of chocolate milk powder is because it has value, which is the gains, the protein that you're gonna get. So do you really remember everything that I've talked about in this video? Chances are probably not, because you're so fried with your brain on dopamine overloading things like junk food, seed oils, sugar, alcohol, substances, and short form content that you're not able to retain information, which is okay, because I was there, but I've overcame it, which is why I'm making the video. You need to consume with intention 24/7. You guys need to be consuming with intention. You need to have a reason and a why behind everything that goes in and out of your mind. Every song you listen to, every podcast you watch or listen to, every YouTube video you watch, every person you follow on Instagram, you need to have an intention behind it. Everything that you do, there needs to be a clear goal and a clear result of what you do. Why do you want to make money? Okay, why do you want to start a business? So you can make money. Why do you want money? So you can buy things. Now this is what I've basically established for myself. I've understood my first principles and my why of making money. My why has changed over the years, which is why I've been able to scale. But why do you want to make money? So you can buy things. Why do you want things? So you can buy, why do I want to make money? So I can buy a Lambo. Why do I want a Lambo? Because I want validation from third-party sources like friends, social media, society. Okay, why do I need that? Then you're going to come to the conclusion of, because I didn't get it when I was growing up as a child, and I need to fulfill it through a third-party factor. Does that make sense? So you need to ask yourself why until you can't anymore, and then that last why is going to be your fundamental first principle reasoning on why you do anything. So you need to consume and act with intention. If I'm making this video with an intention, a goal of helping somebody make $1 million, and I guarantee you somebody is going to get, maybe nobody's going to make $1 million from this video, but I guarantee you I helped somebody out. Guarantee you I helped somebody out. Guarantee you this provided value. Guarantee you someone's gonna be closer to $1 million because of this here video. Does that make sense? So, without further ado, I want to end it off on one note. You guys gotta understand that you need to change. Oops. You need to change. You need to change your belief systems. You need to change your habits. You need to act like the $1 million version of yourself. You need to act like $1 million. You need to be a millionaire before you become a millionaire. Does that make sense? Change your belief systems, change your habits, act like this person. You have to act and behave like the millionaire before you can become the millionaire.
How to get rich by lying to yourself, okay? So in this video, I'm going to cover beliefs, identity, the conscious and subconscious realms, and much more. Who am I and why should you listen to this advice? This is a long video. This is going to be a no edited, no music PowerPoint. So in order for you to stick around, I just want to show you guys and tell you that everything that I'm going to show you in this video for free, might I add, is going to be literally everything that I've used to make over $1 million at the age of 18. So if you don't know who I am, my name is Smith Reese. I'm an entrepreneur from Los Angeles. And, I've been able to use all of these things to have a personal brand, start doing content. I have over 200,000 followers on Instagram. You can go follow that if you want. Travel the world. Here's me in Croatia on a yacht. Here's me in Switzerland. Another picture from Switzerland as well, with a Birkin. Here's me in Miami with 2 McLarens and a rocket launcher. Not rentals, by the way. Nice watches. And I've also been able to hang out with some cool people as well. So this was me, I think 2-3 days ago. I was with Chief Keef, which is random, but the goal of this video is to change your entire paradigm. So first off, what is a paradigm? So your paradigm is essentially how you see the entire world, right? From the things you think all the way to the way you think as well. Your paradigm consists of many pillars, and today we're going to deconstruct every single one of them. So, and at the end of the video, consider buying this book called Reality Transurfing. This is not an affiliate. There's no Amazon deals. You can go look it up on Amazon for yourself. It is a fantastic book. It's a thick book. It's a long read, but I do recommend it. So a paradigm change is going to equate to more money. But first, I want to prime your mind. I want to get you ready for this video because this is going to be a long video. It's going to be a lot of information to take in. So in this video and going into this video, I want you to take out a notepad, preferably handwrite, pen and paper. You could do a Google Doc or Apple Notes, whatever you like, but I prefer to write it down with hand because that's how I retain better. But you need to retain the most information, right? Go in with an open mind. Understand that I'm not going to be telling you guys things that you knew you didn't know. I'm going to be telling you things you didn't know even existed, things you didn't know you didn't know. Does that make sense? So understand that money is 80% mindset and 20% work. So first thing I want to cover is resistance and pain. So let me put this into perspective for you guys. Here's me when I was, I believe, 14 or 15, anime fan, pretty skinny, broke. And then this was me literally almost over a year ago as well. And the one difference is pain. The one difference between this kid and this guy is pain. And here's a picture. Now, pain is progress, and you need to change your paradigm to believe that, right? So in order to make progress, you need to optimize your life for pain. Pain is anything that you don't want to do. For example, cold showers, running, work, etc. And the things that you don't want to do are the things that are going to make you progress the most. My entire day is full of shit that I don't want to do, and that's why I'm progressing at an abnormal rate. Like to do what I do at my age is pretty fucking crazy. So, it's even 8 a.m. right now. I don't want to record this video. It's, I woke up like a little bit ago and I'd rather go chill. I'd rather take a little day off, but I know that this is going to help people. I know this is going to service people. So I'm not looking at it'd be selfish for me not to record this video and give it to you guys. Does that make sense? So pain can also be emotional. In this picture, I just got done from a hike that I did alone. At the time, I lost purpose and drive in pretty much every facet of my life, and I didn't know what to do. So I sat down and I pretty much just started bawling my eyes out. I just started crying. I decided to take this picture because I knew I'd be looking back on it in the future and I'd be proud of, where I've came. And, precisely that's what we're all doing now, right? This was progress. And one day you're going to look at everything you're going through and you're going to be glad it happened. Absolutely everything. So now let's cover identity, okay? So 99% of getting rich just comes down to your identity. Now, identity refers to your sense of self. It refers to beliefs, okay? It's not what you actually are, but it's what you believe you are. Does that make sense? So whatever you think you are, you are. And that's what comes down to it, right? So identity and actually becoming the person to actually make money and get rich, it's not about what you actually are, right? It's what you believe you are. There was a study done with sports athletes that, for example, one example was NBA players. They thought that their vertical jump was higher than it actually was, but they performed better in game. And this is with all athletes. If you have some kind of belief that you are better than you actually are, I don't care if you're an idiot. I'm not the smartest guy on the planet, but I'm smart enough to sit here, put together an almost hour-long video with 150 slides giving you all this information because I've gone out and I've done it. And I believed that I'm able to do stuff like this. Does that make sense? So it's not about what you actually are. It's about what you believe you are. You don't get what you really deserve. You get what you think you deserve. So you don't believe that things happen to you. You need to start believing that things happen for you. And this plays into the title of lying to yourself to get rich. Does that make sense? You have to kind of understand that you have to have some sense of delusion. You have to lie to yourself because obviously action and doing things is a factor when it comes to it. But let's say your girlfriend cheated on you. It sucks, but she wasn't the one then. If she was the one, then she wouldn't have cheated. I mean, it's a very simple analogy, but it wasn't you to switch your paradigm in the way you think about things, right? So you have to change everything. And this kind of comes, like I said, plays into the title. You have to believe that things happen for you. So resistance is very similar, right? Resistance is any pushback when you experience when it comes to doing a thing, right? Anything that will make you progress pretty much. So when I wake up in bed, and of course I'll have days where I just don't want to get up yet. Like, especially once you've hit higher numbers in money or your bank account, whatever it may be, monthly earnings, you're gonna lose the motivation, and that's just a part of the game. But it's the people that can understand and find a bigger why opposed to themselves, because once you hit certain numbers, you have to become selfless, right? Hitting 10K a month, 20, 30K a month, it's all selfish needs, it's all selfish wants, it's selfish desires. I'm recording this video. I could not spend my time recording this video, but I'm choosing to do it from the perspective of I'm serving people. Does that make sense? Now, I know that if I give to the universe, I'm going to get back, not monetarily, but could be monetarily, but one way or another, right? So that's called resistance. It's the little voice in your head saying, you don't have to do things. I don't have to record this video, but I'm doing it for you. Whoever's watching this video, it's going to help you. So most people often think about the thing, and they think they need to do it too much. They think about it too much. If I were to put a phone in front of you and I asked you to record a video, you probably would. All you would have to do is hit record and talk to the camera. Does that make sense? Like, that's what I'm doing now. I didn't think about recording this video. If I asked you to record a 20-minute long YouTube video, on the other hand, you probably wouldn't. Does that make sense? The steam room is so simple and it's easy with a major return on investment as far as time goes. But why do I skip it sometimes? Because I think about it too much. I think too much. All I really have to do is just sit down and breathe. But it's not really that hard. But the more you think about things, the more you're understanding and trying to overthink and I guess evaluate a situation or an action, you're going to do less of it. Does that make sense? I don't care how smart you are. I don't care how intelligent. I don't care how talented you are. If you overthink and if you take too much time trying to plan, then you are going to go nowhere, because talent without work is fucking nothing, as Ronaldo said. I mean, there's no, like, you see what I'm saying? You cannot overthink these simple tasks, because you just have to do it. Do. The person who like an idiot with action will be 10,000 times more effective than a Einstein that overthinks, okay? So you often overthink yourself from doing things. And in order to make the most progress, you just do now and think later, right? The steam room is so simple, easy. Oh, why is this slide duplicated? You are producing resistance, and it is merely a projection of your fears, and making progress is a little bit scary. So start seeing activities for what they are and activities not for who you are. Does that make sense? Start seeing things for what they actually are. Break it down to first principles, which we're going to talk about later, but you need to see them for what they are and not for who you are. Does that make sense? Go running 12 miles. Oh, well, I'm not David Goggins. Go run in 12 miles, bro. I don't care if your knees give out. You see what I'm saying? So the goal creates the resistance, and the resistance creates the work. Okay, so now we're going to talk about goals. Goals are great to have, but a lot of people fail because they don't set and achieve them properly, right? So let's talk about how to make goals really quick. People often shoot for the craziest goals ever when it comes to what they want to achieve. Now, obviously, I want to have $100 million liquid by the time I'm 25, which is a big shout. I mean, if I'm, if I'm pretty fucking rich at my age, that's a pretty unrealistic goal. I didn't expect to get here, but it's amazing, and that's really the right way to think about it. You kind of have to go progressively by goals, right? You can't be thinking, oh, I want to hit 100K a month. That's definitely down the line, but you shouldn't be focusing on that consciously every single day. Humans intrinsically, psychologically, we suck with time, and I'm going to talk about that in a second, but you have to understand that you need to focus on what's in front of you, okay? When it comes to setting goals or business or entrepreneurship, it's kind of like driving a car during nighttime and it's raining. You see what I'm saying? Your headlights can only see so far ahead of you. It's like 20, 30 feet. And if you're focusing on what's going on 2 miles ahead, you're just gonna go, if a turn comes up, if a tree comes up, or if a puddle or ice comes up, you're just gonna crash your fucking car. Does that make sense? So you need to go step by step. Focus on making your first sale. Focused on making your first dollar, opposed to trying to hit 20K a month. Because if you don't know how to hit 10K, you're not going to know what to double down on, and you're not going to have any data to hit 30K a month. Does that make sense? So let's start off simple. I want to make $1 million, right? That's a fantastic goal, but it falls apart when you say, I want to make $1 million this year. Having these goals are fantastic, but setting a timeline on them or a deadline is the stupidest thing you could possibly do. And that's one of the biggest things that kills a lot of beginners' progress, okay? I'm all for shooting for the stars, right? Of course. I mean, I've done it for myself. But you need to draw the line between optimistic and realistic. You don't set a deadline for a crazy goal like that, right? So, for example, in World War II, prisoners of war had no idea when or even if they were going to, if the war was going to end or if they were going to get out. So there's no outside information. Most of them were optimistic on getting out, and I'll tell you why that led to their demise, right? So here's John and William, both World War II prisoners, and they were the same age, same height, same weight, etc., and they were captured at the same time as well. Now, the one difference and why one guy survived is how they set goals. So John thinks he's going to be released in 3 months. His goal is optimistic. He's very optimistic. His hopes are higher than William's. And John is super happy all the time. He's like he's waking up and he's happy and he's, doing his little hard labor, forced labor. He's eating his one piece of bread and cup of coffee every day. And he's happy. But William doesn't know when the war is going to end. He doesn't know when they're going to be released, but he truly does think that eventually it has to come to an end. No war is going to last forever, right? He doesn't know when. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So William just goes day by day, waiting, doing his labor. Now, 3 months pass. John is still a prisoner. Conditions are getting worse, and he dies a week later. The issue with John is that he set a deadline to his goal. Right? Both are pretty big goals or hopes to have in life, right? Oh, this world war is going to end, right? There were many third-party controlling factors, so when it hit the deadline, his entire body shut down. And the truth is about everything, your brain, your mind, your conscious, it controls everything. Henceforth, why, like I said earlier, athletes who believe they are really better than they actually are tend to perform better physically on the court, in the field, etc. So humans suck with time. Intrinsically, psychologically, we cannot understand proper time frames. So realistically, if you didn't make 600K to 700K last year, you probably won't make $1 million this year. It's just not a very realistic goal, right? So humans have always sucked with time. But here's how to set goals the right way. So your goal is 10K a month, right? Reverse engineer that goal and see what it actually looks like on day-to-day, week-to-week basis, right? You want to avoid setting a deadline. You have a goal, you don't know when you're going to achieve it. And if you operate with the time frame and the mental framework of it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, then you're gonna hit a lot sooner, okay? Goal, 10K per month. Monthly basis, that's 4 clients closed. Let's say a weekly basis, that's 1 client a week. Daily basis, X cold calls, X DMs, X emails. Same thing with e-commerce. Goal is 10K a month. How many ad creatives is that going to get me? Like, it could be pretty much with whatever business you're doing. So you need to obsess over this goal. Really obsess. Like, whatever it may be, I don't care if it doesn't cater to this goal, cut it out. People, habits, etc. I often set monthly goals for myself, and they're easy monthly goals, right? Something I know I'm going to hit regardless as long as I show up every single day. Now, this allows me to get small positive wins throughout the month. It allows me to have positive dopamine. It allows me to have positive reassurance. I'm reaffirming myself that I am who I say I am, and this new identity, right? Because if let's say you have a goal to hit 10K a month and it's by X deadline and you don't hit it, you are going to be operating in the lowest possible frequency. You can look this up. There's frequency charts, etc. But you're going to be operating on the lowest possible frequency ever, right? It's going to be guilt, shame. You're going to feel like you did something wrong, even though you were still working towards that goal simply because you had a deadline, right? So get real achievement dopamine, and I hardwire my brain to want more. So now let's talk about beliefs, okay? What are beliefs? Beliefs, more specifically, belief systems. So belief systems are your fundamentals as a human being, okay? Now this plays into everything. So this is just your entire paradigm of life: tangible evidence, pain, inputs, experience, biases, cognitive biases, thought processes, I forgot a T there, thought processes, beliefs, decision-making, literally everything that makes makes or breaks your day-to-day, right? Your decision-making, your emotional status, everything. So your entire paradigm has formed from your experience as a human being. Now, you look at the way the world is because you've lived your life and you've seen it for yourself. Does that make sense? If you were to ask me 15-year-old me, you're going to be hanging out with celebrities, you're going to be making a shit ton of money, traveling the world, doing all this fantastic stuff, I would be like, that's crazy. That's insane. But that's because I wasn't me. You see what I'm saying? Now that I've already done it, that's just my life now. I'm not trying to be non-humble, like put myself on a pedestal by any means, but that's just my life now. Does that make sense? So you have to understand, you look at the world through a bubble. You look at the world through your personal experiences. I live in, Smith's world, and you live in, let's say your name is John, Alex, William, whatever. You live in your world, and you look at the world through your personal experiences. Everyone just has lived their own life. Does that make sense? So you have to detach yourself from the experiences and belief systems that you've created from your own life. So every human has lived different lives, so they see the world in a different way. Does that make sense? Your belief systems are the one thing that's stopping you from achieving whatever your heart desires. And your paradigm is formed from your inputs. So what are inputs? Inputs are music, things you've seen, news, personal experiences, videos, things you've been told, etc. So, if you go to school and your teacher maybe is a nasty teacher and tells you, oh, you're a lazy student or something like that, especially when you're young, you're going to adopt, because they're in a position of authority, you're going to adopt that belief and identity about yourself, that sense of self that you are lazy. Does that make sense? You have to take everything from a critical thinking standpoint and first principles, which is what I was going to talk about. So let's break it down using a principle called first principle reasoning. First principle reasoning is a problem-solving approach that involves breaking down complex issues into the most basic and fundamental elements. Now, by understanding these fundamental principles, one can reconstruct knowledge and solutions from the ground up, often leading to new and innovative, effective outcomes. So it could be, why? Why do we use this? Say you believe something, right? It's, quote, hard to make money. These are what people call, what I call limiting beliefs. So you have this fundamental belief, it's hard to make money. Why? You have to ask why. Why? Why do you believe that? You have to keep, if you have a belief about yourself, you have to keep asking why until you can't ask why. And then that last answer above is that real reason, right? So you believe it's hard to make money. Why? Maybe because you grew up poor. Maybe you've never been in an environment where money was abundant. Maybe you have a reason, but you can have a reason, but you have to break it down and dissect it for if what you actually believe is logical. It's hard to make money. Okay, so how many billionaires are there in the world? How much money is in circulation? How many new millionaires are being made every single day? Does that make sense? Like, if you grew up poor in a poor neighborhood, in a poor country or state, you live in a fucking bubble. Like, and that sounds super insensitive, but it's true. If you grew up in, let's say, Moldova, which I believe is the poorest country in Europe, if you grew up in Moldova versus if you grew up in the center of Paris or like South Kensington, London, and that's like the Chelsea, the richest areas of the UK, you are like, if you grew up in Moldova, you're going to be like, yo, making 10K a month is crazy. But if you're in South Kensington, you go to a cigar lounge and you see $4 million of car, that's a Bugatti Chiron, you see this, you see that, you see all this rich people cars, like it's going to be in front of you. Does that make sense? So your beliefs and any limiting belief you have is formulated upon an experience, your personal life. So women are only attracted to men with six packs due to the fact that you have the fundamental belief, unless you have a six pack, you literally won't get the woman, right? Someone else could have a different experience though, right? Going back to the money belief, someone could have money be the most abundant resource in their life. So you know damn well they have different beliefs about it, right? Your actions cannot conflict with your beliefs. Understand that. So if you think women are only attracted to men with six packs, right? You're not going to get a girlfriend, regardless of how rich, successful, charismatic, etc. you are. If you have that fundamental belief, you are not going to get a woman unless you have a six pack, right? I mean, you have so many logical, tangible proof in front of you that that's not the case. Does that make sense? So it could be Pete Davidson dated Kim Kardashian and Ariana Grande and all these famous, attractive women. He doesn't have a six pack. You see what I'm saying? He's technically, a lot of people call him ugly, but you see what I'm saying? So your actions cannot conflict with your beliefs. If you want to change your reality, you have to change your actions. And if you want to change your actions, you have to change your beliefs. So it starts in the mind. It all comes down to the mind, okay? So why settle or be comfortable having a belief that doesn't benefit your life? Why on God's green fuck, and this is what I don't understand about, I'm sorry, I'm going to say the P word, but I don't understand this about poor people. They settle and they settle for beliefs that don't benefit their life. I would much rather be so positively delusional. Like if you're going to get into a fight, let's say 10 guys are going to come fight you, even if it's 1% chance that you're going to win more believing that you can kill them all and like with your bare hands, you're going to have a better chance of succeeding. Does that make sense? It comes down to your beliefs. So I don't know why anybody and the face, like seriously, take this down. I don't care if it's unrealistic. I don't care if it's fucking delusional. Why the fuck are you believing something that does not benefit you? Especially a belief when it comes to identity, okay, or sense of self. So I've included a Google Doc template below for you to break down every limiting belief you have and solve it. Psychological suicide, okay? Break down on a Google Doc how much would it would cost for you to live your dream life. Now, this is just a figure that you would be proud of, okay? So you can break down, I want this Lamborghini with good credit. That's going to be $3,200 a month. I want this penthouse. That's going to be $15K a month. I want to spend $1,000 a month on food. I want to spend $3K a month on going out to eat. I want to have a girlfriend. So that's going to be another 20 grand a month. I'm joking. It's going to be, you know, whatever month. So break down what your monthly expenses are, and then obviously break down, like, you're not going to be spending 100% of what you're making. So obviously be logical about that. But now you aren't making X right now, and that's for a very good reason. You aren't that kind of person yet, right? So I would be making $1 million a month if I was $1 million a month person, but I'm not, right? So you need to reverse engineer X and the version of you that's making X amount of money, right? So what does this version of yourself do? How many hours does it sleep? How many hours does it work? What's its morning routine? What's its night routine? You see what I'm saying? What podcast does it listen to? Does it watch videos like this on YouTube that are actually valuable, that give value, not some Mr. Beast hyper edited brain rot things? Does that make sense? So you need to reverse engineer this and break it down to what it would look like of this version of yourself that's making your goal, right? So you have this character and you need to become it. So really think, if you broke down day-to-day routine and what you actually did every single day, you'd be able to reach it without a shadow of a doubt, right? 1 + 1 is 2. You do the things, you get the things. You do shit, you get stuff. That's the biggest equation that I've pretty much lived by. If I do shit, I get stuff. Does that make sense? You need to kill your old self, because who you are right now has gotten you the results that you have right now and the life that you have right now. And if you're not happy with the life you have now and you want to make more money, then you need to kill your current self, commit psychological suicide, become this new version of yourself. So you need to, it's like a 3 to 4 month rebirth period. Don't do monk mode. Monk mode is terrible. That's a term that's been thrown around a lot, and that involves isolation. You need to stay social. But I'll give you a rundown of my entire rebirth period, and this tripled my income. So I woke up at sunrise, 6 a.m. That was pain. I cold showered as soon as I woke up. That was pain. I shaved my head as well. I prayed, read the Bible. I wouldn't consider that pain. But straight into 3-hour work block, pain. Go for a walk, back into 2-hour work block, pain. Walk again, gym, pain. Record video, pain. Combat training. I did MMA. I did Muay Thai, and I did Russian boxing. That's all pain. That's a hefty day of pain. Is that not? I had to wake up, do a shit ton of work, then I had to go to the gym, eat an entire meal, then go to Muay Thai training on a full stomach. Every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I was this close to throwing up at training. So if you did that every single day, you'd be proving to yourself every single day that you are that guy. I am that guy because I say what I do. Does that make sense? Most people want to believe something about themselves, but they don't reinforce the idea. Does that make sense? They want to believe something about themselves, but they don't do things in their day-to-day life that reinforces that sense of identity. They don't do the actions to actually, like, they don't have any proof that they are who they say they are, right? Like, for example, let's go back to this routine. If I was like, I'm a seasoned entrepreneur, I make a lot of money, I am capable when it comes to combat, and I am strong, and I am religious. I'm a good Christian, right? Let's just say that. That's the identity I want. This routine, doing this every single day, reinforces that identity. But you want the identity of a seasoned entrepreneur who makes $1 million a year, who is, really consistent in the gym and very healthy. They biohack and they intermittent fast and all that stuff. But then you wake up at 9 a.m. You don't go to the gym. You go to the gym, but you do reps till mild discomfort. You don't go till failure. You don't lift actual heavy weight. You see what I'm saying? Your actions should directly reflect who you want to be. Does that make sense? Most people want to become somebody, but they don't act like they are that person. So monk mode has ruined lives. Monk mode has ruined lives for, my life for a year. And I was making money, but I was lonely and depressed. And I don't want to optimize my life for money. So what do you want to be or optimize your life for? Money, women, friends, health? You need to balance. You really do need to balance. If you want to optimize your life for money and you don't care about getting a girlfriend, a long-lasting relationship, a relationship with Christ or God, whatever God you may believe, you don't want to have friends, you don't want to be healthy, then you can go lock yourself in a room, stay up till 4 a.m. every single night, sitting on a laptop, eating junk food, ordering Uber Eats. That's you. Like, if you want to only have money, that's fantastic. You can do that. But I've done that. It's not very cool. So if you wanted to optimize your life for money, yeah, I pretty much already said that. So if you wanted to optimize your life for the gym, you'd be jacked, but you'd probably start doing steroids, and you'd probably be poor. Does that make sense? That's why most bodybuilders are poor. So evaluate your life. What do you want? What means the most to you? Monk mode prioritizes money and devalues every single other facet of a fundamental and healthy, quote, parentheses, or quote, good life. Does that make sense? So I'm not saying don't go monk mode, don't go nightmare mode, lock in, whatever you want to call it, but there's a line. There's a benchmark. Sometimes it goes too far. Humans are social creatures. Psychologically, we need human one-to-one interaction. Now, without that, I was making money, but I did lose my social skills. And what's the point of having money if you can't enjoy it with your friends? I had one of the most fantastic nights of my life the other night, and it was because it was me It was my two closest friends on the entire planet and all of our girlfriends. And we were at this nice Mexican restaurant, and we were there for 4 hours, I kid you not. We sat there, it was like, we got there at 6 and we left at 10. That was one of the best nights of my life because I was able to just enjoy the freedom. I didn't go to work. I didn't have to go to a job. I didn't feel mentally drained because my work and my job is things that I really enjoy doing. I didn't have to think about it. I just chopped it up with my boys. We had great conversations, talked about the world, our lives, geopolitics, opinions, etc., jokes. And that's the beauty of what I'm like having this. And if I was in monk mode, I wouldn't be able to have that. I'd say, I don't want to do that. The truth about it is you need to stay social. People think that they have to stop hanging out with their friends. If you have no good influences, then maybe cut it out a little bit, but you need to remain social. I don't care who you are. You need to be hanging out with your friends. And that's that. I want you guys to remember that because, for example, think about the person who is depressed and they're in low frequency, they're in low energy, low vibration every single day. They're staying in bed all day, but they still end up tired. How the fuck are you in bed all day and you still are tired? It just doesn't logically make sense, right? So the thing is that person is going to be as tired as somebody who worked a 16-hour construction job. Does that make sense? Because you have to be in motion. You have to constantly be in flow. You have to be in motion. Your mind cannot be like a lake. A lake can't grow. A lake can only shrink. The water can only evaporate, and then humans can build around it and take its resources or pump its water out. If you're a river, there's things constantly going in and going out. There's motion, there's flow, and that's what you need to do with your life. That's how you need to treat your mind. So what I'm trying to say is, it's just weigh the pros and cons. Just weigh it out, right? You have to have a reason to do anything. You don't just do, okay? So at the end of the day, you need to consume with intention. Right? You're consuming this video with intention. And if you haven't been taking notes, then I don't know what you're doing right now. If you're having this play in the background, you're an idiot. This is not a video. This is not a background video. This is a fucking video that you're going to watch that is going to restructure your entire fundamental life. Does that make sense? Your subconscious, your conscious, you need to consume with intent. You need to be conscious about what you do. So most people scroll. You're not conscious when you're scrolling. You're just scroll. You're doing nothing, right? You're not consuming with intention. The same way that, let me put this into perspective. Why do you eat protein? If you're a gym guy, why do you eat protein? Okay? Protein, you're consuming that with an intention. You want to eat protein. Probably tastes a little bit bad. Protein shakes taste like cardboard to me, but you're consuming the protein to get muscle. So you're consuming this content to get rich. Does that make sense? You need to consume with intention. The equivalent of consuming without intention is the equivalent to going into a candy store and eating fucking everything. Just eating food to eat food and feel full. Does that make sense? To feel temporarily full. It's like eating a fucking bag of candy popcorn. Does that make sense? Candy will not actually make you feel full. It will not give your body nutrients. You will not be able to digest that properly. The colors, the foods, the dyes, the chemicals are going to ruin your overall health, right? And that's what content is like. Consuming everything with intention is the thing that's going to change your fucking life. Because if you're scrolling and watching videos like willy-nilly, doing whatever you want, that's the equivalent to eating candy. It's going to make you feel full, but then your dopaminergic system is going to fucking spike. You're going to feel like shit. So let me tell you a story about my old friend Adam. So here's the important pillars, okay? So you need rebirth. You need 4 to 5 months of just full metamorphosis. You need radical responsibility. You are a product of your own actions, okay? You are where you are because you've done whatever you've done. Does that make sense? You are exactly, the truth is, I don't care if you're rich or you're poor, you're fat, you're skinny, or even jacked, you're exactly where you deserve to be. Understand that. So your environment is everything, okay? Environment is the content you consume, the people you hang with, and even your workspace. Cater everything to the evolved version of you. Everything in your environment is an input. So this goes back to my friend Adam, right? Essentially, he was my buddy, and we were in I used to have like a little group on WhatsApp for when I was trying to be an entrepreneur or starting business, right? And I tried to have a good environment and talk to people. And this guy made, I think it was like $100,000 before he was even a senior. He was a senior at the time. Before he graduated high school, he made $100,000, which is fucking crazy. Now, the thing with him is he made $100,000 with dropshipping, which is what I do, and I started at the time. And he decided to quit that and go to college. He made $100,000 from his laptop, But the thing is his fundamental beliefs weren't aligned with the person. He made the money, but he wasn't the kind of person to keep, preserve, multiply that money. Does that make sense? So that's the biggest, scariest thing, is making money but not being that kind of person. So get rid of any minor distractions, right? This could be anything from random posters, figurines, books, etc. Let me unplug my camera because I think it's going to overheat. But this could be anything, right? Your desk needs to be nothing but the essentials for work, and that's literally it. You need a pitch black room, optimized sleep. Like, you don't see anything in my background that's not optimized. I have a $4,000 Go Yard bag, some hats, a whiteboard, obviously, and then the trash and some shoes. That's it. I throw my trash in a Saint Laurent bag, bro. That you got to get to that point, guys. So your desk needs to be nothing but the essentials for your work, and that's it, right? So I personally strip my room from everything, and everywhere I go, I strip it of everything, right? This is catered to my goals. No posters, it's just empty shelves, etc. So now let's get into self-programming, because your mind, brains, your psyche, it's built upon patterns. Humans are thought-based creatures. They're pattern recognition. So the subconscious mind is a powerful part of our mental processes, that operates below our conscious awareness, right? It influences our thoughts, emotions, behaviors through automatic processes, learned habits, and emotional responses. Like I said, we are pattern-based creatures. So while we are not actively aware of its workings, the subconscious mind stores memories, manages routines, and processes information quickly and efficiently. It plays a crucial role in shaping our perceptions and actions, often guiding us based on past personal experiences and ingrained patterns without even us realizing, right? So understanding the subconscious helps us appreciate the depth and complexity of the human behavior and cognition. So you need to understand that humans are pattern-based creatures. Your brain has something that's called plasticity. So it only takes, 3 days to pick up a habit, right? Like, think about something that you do without even thinking when you're on airplane mode, right? Like, what's something we do? Someone blows in your eyes and you blink. Like, that's what you're the habits of this new identity that you want to adopt should be. It should be on airplane mode. You should do it without thinking. Does that make sense? I wake up, I don't touch my phone, I do red light therapy, I pray, I read my Bible, I meditate, and I get to work. I don't even think about that. I have done that, and I've adopted that through my, obviously it took a little while to do that, but it's taking advantage of your brain, right? You need to understand how the brain works. So your subconscious plays pretty much into everything you do. So I'm going to show you how to hack or reprogram your mind to your advantage, right? So like we talked about earlier, you are the way you are because of your inputs, right? Every thought and action you've ever had or taken is the result of some kind of input. Regardless of what you want to admit, that's the truth. So these can be anything from the music you listen to all the way to the people you interact with, the Instagram videos you watch, the podcasts you listen to, videos like this on YouTube. So you need to reprogram your life and turn it to your subconscious and cater it to your goal. So only watch and read money-based self-improvement books, okay? All of your inputs are money/self-improvement related. You make money. Simple. If you go and talk to a bunch of friends that are depressed and talk about being depressed, you're probably going to be a little bit fucking depressed. Does that make sense? Even your parents can be bad inputs, and that's the truth. Maybe you have close friends. When I was trying to get rich, I cut off friends that I knew for 6 years because they made fun of me. They smoked weed. They weren't in a court. They weren't serving my beliefs or my goals. Does that make sense? So one of the biggest hacks that I've made, so this plays into the subconscious mind. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. That's the truth. You need to really understand your subconscious. Does that make understand that? Okay, so this is something that I do every single morning. I call it like a custom audio or subliminals. So you need to listen to a 432 hertz frequency audio, and I give myself affirmations towards my goals. Now, the goal of this is not to say I will. It's not to say I will. It's saying I am. You are the identity. You have to lie to yourself, hence the title of this video. So the most music in today's world is made in 440 hertz, and that's the lowest frequency that you can make it. That puts your vibration at the lowest. So 432 hertz is more harmonious with your brain. It is way more harmonious with your brain waves. You have to understand alpha, beta, theta waves. So this is a lot of stuff that you can do. You guys can go research this on your own, ask ChatGPT, go do the rabbit hole, check forums, whatever you want. But this frequency resonates much more naturally with the universe and the human body compared to the standard 440 hertz tuning. So proponents suggest that 432 hertz promotes relaxation and well-being, aligning more closely with natural harmonics. So essentially what I do is I take audios, it's like 10-15 minutes, I meditate to it, I visualize to it, and I understand, basically I just say I am, or I'm, or you don't want to say I'm going to, because you put it away from you. The goal from this is to attract. It's to be magnetic. It's law of attraction. You don't want to, does that make sense? So you don't want to attach yourself to some goal. You want to say, I am a millionaire. I am this. I am this. I am that. I'm the kind of person this. You see what I'm saying? So every morning I listen to this in a meditative state. Now, the truth about this is that your subconscious is the most vulnerable, okay? Like when you wake up and getting your gears going, right? So when you wake up, your mind and your subconscious is the most vulnerable, which is why you want to listen to these subliminals as soon as you wake up. Like even in bed, just sit up so your blood gets flowing. You don't lay down or fall back asleep. You just sit up, sit there and listen to these subliminals. And also right before you go to bed, because that's when your subconscious is the most vulnerable. You can even repeat them to yourself as you're going to sleep. So this allows me to start my day off with thinking about nothing except my goals. And it works so well, I've found, because your inner dialogue resonates with your own voice over any other. So it's yourself speaking. Essentially, you can use GarageBand, BandLab, FL Studio, Logic, whatever you want to use, Ableton. Take a 432 hertz frequency meditative audio. You can find these on YouTube. Use YT to MP3 converters, YouTube video to MP3 converters. Put those into one of those, audio whatever ones. Then you can even use like BandLab and record your own voice over it as well. This is all free. So definitely try that. There we go. So it works so well, I found, because your inner dialogue resonates with your own voice over any other, because it's yourself speaking. So clarity. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Watching this video, close your fucking eyes. I'm serious. Close them. Take a deep breath in through your nose. Hold for a second. And then blow out of your mouth as slowly as possible, like you're blowing a candle out. So do that 5 times. Pause the video and unpause it when you're done. Okay? So pause this video. Go do that 5 times. Really slow your heart rate. Breathe as slowly as possible. And then come back. Okay. So you're back. Hopefully you did that. But let's find your purpose or your why. So if I gave you $1 billion, right, and you couldn't spend it or invest the money, all it granted you is financial security for the rest of your life. You could pay your current life now, all your bills. You can't go buy a new house. You can't go buy a new car. You can't go buy a new watch. You can just, your monthly expenses for the rest of your life are covered because you're a billionaire. So, meaning your bills were paid for, your family's taken care of, etc. What would you do on a day-to-day basis? What would you do on a day-to-day basis? Think. If you gave me $1 billion, I would still be doing what I'm doing right now. And that's the purest form of authenticity, purpose, drive, motivation. I'm servicing other people. Now, I'm doing that from a selfless sense. I'm not getting paid for this video. YouTube is not going to pay me. This channel is not even monetized right now. Hopefully this video pops. Maybe it does. It can manifest the 100K views. But you see what I'm saying? Understand, unless you're Gandhi, you're not going to be able to live a life in accordance to your purpose. Money is that vehicle that's going to get you into the position to live in accordance to your purpose, okay? So my purpose isn't to be a drop shipper, but I used it as a vehicle to get me in a position as an individual to where now I can go all in. I can make videos. I can get a personal brand. I can get followers. I can have fun. I can enjoy my life. Let's talk about biases. So a cognitive bias is a systematic pattern of deviation from the norm or rationality and judgment. So individuals create their own, quote, subjective reality from their perception of the input. And an individual's construction of reality, not the objective input, may dictate their behavior in the world. Now I talk a lot about this in Organic Overdrive, and we have a codex to follow and resources to use as well. So we store memories differently based on how they were experienced. Okay, we produce events and list them to their key elements. Humans have a tendency to think in particular ways that can lead to systematic deviations from making rational judgments. I'm gonna say that one more time. We store memories differently based on how they were experienced. Okay, we reduce events and lists to their key elements. Okay, remember this. Take notes. Humans have a tendency to think in particular ways that can lead to systematic deviations from making rational judgments. These tendencies usually arise from A, information processing shortcuts, B, limited processing ability of the brain, C, emotional and moral motivations, and D, distortions in storing and retrieving memories and social influence. So for example, familiarity bias, okay? An investor puts her money in what she knows rather than seeking the obvious benefits from portfolio and diversification. Just because a certain type of industry or security is familiar doesn't make it a logical selection. Let's say you want to put $100,000, like half your life savings, into, let's say, Tesla, and then Elon Musk makes a tweet. You only invested in Tesla because you know about Tesla and you know about Elon Musk. He's the richest man in the world. He makes a tweet, tanks the stock price. Now you lose all your money. Say, same thing. So novelty bias. You choose a business model or a logo or an idea simply due to the fact that it is, quote, new, thinking that new is better. You fail to do any research, no due diligence, no actual research and ignore any historical evidence. For example, the iPhone. You buy your new iPhone. I buy a new iPhone every single 2 years. Not because the third one is going to be, oh my God, fantastic, but because they're going to break mine. They update and make it a lot slower. So I kind of have to. But the new iPhone is not it's not new. New is not better. Better is better. Selective perception bias, right? This bias is the tendency to see and interpret information in a way that confirms one's pre-existing beliefs. This bias can lead to ignoring or dismissing information that contradicts these beliefs. People will ignore third-party opinions or advice due to the fact that listening will cause them emotional discomfort or an admission to being, quote, wrong. Think about politics, right? A lot of people are, especially, I'm not going to talk about, specific stuff, but let's say you're a Republican or you're a Democrat. You're pretty much not going to research anything against let's say you want to get X person to be president. You're going to vote for X person. You believe and you agree with what they say. You're not going to go and look into any bad things they've done. Selective perception bias. Does that make sense? You're choosing to research the only good things. You're not going to go like everyone who voted for Hillary Clinton back in the day. I'm not taking a side, but like when her emails came out and going to the island and all that kind of stuff. No, a lot of people didn't actually do research on that because they want to choose they don't want to admit being wrong. You see what I'm saying? So get specific. Getting specific not only gives you the proof of concept via visualizing, but it allows you to cater other aspects of your life to optimize your progress. So, think about like a lost ship, right? Humans are nothing but raw potential. Now, it's kind of like I said, a lost ship. If you're in the ocean and you're just a boat floating, you have no intention, you have no conscious ability to have direction. You are just being swung by the waves. Now, if you have conscious, you take over your paradigm, your beliefs, you have intention in what you're acting for, you have an identity to become, then you put a sail up. And and that's the sail. The sail is your identity, the sail is this, the sail is your beliefs, your paradigm, your does that make sense? And then the moment I hit my mic. The moment you start doing anything in accordance to this identity, that's the wind. And the wind will push that sail and take you to wherever you want to go. So a goal is a snapshot into the future. There's a reason why I had you all, make your evolved self avatar. Without a goal, you're just walking around life in no direction. All success is deciding what you want and then working to get it. Like I said at the start of this video, you do shit, you get stuff. So make a Google Doc. Write down your dream life monthly expenses. Right? Example, Lambo, 2,700, penthouse, 10K, gym, 200, food, 1,000, shopping, 3,000, gifts, 2,000, family, 10K. It's like 30K a month in expenses. So you need to be smart with your money too. So total monthly recurring revenue to live your dream life is, let's say, $50,000 to $70,000 a month. Does that make sense? So I went from hovering around $100 in my bank account for months trying e-commerce, drop shipping, which is what I do still to this day, on end. And then within 100 hours, I had over $8,000 in my bank account. That will be you. It will literally be nothing, whoosh, compounded results. The results you get will be exponentially more extreme with time. Now, your income is also dependent on your depth of understanding. So the deeper you understand your customer, client, niche, etc., the more money you're going to make. And that's what makes you an expert or not, right? I've done so much due diligence, research, time, trying these weird, obscure, niche woo-woo techniques out. And that's why I'm only being able to distill you and give you the things that work. I'm not going to sit here and give you something that didn't work because it's taken me 2-3 years to sit here and make this video with the knowledge that I have. So get a sheet of paper, make a Google Doc, and at the top of the page, write down the desired MRR that we talked about prior. Ask yourself why you want that dream figure per se, like write that down under the goal, and ask yourself why you want the things you wrote under the goal. I want to make 50K a month. Why? I want more money. Why? I want a Lambo, nice watches. Why? I want to feel appreciated and validated by society. Why? My childhood lacked a healthy dynamic from my parents, so I'm going to seek what I missed as a child from a third-party source. Most people don't want money. They want money to feed something. My Instagram, like this video is to serve people. My main Instagram is because I want to be famous. I didn't have, validation growing up as a kid. I had a really rough childhood, and that's why I do Instagram. I feel it. It's filling a void, and it's feeding trauma from my past experiences. Most people are like, bro, I just do. There's always a deeper why to why somebody's doing something. So your income is dependent on your depth of understanding. The deeper you understand your customer, client, niche, boom, I already said that. Repetitive negative thinking patterns can be single-handedly the most detrimental thing to a man or woman if you're watching this. But it was for me. So nothing kills a man faster than his own mind, right? Something called rumination. So rumination involves repetitive thinking or dwelling on negative feelings and distress. And their causes and consequences. The repetitive negative aspect of rumination can contribute to the development or depression of or anxiety and can worsen existing conditions. So if I were to ask you take you on a highway or a busy car park, I'd say, count how many red cars there are on the parking lot. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's 4 red cars. I'm like, well, how many black cars were there? You're like, oh shit, I don't know. That's because you're only focusing on the red cars. Now, if I asked you to say, go count all the black cars, you're like, 13. I was like, how many green cars are there? You're like, oh, I don't know. You're only going to see what you're focusing on. So that's what I'm saying. It comes back to the other slide that I talked to you guys about, like, why would you adopt a belief that doesn't serve your goals or your goal identity? Does that make sense? So this comes down to repetitive negative thinking patterns. If you're constantly thinking negatively, oh, I'm putting myself down, you're going to be worse off. So when a person is depressed and in a depressed mood ruminates, they are more likely to remember more negative thinking that happened to them in the past. They interpret situations in their current lives more negatively. They're more hopeless about the future. And this preoccupation with problems also makes it difficult to move beyond that or allow to focus on problem solving. So they're focused on problems, but they're not focused on problem solving. There's a very big difference. Even people without depression or anxiety, rumination can contribute to a lot of negative emotions, anxiety, and this can become a cycle where the more the person ruminates, the worse they feel, which then contributes to more rumination, hence the name repetitive negative thinking patterns. So there is comfort in sadness and negativity. Humans are always, it's much easier to be fucking depressed and sad and negative all the time than it is to be happy. And that's the truth. So one of the most depressing periods of my life was summer of 2023, around like a year and a half ago. So 2 years ago on the dot, I had gotten comfortable in my business. I had hit a plateau. Everything was stagnant and I wasn't growing, but I wasn't declining either. I was just kind of making the same amount of money, and I ended up falling into the trap of depression. Now, pretty much every single day, I would just feel crippling loneliness, henceforth monk mode and lack of social. I wasn't doing subliminals. I didn't even understand what this kinds of stuff was, which is why I'm telling it to you guys now, because this shit changed my life. And overall, operating at the lowest possible frequency a human could. Now, I wish at the time I knew what I knew now, because I could have just snapped out of it, right? But the constant sad music I listened to, the isolation I was experiencing because I wasn't social, that was a depression cocktail. That was a negative frequency cocktail. And I slowly got out of that, but it was terrible. Now, repetitive negative thinking patterns is what I was experiencing. The human brain is fucking stupid, and it can sabotage you all the time. You are not your brain, nor are you your body. You are the consciousness that resides in a tangible and physical configuration of flesh. I'm going to say that one more time. You are not your brain, nor are you your body. You are the consciousness that resides in a tangible and physical configuration of flesh. Does that make sense? My hand is not me. My face is not me. My feet are not me. My brain even isn't me. My consciousness is. My soul. Think of your consciousness like your soul. So mental energy is tangible, and it can't vanish without a trace. So when a group of people begins to think in one direction, their quote thought waves superimposed over one another. And in this ocean of energy, they create invisible but real energy, information structures, pendulums, right? They begin to develop themselves and make people follow their laws. Once, under the influence of a destructive pendulum, one loses his or her freedom because the cog is way too big. It becomes a cog in the big mechanism. So same way that when there's a packed stadium at a football game, someone will start a wave, right? This starts with one person standing up, then 2 people, then everyone sees like people trying to start a wave. So then 5, 6 people, 6, 7 people, 100,000 people, boom, all out of nowhere, right? So within 60 seconds, you have 20,000 people all in tune. Fucking crazy. So how to avoid getting caught in pendulums? So how do you avoid getting caught up in pendulums, right? The key is to maintain your own individuality and avoid getting swept up in group dynamics. This means getting aware of your own desires and emotions, not letting yourself be swayed by the beliefs of others. It's also important to be mindful of the pendulums that you create yourself and also avoid becoming attached to them. So you don't know if things are good or bad, right? It's all relative to the timeline in which you look at things. Okay, like something could happen to you, and if like the thing about life is that the movie's going to end, but there's chapters in the movie. If you just look at a chapter, let's say the chapter had a bad ending, then sure, it had a bad ending. But it's just kind of super stupid to just stop it there. Like things are only, it's all relative. Things are only good or bad or positive or negative in the time frame in which you look at it. Whatever problems you're going through now, you're going to think about in 4 months, and you're going to be like, that was fucking stupid. Think about what problem you had a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, big problems in your life. You don't even think about that now. It's all solved itself out. So what's to say that that's not different today? So you can't hate someone and understand them at the same time. Most anger comes from ignorance. Animosity is manifested from a lack of understanding. And that's what really changed my life. And this kind of plays into religion, right? This comes down to the Bible. Now, I don't know, this is not like, hopefully I have Christians watching this. Hopefully I can maybe turn people to Christianity through this, but this is really what I've understood from, the Bible and what would Jesus do. So you can't hate someone and understand them at the same time. Most anger comes from ignorance. Does that make sense? Animosity is manifested from my lack of understanding. This is something that I've realized fairly recently. And chances are if you hate or / dislike someone, you don't know them enough to hate them. There's a saying, it's like, if you have a problem with me, call me. And if you don't have my number, then you don't know me well enough to have a problem with me. Does that make sense? So that's really the truth, right? Like if you were, let's say somebody grew up, in a really terrible neighborhood or a terrible house and, they ended up becoming a drug dealer. Like, you would consider that being a bad person, but I'm 99% sure if you grew up in their childhood, if you grew up with that house, that neighborhood, that environment, you'd probably be a drug dealer too. So put yourself in their shoes, in their position, right? Chances are, given the circumstances, you would be the exact same as them. When you're going through the bullshit, it's a lot longer than you expect it to be. Everybody wants the credit for like this 30-second rocky cutscene, but it's 10 times longer. Your dream life is a couple hard decisions or conversations away. Now, the one thing I can contribute to my success is taking action, just constantly executing. Everything I do is catered to my dream life. Now, I used to have this stigma around investing in self-education, right? I bought 2 books and I called it at that, but please don't be ignorant when it comes to learning new things, right? This video is over an hour, hopefully maybe 40 minutes plus, but you don't know everything. If you did, then you'd already be rich, right? That's really just the case. So stop thinking like sorry to say the B word, stop thinking like a brokey, right? You see someone with a car you want, you can either admire them or despise them. Which attitude do you think has more return? So I would highly suggest you invest in mentors, programs, and other forms of self-education in general. Alex Hormozi was able to go from rich to broke to rich, back to broke, and back to rich again because he sharpened his axe, right? It's all a reps game. So it's kind of the end of the video. Drop a subscribe if you thought it was valuable. If you really enjoyed it, follow my Instagram as well. I'm not going to peddle like a course or anything, but I teach pretty much exactly what I do. I show case studies, personal stores, like pretty much everything. We have 2 live coaching calls a week, winning product drops and breakdowns, and then obviously over 300 hours of course material exactly like this video. So that's going to be the first link in the description if you want to work with me. But nonetheless, you don't have to. It's all right. Thank you for watching the video, and if you got to the end, it tells me a lot about where you are in life. So I look forward to seeing you succeed. I'm rooting for you. Take care and have a blessed day. I told myself I was going to be rich, or I was rich, until it became true. And there was an uncanny resemblance of the life that I was speaking into existence versus the life that I live today. So I'm going to cover pretty much everything. Now, here's a Google Doc that I wrote on January 2nd, 2024. And my mental slide, which was for my evolved avatar, was Malibu, Europe, which was travel to Budapest, London, Paris, Munich, and Zurich. Then I was get a cool watch, drive a supercar, have a good network, 100,000 followers on Instagram, and 10,000 on YouTube, hit 50,000 a month, and 100K a month. Now, here's the life that I live today, okay? I have 205,000 followers on Instagram. Here's me in Paris. Here's me driving a supercar in Zurich, Switzerland. Here's me in London in a Rolls-Royce black badge. Here's me in Budapest, Hungary. That is insane. That is crazy. The fact that I wrote this over a year ago and every single detail to an exact T has been met. There is an uncanny resemblance, and I'm going to cover literally every single aspect on why this worked, okay? So most people operate in the wrong sense. Most people operate through the way they want to be seen. Now, the problem with this, right? Here's let me do this, okay? So here's you. And then here, this blue outline, this blue little shadowy figure. This is your evolved self, okay? Evolved self, okay? Bear with my handwriting, I'm sorry. But this is you in the black, and in the blue, this is your evolved self. Now, the thing is that most people don't actually operate as their evolved self. They move and they go in public and they make content, or they talk to their friends or people, they socialize in the way that they want to be seen. Now, in face value, top of iceberg, that sounds fine. But the thing is that when you break it down to its first principles, you talk to people in the way you want to be seen. That doesn't mean the way you want. It's the key word is want. You want to be seen that way, but you are not that way. You want to be seen as, let's say your evolved avatar is a seasoned entrepreneur who makes $100,000 a month and drives a supercar. If you don't make $100,000 a month and you don't drive a supercar, you want to be seen that way. you are actually not that person. So it comes down to who you truly are. So most people socialize and move about their lives in the way that they want to be seen and don't actually adopt their evolved self. So your mind has two different planes, okay? So you have the physical and you have the metaphysical. Now, I'm going to be talking about visualization and some woo-woo stuff, so if you don't like that, then you can click off the video. But this is exactly what I used to get rich. So your mind has two different realms. It's the physical and the metaphysical. And right here in this middle ground, it's kind of like I'm not sure what some diagram. But this little middle ground right here is where you're going to get rich. So in visualization, the thing is that you need to understand, I'm actually going to go to this part first, okay? So when you want to visualize something, you need to speak it, you need to visualize it, and you need to materialize it. So, and a lot of people think that being spiritual or talking about visualization or manifestation, people think that it takes away from God or that it's a sin. That's not the case, okay? Because there's still the materialization step. So first off, you need to speak it. I have created an entire Google slide, an entire Google Doc. Now this was just one page. It was a lot longer, and I remade it about 2 weeks ago. So now I have an evolved sense of self to actually operate on and reach to, but you need to speak it in some way or another. You need to go tell people. You need to not only tell people, but tell yourself. You need to adopt this identity and this version of yourself that is capable of doing the things you want to do, if that makes sense. So the next step is visualization. Now, a lot of people get visualization wrong. So when you visualize, you don't want to strictly visualize the physical realm. Now, it's fantastic if you're going to go out and you want to imagine yourself wearing a nice watch. You know, I could sit here and I'm like, oh, I'm going to put this cool watch on at the Rolex store. It can only do so much for your subconscious, okay? So when you're visualizing, you need to focus on the metaphysical realm because your mind, it's your subconscious, it is your mind. We are literally just consciousness in physical manifestations of flesh. That is all we are. I want you guys to understand that. So when it comes to your mind, you need to be visualizing the feeling of having XYZ or being this kind of person. So you need to create the evolved identity, right? So let's say this is you. For example, we're going to use $100,000 a month and driving a supercar. So you need to you can't visualize the supercar. You can't think about, oh, I'm going to be, I need to feel the leather of the Lamborghini Urus seats or whatever you want to think about. You cannot be thinking strictly physical. You need to think metaphysical. And the reason this works, and the reason it's the right way to visualize, is because your brain does not resonate and your subconscious mind does not resonate with the physical. It resonates with the metaphysical. So the metaphysical would be the feeling of it, the feeling of you buying that car, the feeling of you tapping that Amex, because your brain only resonates with feelings. And once feelings become more familiar, then they are actually able to materialize. Does that make sense? So when it comes to visualization, you need to speak, visualize, and materialize. And this is what most people get wrong about manifesting. I attribute a lot of my life to manifestation, and it never comes true until a year or so later. And that's crazy. I even talked about this in the first video on my channel. I literally threw up a screenshot, and it was from a year or two ago, and I literally said, I want to be on a yacht in Croatia. That was one of the things. And what did I do 2 months ago? I had a client event with guys from my program, and we were on a yacht in Croatia. And it was the craziest thing. So the biggest mistake is a lot of people want to give up all the work to materialize or to visualizing. They don't actually understand when you materialize it, you have to put in the work, right? The same, and you could be spiritual. I guess you could call this spirituality. You could be spiritual, but you can also be religious. There is no middle ground. Like there is a middle ground. It's not black and white. It's not red or blue. It's not, you see what I'm saying? So when I say you need to materialize it, a lot of people think that, oh, I can't, visualization or manifestation is a sin. It's not. And you need to materialize it. And materializing is the part of God. Does that make sense? Because if you're giving up, all the benefits or all the work to the universe, you're not going to get anything back. God has put this video on your YouTube recommended. He is somehow giving you this video. And if you retain this information, he's giving you a Wi-Fi connection, a laptop, or a phone. That means you can make money. Same way that you were born. First off, that's 1 in a trillion. Second off, you were born in hopefully a first world country with enough money to pay for a gym membership that is close in vicinity to your house. So God has given you, he's blessed you already with the path. You have to go and walk it. Does that make sense? So that comes into the materialization step. You have to go and do the work. Does that make sense? He's not going to go in the gym for you and lift the dumbbells and eat the right food. He's not going to go in there and, do 8 sets of 12 reps or whatever. You see what I'm saying? He's giving you the path. He's giving you enough money to pay for a gym membership. He's given you your house and he's made you born in a first world country or even a second world country. You have no excuse. You see what I'm saying? So the materialization aspect is what most people get wrong because they give so much up of the actual work to the manifestation. They think the visualization and the manifestation is a part of it. And the reason why most people get wrong about materialization or the actual work is because this comes down to one, let me write this down, okay? This comes down to one simple thing, and it's proof of identity, okay? So I'm going to talk about what this means. So what is proof of identity? Now, the reason most people fuck up on the materialization step is because they don't actually put in the work, right? If you want to be this evolved version of yourself, right? If you want to make $100,000 a month and drive a Lamborghini or a supercar, or whatever your dream car may be, you have to have a stack of proof on your desk in front of you that you are that person. So I need to wake up at 5 a.m. I need to go do what I need to do. I need to pray every single morning because I know this $250,000 a month version of me is a hardworking, disciplined man of God. Does that make sense? So I'm doing everything that this evolved version of myself is doing, and in due process that will materialize into my reality. Understand? So a lot of people have a dream life. They want to choose something and they want to live, I'm not going to be unhumble here, but this is a pretty cool life. And the fact that I can live this at my age, I'm a high school dropout. This is pretty crazy. So I've literally visualized and materialized this down to a T, but I've also put in the work to get here. And I've done the steps to become this kind of person, right? A lot of people want to manifest 205,000 Instagram followers, but they don't want to go and post a video every single day without missing for a year and a half straight. They really don't. Does that make sense? But in due process of me posting a video every single day, that is what the identity of somebody who has 200,000 Instagram followers does. Does that make sense? So you need to constantly, day by day, hour by hour, week by week, month by month, year by year, prove that you are who you say you are. You need to reassure yourself and have a stack of proof that your sense of self and your identity matches up with your goals. Does that make sense? So not only do you need to speak it, and I've told every single person everything that I was going to do before I did it. Every single person in my life, I said I was going to do it and I did it. Not only do you need to visualize the feeling and the identity and because like we talked about, your brain does not resonate with physical, it resonates with metaphysical. Your brain will only resonate with the feeling, and once the feelings become more familiar, then they will be materialized. So you need to speak, visualize, and materialize, okay? So I have 2 quotes here that I want to cover. I'm not going to make this video insanely long, but I do want to make it very valuable. So this is a Carl Jung quote. I believe both of these are Carl Jung quotes. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Your life that you live is cut down to 3 things: the belief systems that you have, the work you've put in, and your vision of yourself. How you believe who you are. Does that make sense? What you believe who you are right now, you're watching it, maybe you're poor, maybe you're not as rich as you would like to be, maybe you're already making a bunch of money, but you don't have a Bugatti yet. You are there because that's who you believe you genuinely are. And the moment you believe not only do you deserve more, but you are the person who has more is when you're going to get it. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Most people, now let me put this into perspective, most people, here's the ocean. So here's the ocean. Just imagine this is an ocean, right? Most people are just sitting on a boat, okay? Most people are sitting on a boat, and this is you. You're like, what? You're scratching your head. You're like, huh? What's going on? Now, the problem is that there's no wind and you don't have a sail. So you guys are just waiting for life to be handed to you opposed to going out and grabbing it. The moment you put a sail on this boat and have some wind coming, so the wind would be the work. Let's just do this as wind. Sorry for my, I didn't go to arts class, didn't do none of that. So bear with my drawings here. But you're in the ocean. The moment you put in wind, which the wind, we can just call it work, which would also have to be into, visualizing, materializing, manifesting, etc. The moment you put in the work and you have this sail in place, which is the identity, and this work is in accordance with the identity, that is when you can control your sailboat, and that is when you can actually go and get what you want. So the next quote I have here is, "Man is all imagination. The world is but his arranged dream, pushed from the depths of his subconscious. To live the life of your dreams, you must first dare to imagine it as real, to occupy the state within until it hardens into a fact. Your outer world is forever molded by your inner one." You can screenshot this, you can write it down, but I have this quote on my lock screen, and I've had it on my lock screen for about a year. It has made me so much money. So riches aren't just money. They are the archetype of abundance. Does that make sense? When you embody the archetype of wealth, your unconscious starts orientating your behavior in your decisions and your opportunities towards it. You don't just think, I want money. You have to become the archetype of somebody who commands it. Okay, that kind of, law of attraction, blah, blah, blah. But until you make the unconscious conscious, like we talked about here, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Most people unconsciously believe they are broke, undeserving, and trapped in scarcity. And by telling yourself, I am rich, you are reprogramming the unconscious mirror, flipping your inner identity from lack to abundance. Wealth is not earned, it's mirrored from the subconscious image that you hold of yourself. Wealth is not earned, it's imaged from the subconscious mirror. It's mirrored from the subconscious image that you hold of yourself. So your current life and everything in your day-to-day is chopped down to this current sense of self. You deserve better. You understand that, right? Here, let me put this into perspective, because all it really takes is perspective shifts in life to understand what life really is. I really push free will. Nothing is ever chopped out for you. Nothing is ever, I can go outside right now and I can go, put a clown suit on and do backflips and hit a bunch of Fortnite dances. I can go do that if I please. That's free will. God or the universe has not chopped my life up or my path out to go put a clown suit on, do backflips and Fortnite dances. I would go and choose to do that. You see what I'm saying? So the moment you understand that, let's just say your current reality. So your current, oh my days, current reality. So here's your current reality, and here is your desired reality. Desired reality. So your current reality, once you understand your current reality and your desired reality, the moment you understand that the only thing that is separating you from going from here to here is a set of actions is crazy. I want you guys to understand. The only thing that it's like I wanted to have a bunch of Instagram followers. So the only thing that was separating me from doing that was consistently compounding and putting out content every day. It was a set timeline of action. That's all it was. That's all it was. Me from being broke and having no money to making almost $80,000 a month right now, that was a set of actions that I had to do, and that compounded over each other. Does that make sense? It is that simple. The dream life that you want is literally a simple, it's not step by step, it's pretty step by step. Obviously you can't sit there and plan everything out, but you right now, you just have to go and do actions in a specific time frame, and you will get to your desired reality. I'm not going to make this video crazy long. I'm going to keep it fairly short. I feel like it was pretty action packed. So if you want to rewatch this video on 1.5x and take notes, or just ChatGPT something and maybe put this video into ChatGPT and plug it in and take the key takeaways, feel free. Thank you for watching. I hope I was able to provide value here, because I'm super passionate about this kinds of stuff, as you could tell, and it's crazy that I was able to literally materialize everything and speak it before I did it. Last 2 months have been the best 2 months of my life, if we're speaking financially. Had a record month and a record week as well. And I rewarded myself with a hat. Recently, I've been realizing that I've been competing in the game of business and not competing in the competition of status, right? I've been more focused on actually being rich opposed to appearing rich to a bunch of poor people. So today's video, obviously a little bit of a good preface, very bold claims here, but I want to say props for not clicking on a video with a bunch of hyper-edited title or over-promising title, crazy thumbnail, stuff like that. Just a super raw. You just saw a guy sitting in his room, and you're like, this kind of the stars have aligned here, and I'm glad they have. So stick around to the video. I don't have some $90 course to sell you, some Discord community, some school community. So don't worry about that. I'm just gonna simply be talking to you one-on-one. So first thing I want to say, okay? And this quote, I was reading a book today, and it said it, and it kind of stuck with me a lot. It said, the chains of identity are too light to be felt, and then they're too heavy to be broken. So I'm sure you guys can kind of infer what that means, but essentially, you know, your identity shapes who you are and what you do and the people you hang around with and the amount of money you make and all this kinds of stuff. And we are who we are because we are us, right? We are identities. And the chains of identity are too light to be felt until they're too heavy to be broken. So if you're slowly like basically what that means, and to kind of like go in depth, is if you're basically adopting these new habits or these new work ethics, or you know, maybe you wake up at 9 a.m., which is a little too late 2 days in a row, and that slowly, you know, your brain kind of gets used to that, and you slowly start being a person that wakes up at 9 a.m. Now it's just a habit. Now it's on Bluetooth, you're on airplane mode, you're already waking up at 9 a.m. And now the chain for the first couple days, maybe the first week of waking up at 9, which is too late, and you understood that, was a little light. You could have broken it, but it was too light to be felt. And now you've let that habit creep up on you too much, and now it's ingrained in you, and now it's a part of you, and now it's too heavy to break. Does that make sense? So I think it's very important that you understand what's getting you to where you want to go and what's not, right? So something I've really focused on recently is, if you guys know any bit of me, you follow me on Instagram, any of that kind of stuff, you know that I'm an avid user of nicotine. I have gone I've gone the last 48 hours without using any, just straight up cold turkey. And that's because I'm focusing on my health. Now, will I probably go back? Maybe occasionally. I'm going to be honest with you guys on this channel. But it's just one of those things to where you have to constantly be testing in your personal life and in your business, right? So if you don't grow, then your business doesn't grow. Business is the perfect vehicle for self-development. And I say that, or self-development is business is the perfect vehicle for self-development. And that's the truth, right? Because when you grow, your business grows. When your business grows, you have the capability to do more things, therefore you grow, right? This year I did traveling. I went from, I'll give you the rundown of all the countries I went to. January I went to Miami, so I guess that's not a different country, but I went to Miami, then I went to Croatia, then I went to Germany, then I went to South Africa, then I went to Serbia, then I went to London, then I went to Miami again, then I went back to LA, then from LA I went to Croatia, then I went to Romania, then I went to Switzerland, then back to Romania, then I went to London, then I went back to LA, then I stayed there in LA for 2 weeks, then I went to Paris, I went to Rome, then I went to Paris, then I went back home. And then I moved across the country. It's been a big growing year for me, and I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about myself, about people, about how to manage my life, manage stress as well. I think my stress tolerance is like 10x this year, if I'm being completely honest. I've dealt with payment issues. I've dealt with personal issues. I've dealt with things that I couldn't even like fathom. Like if you were to ask me like in January of this year, like, Smith, think of the worst problem you could have ever faced, and I named it. I've dealt with like something that I didn't even think could happen, and it happened. I was like, holy fuck. And I'm proud of the way I've handled all of it. I really am. But I've really been tested this year, and I hope you guys have as well. But I just have really realized like how high your stress tolerance gets after running a business for so long. I mean, people comment on my eye bags and stuff, and like I have a big forehead. It's like, bro, try running a business this high octane, this high input for this long. Like, to put this into perspective for you guys, not only do I run e-com stores, on top of this, I do personal branding as well. I have to put out 2 Instagram Reels minimum a day, a YouTube video every 3 days on the second channel, and then I have to put out a video here, which I haven't been consistent with, but that's already 100 videos a month. On top of running e-com stores. Holy cow, bro. That's a lot of output. And I think I've been able to manage myself pretty well. I'm not gonna lie. So I have like one more note I wanna kind of bring up. Your identity is, this is a quote I wrote today in the sauna. Your identity is raw potential, the literal clay of your own reality. Your biggest downfall up until now is that you forgot that it's malleable and you have the ability to mold it. Your life is like kinetic sand. It's like clay. It's like on a spinning pot, and you can just grab it and mold it to whatever you want. That's your reality. Your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself. And I don't know if you're new to the channel, I personally think that business is like 90% mindset. I think it's all just an internal battle, and then you get the external, if that makes sense. So people don't understand how like easy it is to just like, you want something and you just go and do things to get it. Where you are now and the dream life you want to live is between a specific set of actions done in a specific set of time frames. Does that make sense? It's like, it's not that far of a reach to think that you can become an NBA player. Like, there's an old Kanye West interview, and he goes, the interview asked him, he's like, do you think you could become do you think you could become an NBA player? He's like, yeah, I do think so. And he's like, what? No, that you can't do that. And Kanye's like, no, I can. And I remember watching that when I was 15, and I was like, wow. I mean, that's true. I had that sense of self-belief about myself. I was like, well, does it statistically make sense to do all that and make a bunch of money and travel the world and live as much as I have lived at my age? Is probably not. But I've done it. That means you guys can too. Because I was a 15-year-old kid, bro, watching all these videos in English class, in the back of English class. I used to watch Iman Gadzi podcasts and all this stuff. And I was literally you guys. Like, you're watching me same way that I was watching another guy, same way that one guy was watching another guy, and he was watching, and vice versa, and so on and so forth. You see what I'm saying? Like, your reality is like clay. And the biggest mistake is that you forgot, or you're forgetting every single day that you can mold it to whatever you want. It's just like choice, the art of choice. Choosing is an art. Very much so. You can choose to be happy, same way you can choose to be in a bad mood. You can choose to look at things as a half glass empty or a half glass full. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, choosing is an art. Not only choosing what you want, choosing to do the things that you need to do to get what you want. It's all just one of those things that's like, it makes sense that I am where I am, and I'm not going to toot my own horn. But I think a big mistake for, if I were to like say a couple things to myself when I was like 15 years old starting out, if I had to say a couple things to myself, I'd probably tell myself, bro, time is going to shake it all out, and it all shakes out okay. Time is the best healer. Whatever problem you're facing now is going to be so futile in 6 months. It doesn't last forever. Good things and bad things don't last forever. So you got to enjoy the good things when they're there, and then you got to be happy that good things are coming when the bad things are happening. So it's yin and yang. And if I was 15, I'd tell myself that time is the best healer. Nothing's going to last forever. Like, it's all going to be cool. You're all going to be okay. And I think there's a lot of young guys in this space. There's probably a lot of young guys watching this video. And you probably think, like, I've kind of been through it, dude. Not to say that I'm the wisest man on the planet, but I've been through a lot. And the reason I can talk about time is because I've speed ran a lot of life a little bit, because I've moved so quick and I've worked so hard. But what I want to say is I've been through that. I've been through the ups and downs enough to understand and get in the routine, the habit of life is good, then it's shit, then it's good again, then it's shit again, then it's good again. Nothing's going to last forever, bro. Good and bad. Now, I'm not saying, some things do last forever, if you know what I mean. But, all the bad stuff is never going to last forever. And if you're stuck and you're trying to make it work and you're doing this and you're doing that, don't fucking sweat it, kid. Don't fucking sweat it, bro. Because it's so easy. Like, most of you guys are watching these dudes online that are and that's why I really held away from like flexing stuff. Like, I know the last video on this channel was like picking up a Ferrari. But it's like, is that what I want to be known for? Do I want to be the guy that's like, just recording cars? Like, I'm a big car guy. That's why I think it's okay. But like, competing for status and going broke trying to look rich is stupid. Henceforth, that wasn't my Ferrari. You know, before, like, I didn't buy that hypercar. It's like, I could buy, like, if you don't think I could buy a Lambo, you might be retarded. But it's like, I could buy any car that's probably up to 300 grand. And comfortably, might I add. A lot of these guys, just because they can afford something doesn't mean they can afford it. And I can afford it. Not to be mean or rude or non-humble, but what I'm trying to say is, you guys are like, it's so easy to get lost in lifestyle stuff. And that's what I used to watch, bro. I used to watch all that stuff all the time. But it's so easy to think that just because someone else is winning that you're losing. And that's not the case. A lot of you young cats need to hear that, bro. And just because you're winning doesn't mean that, just because someone else is winning doesn't mean that you're losing, okay? And just because you're winning doesn't mean that someone else is losing, all right? So don't look at all these guys on Instagram that are very much so pushing and spending all their money to look cool and going broke. Realistically, these guys have debt. These guys have loans. These guys have refunds and this and that, or they're scamming. And they're doing that all to impress more people, to make more, like, it just doesn't check out fully to me, you know? Like, I don't get people to subscribe through flashing stuff. I get people to subscribe because of the things that I say, the way that I say it, the value, the knowledge that I give. And that means, and when I look at the subscriber count, that means a lot more to me than someone with 100K on YouTube that's just showing supercars, you know? So please don't get lost in the whole trap of money, hypercars, this, and that. Supercars, watches, whatever. It's a trap. Now, some of you guys are going to realize it's a trap sooner or later. And some of you guys are just going to take this advice and go and unfollow all of those dudes on Instagram, and then really focus on taking proper, actual, tangible advice, you know? It's very easy, and I was stuck in that trap as well. I used to watch all these guys, like, and I still compare myself to other people sometimes, and I still get lost in it, and I still kind of feel like shit, but like, they're doing the same thing. They're probably not as happy. I know people that have more money than me, but I'm richer than them, in the sense that I have a great people around me, good family, good friends. I'm healthy, I'm young, I'm happy, I'm fulfilled. I know people that have more money than me, but I'm richer than them, and I'm happier than them. I'm more fulfilled than them. And I feel like that should be the real goal, you know? It shouldn't be chasing the whole, how can I get this blue McLaren, this orange blue McLaren? How can I get this high-rise Miami Brickell apartment? Because this guy has it. If you guys knew how much money these dudes online had, you'd be shitting your pants right now. You would be shitting your fucking pants. So another thing I would tell myself, if I was to kind of like get to the gist of the video, because I don't know, if you're still watching this video, bro, super props to you. Comment. I'm not gonna be like, comment if you're still watching this video, but like, you know, seriously, props to you if you're still watching this video, because I've been talking slowly. It's late at night. I might be a little boring, but I feel like it's very insightful. Another thing I would tell my 15-year-old self is stick to one thing, dude. To give you guys a little bit of context, I do e-com, drop shipping, and when I was starting out, I was doing agency stuff. So the agency market alone has been through multiple different cycles. You know, I remember when Iman first came out and started pumping that shit, it was saturated, it was fucked, it was cooked. Then there was a golden age to get in, and you could scale so easily. And then, because it's like everyone sees that, and then they try, then they fail, and then no one's trying. So then if you go in there, you can clean up the market, and then someone else is going to come through, try everything, and it kind of just goes like up and down. Like someone's going to come and sell a course on it, everyone's going to try it, and then it's going to go. That's just how business models work, right? So arguably, I would have said if I stuck with agency, I would have hit one of those little gold 2-month periods, and I probably would have hit 30K a month, a lot younger, right? And I chose to stick with ecom because it was the first money I made online, was through drop shipping. But I think a lot of you young guys are jumping to whatever's new. The grass is never greener, bro. The grass is never greener. The grass is only greener where you water it, okay? The grass is only greener where you water it. If you want to build something cool, you want to build a business, you want to do this, you want to do that, the grass is always greener where you water it. It's never, you don't fucking know, dude. It could be all shade on the other side. The grass could be fucking dead on the other side. It could be mud. It could be fucking concrete on the other side, dude. Like, there could be nothing on the other side. But my point is stick to one thing, because that's how you become an expert, right? Any business is solving problems or selling something. And if you understand it, then you're going to make more money. And that's just how it is. You have to, you get paid based on your experience. Your income is capped in accordance to the complexity of problems that you can solve. Your income is capped based on your experience. If you have 2 years of experience in something, you're going to be paid like somebody who has 2 years of experience in something. Does that make sense? Like, for example, I do have a program. I'm not going to sell it. Don't fucking buy it. Okay? It's not for anyone watching this video. It's very niched. It's specific. If you want to, you can click the first link in the description, but just don't. Don't, because I don't want to be known as like one of these dudes that's like, buy my stuff. Like, here's the funnel and da-da-da. Our funnel's very simple. It's really just a VSL, book a call. That's it. Like, we don't we don't follow up with emails. We don't follow up with phone numbers. We don't do some bullshit. We're very straightforward on this channel and on my second channel as well. But I digress. The grass is never greener. If you just stuck to one fucking thing, you'd make more money. And, I charge a good amount for my knowledge because I've had a couple years in the game. Can I charge as much as if Jeff Bezos came out with an e-commerce mentorship? Probably not, bro. Probably not. Because he knows the most, right? But you understand what I'm saying. You're going to get paid in accordance to the amount of knowledge that you have on certain things. So another thing I'd tell my 15-year-old self if I was starting out is understand like what reality really is. And that's such a broad thing to say, but it's like, I wanted to make a video like this. So I set my camera up, turned it on, I sat down, I'm yapping, no script, maybe 2 notes, that's it. And then I'm going to upload it. And then maybe I'm changing someone's life. Maybe I'm giving them the advice that they needed to hear at this specific moment in time. That could be it. So you can really just do whatever the fuck you want. You can mold your reality. You can go and do anything that you fucking want. I wanted to be known for being an intellectually versed person, a well-articulated guy, someone who gave people good advice and helped people. And now you're sitting here 20 minutes into this video, either thinking wow, this guy's super sick, or probably that's it. Because if you're 20 minutes into the video, you either hate me enough, but if you're still watching, you're a fan. You see what I'm saying? But like, you get what I'm saying. And you can literally just go and get whatever the fuck you want. Like I talked about, where you are now in the life you want is between a specific set of actions done in a certain time frame. As I've kind of like gotten more money, I guess, I don't know how to explain it. These last month or 2 has been very growing for me. I've really learned how to run a proper business. A real business, if that makes sense. Because 2.5 months ago, I went through a very big, this is going to get personal now. 2.5 months ago, I went through a very big change in one of my companies. I fired everybody. I fired my COO. I fired my sales managers. I fired my sales team. I fired my setters. I fired everybody. Everyone. On the same day. And everyone was pretty chill about it. Like, we kind of understood we weren't doing too well on specific things. But the reason I fired him is because I didn't really like the culture based on the company, and I wasn't involved. I realized I got a little comfortable and I didn't want it bad enough. And now I've been working harder than ever. And I'm so happy about it. But I wasn't involved enough in the company because I didn't care as much as I should have. I overhired way too much. I hired out of laziness. I think ego is one of the biggest killers for a lot of entrepreneurs out there, is people hire out of laziness and then keep the hire out of ego. So it took me way too long to fire those guys because my ego couldn't take the hit of, yeah, that was a stupid hire. You shouldn't have hired those people. And you shouldn't have been paying them that much. And it took me to be accountable with myself and take my ego away and be like, yo, bro, you're a fucking dumbass. And I was like, all right. And, then I fired everybody, and then, believe it or not, I found one of the, I have for that specific company, I have a team of 1. Believe it or not. I went from having 6 or 7 people on my company, to having a single guy as of now. Obviously, it's going to change. And we're making 4 or 5 times more money than we were with 7 employees. And that's wild. I think it states 2 things, to be frank. Number 1 is, if you're stagnating, you're declining. It's just a matter of time before you do so. And I think behind every single window or period of change, there's growth. And growth is good. So it's a net positive. Did I have a couple days to where I was scared and anxious? Of course. I just fired everyone at my company. Of course I'm going to feel weird and anxious and scared. And then I found the right people. I got in touch with the right guys at the right time, found the right people, and now we're here making great progress. Obviously, it's never enough. As Kobe said, job's not finished, but it's great. Number 2 lesson to take away from that is you got to take away your ego. Obviously, like I said, behind that window of change, there was a major ROI at the end of that. But to add on to that was my ego was in the way. I think ego is the big killer of a lot of people because they don't want to admit that they're wrong or be accountable with themselves or say, especially in entrepreneurship, because this is something that I talk about on my second channel. I say a lot of things like there's a big discrepancy between what you want to believe and what you actually believe. Now, I actually believe I'm a smart dude. But did I want to believe that I made the right decision hiring those guys? Yeah, I did want to believe it. Did I actually believe it? No. So it took a week of thinking and talking to people and being told that it was stupid and getting slapped in the face a little bit for me to actually go and do it. And behind that week of uncertainty, messy, no idea what was going on, anything, it all shaked out pretty good. And I think that's a perfect way, not to end the video off right now, but to kind of get into concluding, is you guys are just rushing it way too much, man. Seriously. You guys are operating in such a low self-worth, which is the one thing that, there's so many things that have come great through the modern generation of guys, right? It's like everyone's religious, everyone's going to the gym, building a business, taking care of their family. It's great. But everyone has the lowest self-worth they've ever had in their entire life. And I think that's because everyone's so rushed and focused on getting stuff, and they're comparing themselves to other people, and then they don't sit there and they're not like, hey, this is unrealistic, and this guy's probably going broke to buy a Lambo. So don't rush yourself, guys. It's all going to shake out A-okay, because at the end of the day, if you're doing what you need to do and you're trying your best, which is, your best is all you can do every single fucking day, then that's all you should be worried about. Day by fucking day, you stack enough bricks, you'll have a castle. I think that's why I can, confidently sit here and talk about this kinds of stuff, is because I've done a lot. And most importantly, I've been consistent. And I've been consistently good. Okay? I haven't been consistently bad or consistently mid. Consistency is a facade. It's fake. It's fugazi. It's fugazi. It's fairy dust. But seriously though, consistency is fake. You have to be consistently good in order for things to shake out the way you want it to. So I'm gonna end off the video here. I gotta go to bed.
Today's lesson is how to get rich. Most importantly, how I got rich. So I've been in the online money space, online business space, whatever you want to call it, for around the last 3.5 years, and I've practically done everything you can name under the sun. I've bought all the courses. I spent over $30,000 on courses, programs, and mentorships. I've spent so much money on educating myself as far as books and paying to get in certain rooms, and I think that I've done pretty well for myself. And I'm basically going to be distilling you guys all the information that actually works, everything you need to know to actually get rich, online or not. And basically just getting you guys, I'm basically saving you guys 3.5 years of time and $30,000 worth of money, because I'm gonna give you everything for pretty much free in today's YouTube video. So basically, first thing I want you guys to do, take some notes, full screen this video, no bullshit, no side YouTube, whatever. And let's get pretty much right into it. So pay attention. First thing I want to talk about, and the real truth of getting rich, is practically everything plays under identity. Everything plays into your identity. That's pretty much the harsh truth about all of it, okay? If your identity is not in accordance to getting rich, the reason you're not rich is because your identity and your sense of self is not rich. So I want to say identity is sense of self, all right? So your identity is practically your sense of self. That's kind of the best way to explain it. Now, your identity plays into 3 different things, okay? So the first thing is your actions. Now, the second thing is your beliefs. And the third thing is your inputs, okay? Hopefully you guys can see this. So your identity plays under 3 different facets per se: actions, beliefs, and inputs. Let's cover each single one. So the reason you guys are not at 10K a month, right, to play into this identity thing, is this is you, and you're sad because you're, I'd argue, $0 or broke, right? And then this is you at, let's say, $10,000 a month. You're happy and you have a crown because you're on top of the world. Now, your actions, beliefs, and inputs, because this is your identity now, and you know it, whether you like it or not, this is your identity now. You're broke because you clicked on a video talking about how to get rich. If you were already rich, you wouldn't worry about getting rich. Does that make sense? So this is your current identity. You're broke, you believe certain things, you have broke people inputs, broke people beliefs, and you act like a broke person. Does that make sense? The reason you are not at 10K a month, let me just write 10K a month up here, is simply because, 10K a month, the reason you're not at 10K a month is because you aren't this 10K a month version of yourself. Does that make sense? Your actions, beliefs, and inputs aren't in accordance to this version of yourself, this evolved avatar, whatever you want to call it. So if you were like, and if they were, then you'd be. Does that make sense? If I asked every single person watching this video, do you think you're really capable of making $10,000 a month online right now? If you said yes, and you're not making 10K a month, then you're wrong. If you were capable, then you would be, and that's as simple as that. And the thing is that you're not capable now, but it's okay because you can become this person that is capable. You kind of have to change your identity. You have to commit something that I like to call psychological suicide, if that makes sense. You essentially have to go through this caterpillar, chrysalis to butterfly transformation, and that's probably the hardest part about getting rich, is like doing the whole transformation. So let's cover every single one of those 3 pinpoints: actions, inputs, and beliefs. So first thing is actions, okay? This is going to be probably your biggest. The reason I put this one first is because in my personal opinion, it is by far the most important when it comes to getting rich, is your actions, okay? The thing about actions, it also plays into beliefs, because your beliefs cannot conflict with your actions. Does that make sense? If you believe something, you need to behave as if it is true. Does that make sense? And it's not that you need to behave, it's that you do behave as if it is true. Okay? So if you want to look at what somebody believes, you don't look at what they say, you look at what they do, because beliefs manifest in actions. Whatever you do on a day-to-day basis is what you believe. Does that make sense? Your actions now and your beliefs now conflict with hitting $10,000 a month. You wake up at 10 a.m., you scroll on Instagram for a month, or you scroll on Instagram for like a couple hours as soon as you wake up, you haven't done anything for months, you've been procrastinating starting your online business. Does that make sense? Your actions conflict with the belief or the want or the need to become this new version of yourself, so you're not becoming this version of yourself. For example, if you did to put this into perspective, the life you want or the results you want to get are literally behind a certain set of actions done in a specific order. That's all it is. Does that make sense? Like Ronaldo, if he started playing soccer when he was 7 years old, and you did day to day, hour to hour, minute to minute, second to second, every single thing, every single action, you went to practice, you ate the right foods, you worked out when he did, you would be as good as Ronaldo. Does that make sense? You would be as good as Ronaldo. So your actions cannot conflict with your beliefs. So practically everything you do is in accordance to this evolved version of yourself. And everyone's going to behave in comfort. Humans psychologically, they don't like feeling uncomfortable. It's a survival mechanism, so you kind of have to get over that. Does that make sense? You are comfortable in routine. Humans are comfortable in routine. They don't want to go out of doing things that feel uncanny or unorthodox to them. Does that make sense? But that's the truth about getting rich, is if you're so used to being poor and doing these poor people habits and these poor people activities, you're gonna feel comfortable doing it because you've done it for so long, right? So the next thing I want to talk about is beliefs. Now, beliefs play into your actions very heavily, but let me focus on the whiteboard. So your beliefs play into your actions very heavily, but it's very important. Okay, I moved my camera a little bit closer so you guys can see the whiteboard a little bit better. But your beliefs play into your actions. It's kind of practically the same thing, because whatever you believe, you're going to behave as if it is true, as I've said 4 times in this video so far. So the thing about your beliefs is that everyone lives in a bubble, right? You live in a little bubble, and that's simply because you have lived your own life. I live in Smith Reese's bubble because I'm Smith Reese, and I have lived my own life. So through experiences, travel experiences, trauma, childhood things, people that I've talked to, music I listen to, I live my own life and I have my own set of belief systems because I've seen life in my way. I've only lived one life, so I can only view things in one way. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it all comes down to your perception of reality. Now, whatever you deem reality to be, that is what reality is. Reality is literally just a fake construct. There's no such thing as reality. We're all humans on a rock. The fact that people believe that free will doesn't exist and you can't get what you want is stupid, and it's a limiting belief. If you're going to believe something that has 0 net positive to you, it's stupid. It is stupid. So the thing about reality is that your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself. Does that make sense? And this plays into limiting beliefs, and I'm going to talk about this right now. So with your limiting beliefs, for example, your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself. If you believe that girls only go after guys that have 6-packs, okay? 6-packs. If you believe that girls only go after guys with 6-packs, you are not going to get a girl until you have a 6-pack. Does that make sense? Now, the way that you can avoid these certain things or crush your limiting beliefs that have 0 logical sense whatsoever is literally by doing logic. You basically out-logic your brain and your limiting beliefs. And the way that you can do that, for example, with this analogy, is by using outliers, right? Because if someone's done something, it's not impossible, right? If someone's run a 4-minute mile, everybody else can, right? If somebody tomorrow decides to levitate, and it's, obviously, hypothetically, and it's real, then everybody's going to start levitating within the next 6 months. Does that make sense? So you can essentially crush these beliefs by using sheer logic and just out-logicking your brain. So let's point out some outliers for, if I don't have a girl, then I need a 6-pack to get a girl. Does that make sense? It's stupid. We know it's not true. But let's think of some examples. Okay, Pete Davidson. All right, Pete Davidson's a perfect example. If you guys don't know who Pete Davidson is, he's a very tall, tatted up, skinny, I think he's like smokes weed all the time, stoner looking white dude that doesn't have a six pack and he's a little bit skinny fat, but he's dated arguably the most conventionally attractive girls on the planet that are all celebrities. Olivia Rodrigo, Kim Kardashian, Ariana Grande, right? And these are all A-list celebrities that everybody would love to get into the circle with, or everybody would love to date or talk to, even just like me, right? And he does not have a six pack. So, hey, this guy without a six pack, he's gotten all these girls. That means I can get a girl if I don't have a six pack. Same way with if guys believe that, girls are only attracted to guys with money, I got plenty of broke friends with girlfriends. Boom, out logic myself right there. Does that make sense? So you have a set of beliefs due to the fact that you have lived a certain life and your exposure to certain things. Why do you think that rich kids make so much money? Now, of course, you're going to use the Nepo baby example because that is your belief systems in work, like that's your limiting beliefs in progress. That is in action, your limiting beliefs. I brought up rich kids, billionaire sons. I'm like, why do you think billionaire sons get so rich, even without dad's help? And you guys instantly, a lot of you guys I guarantee are going to, that's because their dad's a billionaire and they have all the connections and they give them a bunch of money and blah, 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 blah. You're instantly making excuses on why they did it and why it's easier for them and why you can't. Okay? It doesn't benefit you. Going there, using that logic, using that reasoning, it doesn't benefit you at all. Does that make sense? So there's plenty, like I said, pointing out outliers and using logic, there's plenty of examples of billionaires or multimillionaires, hundreds of millions net worth individuals that have sons or daughters that go on to make their own companies. Now, of course, it plays into their parents being billionaires, not from the monetary sense, but because of the belief sense, their exposure to money, the way that they experience life, the way they see operations. Money doesn't mean anything to them. Does that make sense? These people have no problem spending money or using money to, I guess, basically deploy into a business to get a return is because they've been exposed to money. Now, of course, they don't have that sense of, like, they have a big safety net. Of course they do. But like using that excuse is not going to benefit you whatsoever, right? These people have been exposed to money. I picked up a Ferrari with my boy yesterday, $500,000 car, and then I spent $1,000 on sandals. So it's like that kind of stuff. And you know what's funny? Within the 6 hours of buying these sandals and picking up that Ferrari, I made back 5 times what these sandals cost. So it's literally, it's an energy thing, and it's a beliefs thing. If you're so scared to spend money, you're giving money the power, you're basically creating excess potential, and you're not going to get it. There's no set, like if you chase something, it's not going to come. Does that make sense? If you spend all day overthinking how to get rich and all this hustle mindset bullshit is not real and it doesn't work. I'm telling you guys straight up. All the hustle money mindset bullshit from the bald guy with the Bugatti and smoking the cigars, it doesn't work. You can't just outwork you can't just outwork yourself. Does that make sense? You outwork your self-doubt. You can, but don't think that it's not about how hard you can work, it's about how long you can last. Because the thing about getting rich is like everyone has their own different journey. You guys are gonna go, and especially this is what people have asked me, everyone has their own different journey that God has put them on. So the biggest thing is that, especially with these online money gurus, I mean, hopefully this video goes viral and I end up becoming a guru. I'd love to be, you see what I'm saying? But like, everyone has their own journey. And I've had people that come to me and they're like, Smith, when you were broke or when you were on the come up or right before you got rich, before you hit 10K a month, 30K a month, 50K a month, what were you doing, prior? What was your day-to-day routine, bro? My day-to-day routine is not gonna be the exact one for everybody. And I know this because when I was broke, I would go watch these old like Iman Gadzhi vlogs or whatever, these day in the lives, and I would try and replicate his day-to-day structure. I was like, if I do everything he does, I'm gonna get rich, I'm gonna get the same result. You can't look at it as, if I do the actions, I'm gonna get his result. You have to be logical and you have to think, okay, why is he doing this? What is the return? What is the ROI in this specific situation? Can I do that and will it work for me? And then you can try it and you can adopt certain things, but if it works, then it works. Does that make sense? But every single person has their own different journey. A lot of people are gonna get lost in, this guy, I have a friend who, he was, this was 2 years ago, but he was 20 at the time, and he had 4 cars. He had a McLaren 765 LT, he had an 812 competition, he had a G-Wagon, and he had a Lamborghini Huracan. 4 whips at 20, all insane. And the truth is that he started when he was 13. So if you're 20 and you're looking at this guy, keep in mind, this dude has 7 years of experience on you. So you can't get lost in the sauce and think that your life's over because you don't have a Lamborghini at 20. Does that make sense? So the next thing I want to talk about is your inputs. But I really want to push that reality is literally fake. Before I get into inputs, I just really want to hammer that point home. Reality is completely fake. It is not real. It is not, you understand that you are not your fingers, you are not your flesh, you are not your eyes, you are not your hair, you're not the clothes you have on, you're not the watch you have on. You are literally just a conscious being and a manifestation of flesh and bones. Does that make sense? Your consciousness chooses your brain to what to do. I'm choosing the words I'm about to say. Does that make sense? You are not your phone, you are not your clothes, you are not your shoes, you are not nothing. You are simply a conscious being. Does that make sense? And you can go do things because reality is fake. Reality is not real. Reality is whatever you want it to be. Can you guys please understand that? If you want to go get a Ferrari, there's certain actions you need to do in a certain time frame and you can go get that fucking Ferrari. Does that make sense? Reality, your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself. So whatever you perceive to be true is true. Whatever you think, that's what you are. Does that make sense? It says in the Bible, as a man thinketh he is. So next thing I want to talk about is inputs. So the thing is that you have this video is an input. The music you listen to is an input. You need to inputs max. So we're going to call it inputs maxing. Inputs maxing. So you have this evolved version of yourself. You want to hit 10K a month, right? You're not at 10K a month because you're not at the 10K a month inputs. So you need to stop talking to the people that hold you down. You need to stop listening to music that's stupid and talking about drugs and, sleeping with a bunch of girls. You need to stop going around and listening to a bunch of stop listening to Talk to a podcast. Stop listening to some stupid ass YouTube, stop watching Mr. Beast. Okay, your inputs are going to define your outputs. Does that make sense? Think about every single person who goes and listens to music about smoking weed and doing drugs. What do? They smoke weed and do drugs. Pretty simple, right? Think about all the guys that, they only watch soccer highlights, they watch, last Premier League game, they only clips, they do the edits, they watch everything. They probably play soccer, don't they? So your inputs are going to define your outputs. Now, you can choose your inputs. It is all a conscious decision. The truth about getting rich is that it's not about what you do, it's about what you avoid and what you don't do. Does that make sense? So your inputs are going to define your outputs. The reason I'm able to sit here uncut, doing nothing, and simply distill this information is because I decided to go out for 3.5 years, spend $30,000 on courses, programs, whatever you want to call it, and also watch a shit ton of YouTube videos, and I've been able to get these inputs, and now I can distill it in my own articulated way. Does that make sense? In Smith Reese's way. So nothing is original idea, right? I'm speaking the English language, and that wasn't invented by me, but I'm making my own sentences. Does that make sense? So your inputs are going to define your outputs. Your inputs need to be in 100% congruency in accordance to this 10K a month version of yourself. Because if it's not, then you're not going to get there. And that's the truth about it. That is literally the truth. I'm going to say it again because it's so important. Your inputs define your outputs. So you need to think, okay, what am I taking in every single day? So your inputs could be defined as the people around you. Your inputs could be defined as the music you listen to. Your inputs could be defined as the YouTube videos you watch. This would be considered a good YouTube video, and hopefully you found value from it. Your inputs could also be, let's say, your parents or your friends, right? Your parents. There's a lot of different inputs, and obviously, anything that you listen to or see or read is anything that's all have an effect on your body, your psyche, your mind, right? So if you're watching Mr. Beast, if you're listening to drug-addicted music, your parents shit on you and hate you for trying to want something more, and your friends shit on you for trying to have big dreams, you're probably gonna stay poor, right? For example, I had friends that I knew for 7 years, and they used to make fun of me for trying. When I was broke, I was just starting out, I was trying to do a little bit of content, I was just trying to figure out what I could do to make money online. I've done everything under the sun. I've tried doing window washing and car cleaning. I handed out 100 flyers, every single, 100 flyers in a week. I wasted all my mom's printer ink and I got no callbacks. I did the same thing next week, no callbacks. I was trying to be an online English tutor, which I didn't end up doing. I tried to do anything you can name of. I have done it all. I have failed more times than most of you guys watching have tried. Does that put it into perspective? I had friends of 7 years that made fun of me for trying to do more. And you know what I did? I wanted to get rich so bad, and I understand that my inputs were my outputs. What I decided to do is I blocked them on everything. Discord, Snapchat, Instagram, like everything you could possibly name, I blocked them all. Didn't talk to them for 7 months. Then, once I realized, okay, I'm back, I understand, and I'm able to think by myself now, okay, now let me unblock them and start talking to them again. Now, I talk to them still to this day, and I feel like they understand why I did that. And I think it was the one thing that helped me push further to the position that I am in today. If I didn't end up blocking them, I would have been stuck in those same stupid loops and belief systems and whatever the fucks, and I would have stayed poor. So you guys, if you want to get how bad you want to get rich is going to define if you want to get rich. But you don't want to get rich. You don't want to become, you want to be. Does that make sense? You don't want to become, you simply want to be. So what I mean by this is you don't want to think in the mindset of I'm becoming this rich person. I'm going to become this rich person. It's kind of like a self-belief and a self-talk type thing, right? The man who believes he's a millionaire is going to be a millionaire. But the man that believes he's going to become a millionaire will never reach it because it's always in the distance. When you keep saying to yourself things like will, gonna, soon, opposed to I am, I have. Does that make sense? I used to listen to morning affirmations every single day under 432 hertz frequency audio because it is the most harmonious resonating frequency with your brain. I've gone down the rabbit hole, guys. But I used to listen to that every single day, and I basically would say, I am a millionaire. Even though I didn't have $1 million in my bank account, I literally kept saying to myself, I am a millionaire. And now I run a 7-figure company. So I've essentially I was being until I became, but you cannot become to be. Does that make sense? I'm gonna say that one more time. I was being until I became, but you cannot become to be. If you understand that, then you understand it. If you don't, then you don't. You guys just gotta be on the same, you gotta stay tapped in, you gotta be on the same frequency as me. Oh shit. Anyways, so I want you guys to understand the next thing is the one thing that really got me rich was serving people, serving others, okay? Now this plays into energy, which I guess we could talk about as well under the same topic, but when I really started making fuck you money, like really crazy money, especially at my age. If you guys don't know, I dropped out of high school when I was 16. So the one thing that really made me money was just serving others and providing value. So you need to find a problem, you need to provide value where there is a lack of a solution. Now, value is created, I'm sure you guys have heard this quote a bazillion times, it's not mine, just to clarify, but value is created when pain is alleviated, and pain is alleviated when problems are solved. So, I think it's an Elon Musk quote or something. But you need to serve others. You need to do everything with the mindset that you're not doing it for yourself. Does that make sense? Because whatever you get, whatever you give, you get in return. It's an energy thing. It's an energy exchange, right? If I go tip a guy, when I bought these, Hermes slippers yesterday, within 30 minutes, I made them back. And I didn't make money pretty much that entire day until shit started popping off, and I was like, okay, swag. Does that make sense? So at the end of the day, guys, realistically, you get what you give. It's an energy exchange. If you put the rich people energy out there, you're going to get the rich people go buy $1,000 slippers. Rich people go pick up a Ferrari on a random Friday. Does that make sense? So you know what you gotta do? You gotta go act like it. You're serving others. Rich people serve other people. Apple serves billions of people. They've provided probably the most technologically advanced solution to a problem out there in the history of the planet. They made communication so much easier. They made everything so much easier, and that is a value. That is value. They are serving others, which is why they're a $1 trillion company. Now, obviously, I'm not going to get into the logistics of the morality of how they serve other people, the sweatshops and whatnot, but regardless, they serve others, which is why they make money. So, serving others, you need to provide value. This video, I literally could be going to do a bunch of cool stuff. All my buddies are on a yacht today, but I'm like, no, I'm gonna record a YouTube video. So, that energy, hopefully this video goes viral because I'm putting the energy out there. If this video's gone viral, then clearly it was valuable enough and I put enough energy out there to come back. Does that make sense? If this video is an outlier on my YouTube channel, simply because I decided to not go do some fun stuff and decided to serve you guys and provide value. Does that make sense? So when you're doing anything, you need to be serving others. And it's not simply about what happens inside of getting rich. So here's the bubble of getting rich. And then here's the bubble of your business. I'm just gonna write B for business, and I'm just gonna write personal. So you have business and personal. The truth about everything is that they're the exact same thing. So your business life is your personal life, and your personal life is your business. I'm sure you guys have heard this. I believe, what was it? I think it was a Sam Ovens quote, but it was like, you don't have a business problem, you have a personal problem that reflects inside of your business. If things aren't getting done on time, then that is simply because you don't get things done on time. If things are sloppy or late, it's because you're not putting in your effort, you're not showing up, you're not being involved with your team, therefore things are sloppy and late. Does that make sense? So everything has to be congruent. If you want your business life to thrive and succeed and scale and grow, your personal life has to scale and grow and succeed and thrive. Does that make sense? If you're not hitting the gym, your business is gonna be a lot harder to take off. It's gonna be a lot harder to make money in their business. Does that make sense? So the reality of it is that business is the perfect vehicle for self-development, because when you develop yourself, your personal life, your business grows. And when your business grows, you grow. It is a perfect ecosystem. Does that make sense? You have to improve yourself through experience, meditation, knowledge, learning, reading books, watching videos like this, and taking notes. The progressive act and journey of self-improvement is going to exponentially grow your business. Once you get lazy, once you hit a cap in your personal life, you haven't learned anything new for months, you haven't met anybody new, you haven't traveled to a new country, you haven't done anything, your business is going to be stagnant. It's going to plateau. In fact, it might even decline. Does that make sense? So, personally, I did traveling. Early this year, I've taken 40 flights or something like that, 43 flights I think it might have been. And that was January all the way till maybe August, maybe late July, okay? So now it's September and I'm recording this video, but I took over 40 flights this year, visited over 13 countries. I went to Africa, Serbia, Croatia, London. I've been practicing Switzerland, everywhere on the planet. And that has gotten me so much experience and perspective and scope. I'm able to grow my personal life, my mind, my business. Therefore, my business has been scaling like freaking crazy recently. So, next thing I want to talk about, okay? Boom, boom, boom. Now we're gonna move into more business, just general business. Not general business stuff, but we're just gonna talk about specific business stuff. Even though I really do think that business is like 80% mindset, inputs, and beliefs, we're gonna talk about specific business stuff. So, the truth is about anything, right? And this is what literally I saw made me make so much money, is that your knowledge, do you guys know, here in my garage, but knowledge must be centralized, okay? Centralized. Your knowledge must be centralized. You cannot be going, unless it is on specific business stuff, your knowledge must be centralized. If it's videos like this, then it's okay. But if you are learning specific business advice, the worst thing you could do is go and ask 5 different people, or go and watch 5 different YouTubers that are giving out critical technical business advice. It is the worst thing you could possibly do. And I'm gonna tell you why. So here's Guru A per se, right? Here's Mr. Guru A, and then here's Mr. Guru B, and they could both be millionaires in certain things, right? And here's the thing. If Guru A has a fantastic idea, and he says something great, he articulates it well, and you get value from it, and then so does Guru B, but if those two ideas, if they contradict each other, if they conflict, if those two ideas conflict, you are going to retain none of it. Does that make sense? You are not going to retain a single ounce of information, even if both ideas were fantastic. And think about how more complicated it would be if it was like 5 different gurus. Does that make sense? So you need to centralize your knowledge. If it's mindset and philosophy videos like this, then it's okay. But that's the biggest mistake I see, especially people watching this content. I'm talking to you watching this video, not hey guys, I'm talking to you specifically. This is it. You clicked on this video is on your feed for a reason. It has been sent to you by the universe. This video, I would argue, is probably gonna be the most valuable video you've seen in months. Does that make sense? So you cannot go around and watch all these guys expecting, you need to stick to one person, consume all of their content, tap into their mind, tap into the belief system, see what they like, and then switch to the next person. And that's what I personally do. If I'm gonna go like somebody and watch somebody, I'm going to go check out all their YouTube videos, save to watch later, listen to all the podcasts they've been on, and then go to the next person. It might take a month, might take 2 weeks, might take 1 week, but I'm gonna indulge in their content, see what they have to offer, then I'm going to go to the next person. I'm going to take their knowledge, I'm going to try it out, see if it works, and then go do it. If you're trying to go watch all these 50 different guys that talk about morning routines and you try all their morning routines, now you have no time for work because your morning routine is 9 hours long. Does that make sense? The next thing I want to talk about is rushing things. So most people rush everything because it's, especially in the online money space, and I know I play a part in this, but because I'm so young and I've made a good amount of money. But the thing is that most people rush things and they have a skewed perception on what actually making money looks like as far as a time frame perspective. So they think that money should come quick. They see people hit 10K a month in 4 months. They see people make $1 million in a year go, from broke to 100K a month in like 5 months or something. Which is happened to a guy in my program. He went from broke to $100,000 a month in 4 months. He went from broke to 10K a month in 30 days, and he ended up buying his dream car before he even had a license. So the dude was young. And a lot of guys that were in the program saw that, and they felt like, bro, what am I doing? Oh my God. And I'm like, bro, he tried for a while, and on top of that, he was pretty lucky, okay? But the thing about that is that time is going to negate luck. Okay, if you try every single day for this long, sure, if you hit here, this is luck. But at the end of the day, behind the quote luck that everyone wants to talk about, it is a time game. Volume negates luck. If you flip a coin, for example, if you flip a coin 100 times, how many times would it land on heads, right? Probably closer to 50-50. But if you flip a coin 3 times, there is a likelihood it could land on heads every single time. Does that make sense? But it wouldn't be logical to say that it's gonna land on heads 100% of the time because you don't have enough data. Does that make sense? The more volume you have, the more, let's say, the more ad creatives you test, the more products you test. Maybe you're doing e-commerce, the more products you test on your dropshipping store. You can't come to the conclusion, oh, I flipped a coin 3 times, land on the heads, therefore every single quarter that I flip lands on heads 100% of the time. If you have more volume, you can get more access to data. Does that make sense? So volume negates luck. You can't sit here and get stressed out because you don't have a Lambo at 14. It's just a skewed perspective on what making money actually looks like. It's stupid, and I know like social media makes it so easy to get lost in the sauce and believe that anybody who's anybody can get rich. There's a lot of factors that play into it. It plays into your situation, plays into how much free time you have, plays into the timing and the luck of where you're at. There's so many things that you necessarily can't take into account because it's so like Instagram online money is 10 times worse. YouTube online money is a lot more understandable, but I would consider this YouTube video the best version of online money you can get into. The no bullshit, I'm not lifestyling, I'm not showing you guys my apartment view, I'm not showing you guys my watch, I don't have my Rolex on right now. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just sitting here distilling value. This is the best kind of input you could possibly have. Does that make sense? So the literal best way to offset, let's say, any sad feelings, right? This could be anxiety, negativity, depression, whatever. The only way to offset any of this is simply by, oops, that should have been an A, is trajectory, okay? Now, this is gonna be the hardest pill for you guys to swallow, but the truth is that the only way to fix your mindset or become self-confident about yourself is by doing things that are going to make you self-confident. Does that make sense? If you need to optimize your life for pain, all right? Trajectory is pain. If you guys think in a million years that working hard on a business is going to garner more dopamine than playing video games, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're stupid. Sorry. It's a false expectation to have. It doesn't make sense. It's unrealistic. So at the end of the day, if you think that if the business you're working on is fun and exciting, then you probably got scammed on selling you some business model. No business is fun or exciting. I do e-commerce, okay? Now, is it new? No. Is it shiny? No. Is it fun? No. But that's why it fucking works. All right? If there's some new business model that came out, you're like, whoa, man, I'm just so excited to do this, bro. I just paid $40 for a community, bro. I'm freaking hype. You're probably not gonna get rich with that business model, bro. It's been around shorter than fucking COVID. All right? If your business model is less than 5 years old, you're cooked, big dog, unless it's AI. AI is an exception. But anyways, okay. Your confidence comes down to one thing. Confidence. Your confidence plays into one thing, okay? Let me fix my eye there. Your confidence is your competence, okay? Shout out Charlie Morgan, that's where I got this quote. So your competence is your confidence. How confident you are in certain facets of life is going to determine how confident you are, right? If I went and dropped you in a UFC octagon with Khabib, you'd be like, oh shit, what? You'd probably freeze up, and he'd probably snap you in half. Right? But if I sent you to Dagestan, Russia, which is where he's from, and you train for 2-3 years and you forget, right? Then and I put you back in that octagon, you'd be way more confident, right? If I dropped you in that octagon without UFC octagon without any training, you'd probably be scared to throw a punch. If you went and trained 2-3 years, 6-7 years, you'd go in there and you'd probably try and throw a punch, you'd throw a kick, you'd try and grapple him a little bit. You see what I'm saying? Your confidence is your competence. How confident you are in specific things is in direct correlation with how competent you are, right? If you didn't go to school, you're not going to be confident in solving a math problem. If you've never driven a car, you're not going to be confident whipping a supercar. Does that make sense? So the thing is that the thing with confidence is you need to prove yourself to yourself. Does that make sense? You need to prove yourself to yourself. That's the truth about it. Is that I do everything every single day, right? It's all just a self-belief thing. It's an actions thing. If I believe, like we talked about at the start of this video, if I believe I am that guy, I am $1 million entrepreneur, I'm a 7-figure entrepreneur, which I am, I make a shit ton of money, and I'm that guy. I'm motivated, I work hard, I put out quality, consistent videos, I'm that fucking guy. I need to behave like I'm that fucking guy. Does that make sense? I need to wake up at 6 a.m. I need to pray, I need to read the Bible, I need to meditate, I need to get sunlight, I need to go get a coffee, I need to sit down at my desk and I need to work. Then I need to actually work hard all day. Then I need to go to the gym. Then I need to come back, I need to work more. You see what I'm saying? Then I need to go spend time with the people I care about because I'm not just a freaking business guy. I am a wholesome dude as well, okay? But anyways, so you need to prove yourself to yourself. Does that make sense? If you want to become a person, like we talked about first off in the video, you need to behave like it's true. If you're not confident, chances are you're not confident because, oh, I look bad. I'm not the most attractive guy on the planet, dude. Like, I probably look a little, like the lighting's all messed up, Like I woke up an hour ago. Like, you see what I'm saying? I'm not the most attractive guy on the planet, but that doesn't mean my confidence is lower because of my looks. Does that make sense? It's simply just an actions thing, right? If you think that you're lazy, or here's the truth about this, guys, is that the difference between somebody who works 14 hours a day, like a blue collar guy, and somebody who's depressed, is they're equally as mentally and physically exhausted at the end of the day, even though this guy sat on a construction site for 14 hours and this retard decided to sit in bed and do nothing with their life. They're both equally as mentally and physically exhausted at the end of the day. And you know why? It's because it's an energy thing. This guy at least is happier at the end of the day because 1, he made money, 2, he's providing for his family, and 3, he knows he fucking worked hard. This person has done nothing with their life, therefore they're in a downward spiral of rumination. So you have something called repetitive negative beliefs, right? And at the end of the day, that's what rumination is. If you guys want to look up the term, feel free. But most humans are psychologically, fundamentally wired to view negatively. And this is just a survival mechanism. This is a coping mechanism. This is literally what humans are designed to do. Now, if you are strong enough and you are ready enough to mentally go there and rewire your fucking brain, which you can do, by the way, this is science, this is neuroscience, brain chemistry, you can rewire your brain to believe certain things. Does that make sense? So the truth is that is a survival mechanism. Negative beliefs, you always have to view things in a negative way because when our caveman brains are working, we're not going to see a bunch of food and we're going to be like, oh shit, food. We're going to be like, oh, food, is this a trap? Is there someone waiting for me? Is there an animal that set this out? Is the food tainted? Is it poisoned? Our brain obviously goes to these negative belief systems, but the truth is that we live in a first world country. We live in a first world society. If you have YouTube, your life's not that hard, right? At the end of the day, if you're able to sit home and watch this video and take notes on a laptop or computer, your life's not that hard, okay? And that's facts. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is humans are wired naturally, intrinsically, to look at things in a negative way. They always look for the pessimistic factors of it. They always look for what's wrong. What's wrong with this food? Why is somebody, like, think about this. If somebody just gives you a bunch of things very nice, like it's some Sopranos type deal, right? If I were to give you, a lot of you guys, like, I'm giving you this video, right? I'm giving you a lot of value. You're like, why is this guy giving me so much value? What does he want in return? You see what I'm saying? If I were to give somebody a bunch of things, like one time, oh, sick, thank you. Another time, all right. Another time, why are you giving me this stuff? Like, do you want something from me in return? Like, what are you planning? You see what I'm saying? So you have to rewire your brain to stop thinking about things so negatively. And I always say this all the time, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. For example, I was walking on the street and I basically was like, I was with my friend and basically she goes, I was with my girlfriend and she's like, hey, you know, what is, like basically if the light's on the crosswalk, if the light is like stopped, but there's no cars coming, I'm gonna cross anyways, right? It's not that hard, nobody gets hurt, I save time, that's fine. Universe, sun's gonna rise tomorrow, people are gonna go to work, right? So she's like, no, don't go, it's red. I was like, there's no cars. And then I was like, so we walk anyways, we keep going. And then the next light goes, the next light goes, and I told her this, I go, yeah, the universe reacts in accordance to me. And I used a funny joke, I said, when I'm late, the clocks change. If I spell a word wrong, then they change the dictionary. And that mindset it has made me so much money. And just thinking because my perception of reality is just as real as reality itself. I constantly believe and I tell myself that people like me, I'm liked, I like make good content, I provide value, and the universe not revolves around me, but the universe adapts to me, right? If I go out and I walk and I'm like, boom, green light, green light, green light, green light. You can manifest green lights when you're walking down the street. Do you see what I'm saying? You need to operate with the mindset that the universe works in accordance to your will, right? Because we have free will. That's a big truth. Everyone thinks that, like, poor people, and I'm sorry to use that word, but poor people constantly think that there's no such thing as free will, or the universe is cut out for them, and they're destined to be broke, they're destined to be stupid, they're destined to be poor, whatever it may be. Now, that's simply not the case. That's probably one of the stupidest things you could possibly say. It's because when I was broke, I didn't even know what online money was. When I was 15, I didn't know what online money was. I didn't know about e-com, I didn't know about dropshipping, I didn't know about crypto, I didn't know about any of this kind of stuff, right? I didn't know who Tai Lopez was or anything like that. Does that make sense? I had no idea. But I decided to go down the rabbit hole and I decided to do it. Like I said previously, your dream life and the result you so desperately want is simply behind a set of actions done in a time frame. And that's that. The truth is that you guys gotta stop looking at time like so binary. Does that make sense? Time is not a binary construct. Time is so multifaceted, okay? Because things are only, and this plays into the universe working in accordance to you. And this also plays into just being an overall glass half full kind of person, which I am. I always say that, I'm like, what can I say? I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I say that a lot and I don't know, just thought I'd mention that. But nothing is good or bad nothing is good or bad. Things are only good or bad in the time frame in which you view it in. Does that make sense? So there's a story, right? And I'm sure you guys have heard this Chinese parable or this folk's tale, whatever you want to call it. You know, the son of this dad who owns a ranch or a farm, he comes home, he goes out, and he's like, I found a horse. And then he's like, oh my God, that's fantastic. Then 2 days later, his son's like, oh, I'm getting drafted to the military. And everyone's like, no, that's terrible, oh my God. But then while he's on the horse, he breaks his leg. And everyone's like, no, that's terrible, oh my God, oh my God. And then guess what? He goes and the military try and draft him, but his legs are broken, so he doesn't have to go. And everyone's like, oh my God, that's the greatest thing ever. Da, da, da. You see what I'm saying? Nothing is good or bad because you could stop it at chapter 1, right? He finds a horse, fantastic. Falls off, breaks his legs, terrible. Then the military comes, tries to deploy him, but then it's great, right? So you can cut it here, and it can be a good ending. You can cut it here, it could be a bad ending. You can cut it here, it could be a good ending, right? But then maybe he gets like cancer, and then it's a bad ending. Or then he recovers from cancer, and it's a good ending. You see what I'm saying? Things are only good or bad in the time frame in which you view it in. So any problem you're dealing with now is probably stupid. It's going to be so minute and irrelevant in 4 months. Does that make sense? I've had terrible problems, believe me. I've had some of the biggest problems ever. I've had insane, I think my stress tolerance is very, great, especially for my experience. I've had some of the craziest things happen to me, business and just in personal experiences. I've lived a pretty wild life, right? I think my stress tolerance is pretty darn high. But the thing is that whenever a problem comes, I know I'll figure it out, I'll be fine. And that mindset, it's all mindset, it's all perspective, guys. Your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself, and that's in some of this video. So you can't look at things as good or bad. Here's the thing, if a movie's going to end anyways, are you just going to stop it? No. So at the end of the day, the truth is that nothing is good or bad. Nothing is good or bad. You just have to give it time. Because any problem that you're dealing with right now, think about a problem that you had 6 months ago. Think of a problem you had 4 months ago, 3 months ago, 1 month ago. You don't think about it on a day-to-day basis now because it has figured itself out. Time and hard work is the best cure for any anxiety, any depression, any sadness, any worries you possibly have in your current day-to-day life. If you have a problem now, it is going to be fixed in a month. That's that. That is that. And you can't stress out about it. Does that make sense? So time is the best healer. And that's the most thing that people don't equate for, is time. You can't sit here, like, for example, the reason why I think I've been so successful in my online business journey, whatever you want to call it, is not because, it's not about how hard you work, it's about how long you can last. Does that make sense? It's about how long you can last. That's my personal opinion, right? I think that I've been able to consistently, because, I started making content around a year ago, and at the end of the day, back in, 2024, there was a lot of online money guys that I haven't seen, that I haven't heard from. Nobody knows who they are now. They've fallen off the face of the planet. And that's because, they went on a little bit of a stint. They went 100%. If you think that millionaires go 100% every single day, that's cap. The reason why I've been able to go so hard consistently, 365, there's no such thing as 100% 24/7, 365. That does not exist. Get that out of your mind. Burnout is very real. I've experienced burnout one time in my life, that was last year, and essentially what I was doing is I would wake up at 5 in the morning, I'd work for like 12 hours, I'd eat 3,000 calories or something, and then I'd go to so I'd wake up at 5, work all day, go to the gym, come home, eat like 3,000 calories and a mass gainer shake on a full stomach, I'd go to Muay Thai for 2 hours, it'd be 9 p.m., I'd run home, and then I'd go to sleep. That's real burnout. That's 100%. And best believe I could not do that for 5 months straight. I did that for like 2.5 weeks. And then I was like, literally could not get out of bed in the morning. Mentally and physically fatigued. That's the only time I've experienced burnout. Now, after that experience, I realized, hey, I can operate on 80% every single day. I work super hard. I put 100% in every piece of work that I do, but I don't physically 100% exert myself because your brain needs time to cool down. That's the truth about it. If you guys don't think that, after this, I got a call and I got invited to hang out at my boy's penthouse, and he has a pool there. So I might do that. Or I could go and get food. I can do a lot of things. If you think that, I'm so knowledgeable, I'm some god or something, dude, I watch YouTube before I go to sleep. I had a bacon, egg, and cheese this morning. Like, I propped on my YouTube video and I ate it. Then I edited a vlog for my main channel, and now I'm sitting here recording the video. Like, I'm just a guy. I'm literally just a dude, and I've just been able to, like I said, make my inputs so unbelievably fantastic. Now, the next thing I kind of want to talk about before I end off the video is your dopamine baseline. So the reason why, kind of like I said earlier in the video, is that you have human dopamine, if you don't know what that is, it's like a dopaminergic system. You have, it's a serotonin, it's like your happy chemical, what people want to call it. But the thing is that under this, you need to stop looking at tasks for what they are, okay? You need to stop looking at tasks for the pain or the process of doing them. You need to start looking at tasks as a result, right? So for example, the reason why most people end up not going to the gym is because they don't view going to the gym as, I'm jacked as shit. They view it as, I gotta work out, I don't like working out because it hurts. I'm gonna be sore tomorrow. Opposed to thinking about in the mirror with a good, taking a picture in the mirror, really resonating with that good pump, being like, damn, I'm strong, I look great, I'm confident about myself. They don't resonate with that feeling when they think of going to the gym. Same way that, all you're really doing is just lifting weight. It's not that hard. You're just moving your arms, right? Or legs or chest, or back, whatever it may be. But it's just a task. Same way with going into a sauna or a steam room. You can't look at it as like, oh my God, this is so hard, it's gonna be hot, I'm gonna be exhausted, I gotta shower after, but you're just sitting down. You're literally sitting down in a hot room. That's all it is. So stop letting your mind build up resistance towards tasks that don't even, aren't that bad. It's not that bad. You have to start looking at tasks for what they are, not for the mental resistance or the actual pain of doing it. If you're gonna view, don't view, oh, I gotta work 4 hours a day. Think of, oh, I gotta work, 10 hours a day. I gotta have a fucking supercar. You see what I'm saying? And that just kind of plays into the negative beliefs that people have. But like I said earlier, guys, you are never ever going to find a business that is exciting enough that is going to garner you more dopamine than playing video games, Fortnite, cranking 90s, doing, box fight 2v2s for, does that make sense? You're whatever business, any hard work or anything worthwhile having, it's not gonna be fun. It's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be great to work on. Does that make sense? So most people's dopamine baseline looks like this. They wake up, they check Instagram, then it goes back down. and they go to school, they talk to some friends, it goes back down, then they watch some Hub, they watch the Corn, and then they do this, and then they watch some more YouTube, they're scrolling, and then they go to bed. So their dopamine is just up and down, but their baseline, as you can tell, is down here. Now, the truth about the dopaminergic system is you can essentially brainwash yourself to crave hard work and enjoy the hard work, most importantly. And that's kind of what I do, right? The truth is that humans are not meant to be overstimulated as we are today. There's a reason this video is not hyper-edited. It's because I don't want to attract stupid brain rot idiots, and I don't want to attract a bunch of young dudes that think making money is easy, or I'm gonna call it for 4 hours a day, I'm gonna have a Lamborghini. That's not the case. If you're a young teenager that's watching this and you're thinking that, oh dude, this guy got aura as heck, man, what the frick? Click off the video. I don't want you on my YouTube channel. I want competent individuals that understand how business and expectations work. So, dopamine. My dopamine baseline is I wake up here, then I meditate, and then it goes up here, right? Then I hit the gym, and then maybe the pain or my cortisol spikes because I'm in the gym, but then guess what happens after the gym? It goes up because I feel fantastic. So my dopamine baseline is around here. Does that make sense? Which is much higher than down here of the person that's overly stimulated. So sure, I watch YouTube, but I watch videos like this on YouTube. I've essentially made my life so fucking boring and so business related and thinking about everything so logically that the most minor things grant me the highest joy, right? And why wouldn't you want to live like that? If you have to spend 2 weeks making your life so boring that going on a walk is the highlight of your day, right? Do you want to be the guy that's so overstimulated he has to shoot up drugs into his veins for him to feel happiness? Of course not. I'd much rather be the guy that is excited to meditate in the morning, excited to read a book, excited to go and hang out with people and do nothing, just chill. I'm excited about that. You see what I'm saying? You're so overstimulated 24/7. That's why most people view things as hard work. They view things as it's so hard. It takes time. Like I said, guys, stop looking at tasks for the pain, start looking at tasks for the result. And as I end off the video, I really want to hammer this home for every single person watching this video, because I guarantee you, if I watched this video when I was 15 or 14, when I was starting out 15, I would have instantly made it like so much money. I would have saved myself so much money. I would have saved myself so much time. And that's why I made this video for you guys. I'm not going to do any BS. I'm just serving you guys. And I want you guys to understand that your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself. Does that make sense? Please, that should be your main takeaway from this video. You can create your own reality. You can do whatever you want. You can create the reality you want to live simply by doing actions and putting in time into certain facets of life. If you want to get jacked and you want your reality to be that you are jacked, the only actions you have to take is go to the gym every single day, get sleep, and eat the right foods. Those 3 things you do every single day. 4 months later, you're gonna have 22-inch biceps. Does that make sense? Same thing goes with playing a sport, becoming a professional basketball player, professional footballer, doing work. You wanna buy a supercar? You gotta work and do this every single day. Does that make sense? Your perception of reality is just as real as reality itself, and I want that to be your main takeaway from this video. Anyways, Smith Reese, I'm out. Thank you so much for watching. What's going on, guys? Smith Reese here, back at it again with another banger whiteboard video. Today we're gonna be talking about productivity maxing and how you can use it to get rich. So in today's video, I'm basically going to be covering absolutely everything I do from my daily routine, the foods I eat, to meditation strategies, dopamine maxing, dopamine baseline lowering, stuff like that. To basically get rich, because I personally think in order to get rich, you need to have the most boring life possible. I don't, like, of course you can go and do fun things, but in my personal opinion, the reason why most people are poor is because they think that getting rich is fun and exciting, but it's not. If the business you're trying is fun and exciting, then you're probably in the wrong business. So the first thing I want to talk about, and in my personal opinion, the most important aspect is dopamine. So your dopamine, basically, if you guys don't know what dopamine is, your brain has what's called a dopaminergic system. Now, your dopaminergic system is going to, it's going to regulate your hormones, it is going to regulate your mood, it is going to offset anxiety, it is going to basically, this is your mood. 24/7 is because of dopamine. Your flow state, how hard you work, how happy you are, how sad you are, is all because of dopamine. Dopamine is known as the happy chemical in your brain. If you guys are familiar, get familiar. So basically, what I want to talk about is your life needs to be completely boring. Okay, now this is a hard pill to swallow, but if you really want to get rich and you want to enjoy getting rich and you want to enjoy making money, your life needs to be completely fucking boring. And that's the harsh truth about it, okay? So I'm going to talk about, like I said in the last whiteboard video, you have what's called a dopamine baseline, all right? dopamine baseline. Now, what a dopamine baseline is your set standard of dopamine every single day. So let me change markers here. Every single person, so this red marker is going to represent the bad person dopamine, the lazy, the poor person, if you want to call it their dopamine, and the blue marker is going to represent my dopamine, or my dopamine baseline and my dopamine habits. So the regular person's dopaminergic system operates like this, right? They wake up, then they scroll Instagram, spikes, and then dips. So most people operate with quick actions that gives them quick gratification through dopamine spikes. So the food you eat, all the seed oils, the sugar, whatever it may be, the carbs, that's all a dopamine spike. And that's going to basically offset your dopamine baseline. And if you're gonna rely on these spikes to be happy, unless you're hitting one of these spikes, you're going to feel like shit. So essentially people wake up, they scroll, then they drop. As soon as they get off scrolling, they feel like shit. Obviously they also haven't had a productive day, so they feel like shit. Then they go to school, maybe talk to some friends they like, then they're in a bad mood because they're at school or maybe their job. Then they come home, they eat a big unhealthy meal, spikes back down. They watch some, adult videos, and then it spikes back down, and in fact it probably drops even lower. So most people are relying on these little dopamine spikes for the quote highlights of their day, to thoroughly enjoy their day, to feel somewhat happy. Now that's what we like to call numbing. You are numbing your brain. You are essentially adopting these terrible habits that obviously these billion-dollar companies have spent billions of dollars to get you to. I mean, why is Meta a trillion-dollar company? It's because you have idiots like you guys who are doing this, who are scrolling on Instagram and buying all these products and talking and like liking hot girls' pictures that don't know who you are, right? So the right way to kind of operate your dopamine life or your dopamine baseline to regulate it is by having a boring life. And that's kind of the easiest way to explain it. I'm sorry, it's gonna be a hard pill for a lot of you guys to swallow. If you wanna enjoy every single day, you gotta have a boring day. So this is basically a dopamine baseline, and I would like to call it a dopamine baseline rewire. So you're kind of reprogramming your dopaminergic system to operate in a boring way. If every single day of your life is quote unquote boring, then you're going to enjoy even the minute things. When I wake up in the morning and I see the sunrise from I'm not gonna show you guys the view or my apartment, but I live in a high-rise apartment, very high floor. When I see the sunrise and the view, that brings me so much dopamine. And the thing is let me break this down. My dopamine baseline operates like this. So it's essentially this: I wake up, I see the sunrise, then I meditate, then maybe I gotta do work and it dips down and I feel like, oh, I gotta do work. Let's say that day I don't enjoy the work, which usually I do, but maybe it's some brain melting stuff, right? Benefit of the doubt. So let's say I don't enjoy the work, boom, I feel like trash. Then you know what? I feel like I was productive and I got something done. So then my dopamine spikes up. I gotta go to the gym. My dopamine spikes down. My cortisol, which is the stress hormone if you guys aren't familiar, my cortisol spikes, so my dopamine dips. But then you know what happens after you hit the gym? Your dopamine goes crazy and you feel fantastic. Like this is what I call natural dopamine. It's achievement dopamine. You've gotten something done. So opposed to being Mr. Red Guy, whose dopamine operates consistently down here, I operate consistently up here. Pretty much. That's my average, right? So a lot of people rely simply on these fake dopamine spiked, stupid, artificial stuff to feel happy. Does that make sense? You're relying on Instagram Reels, you're relying on hot girls to, beat your meat to. You're relying on all these third-party factors and maybe some substances on top of that to feel happiness. I've made my life so unbelievably boring. Someone call it boring, and the only reason I'm using the term boring is because I know you clicked on this video because you understand that you're not productive, you're lazy, and you want to learn how to actually work like a millionaire and get rich, obviously, which is why I'm making this video, to help you guys out. But you understand that, right? So I'm only using the term boring because that's your standard. My standard for boring, I enjoy going on walks, I enjoy looking at the sun, I enjoy eating fruit in the morning while sitting in the sun. It's like one of my favorite things on the planet. I literally thoroughly enjoy going to sleep. Does that make sense? Like, do you guys see the level I'm on here? I enjoy going to bed, laying in bed, feeling comfortable, feeling grateful. Obviously, it's like a mindset thing as well. But your dopamine is so good. And that's why I want to talk about that. Because if you make your life so boring, you have no other option. This is going to be like a week and a half, 2-week process, which obviously if you want to go through with, depends on how bad you want to get rich. As Nietzsche said, he who is a why can bear anyhow. If you want to get rich, you're going to have to reset your dopamine baseline, and there's no way around it. So do things like, I enjoy reading. I enjoy going for walks. I enjoy working out. I enjoy sitting in the sun. I enjoy talking to friends I like. Does that make sense? Now, most people would not find proper joy or get any dopamine from doing those small activities that garner a big ROI, but that's because they're flooding their life up with stupid bullshit that grants literally no return on anything other than short-term gratification. So that's the biggest thing. You have a dopamine baseline, your dopaminergic system is fucked because a million other companies are spending billions and hundreds of millions of dollars to rewire it so they can make money off of you. You are a product, you are an NPC and you are a robot. You need to understand that. You need to tap into your caveman roots per se, and you need to fix that shit. So next thing I'm gonna talk about is diet, okay? So this is basically everything I do to stay flow state 24/7. So what have I eaten so far today? Now, I'm not gonna promote this. As you can tell, over there, there's a lot of nicotine pouches. I indulge. I don't promote it. I'm not recommending you do it. If you're gonna take any nicotine, you gotta be over 18 or 21 wherever you live. All right, I do it, all right, guys? Oh no, I do nicotine, okay? So my diet, essentially all I've eaten today was yogurt, light yogurt, and fruit with honey. And here's my philosophy. You need to consume with intention. So why do you go and eat protein? Does that make sense? Why do you go and eat these foods even if they taste worse, right? Protein powder, you're gonna spend $60 on a tub of protein powder, even though it tastes like cardboard. Why would you go spend $60 on a tub of chocolate milk powder or hot chocolate powder? Does that make sense? It's because there is intent there. There is an intent to consume with a result in mind. Does that make sense? So most of you guys, you need to consume with intent, and this comes with the content you do and obviously with the diet as well. So the reason I eat, because when you get protein powder, it tastes worse than regular chocolate milk, but you're getting protein from it. So there's value from there and there's intent with the consumption. So when I have yogurt and I have fruit, there's intent with that. I get my protein in for the day. Obviously, it fills my stomach up. Fruit, I get necessary vitamins and I feel great. It's also fantastic tasting, especially when you put honey in it. Next thing I do is I eat a lot of raw dairy. So raw dairy, obviously, it ups your testosterone. If you guys don't know, I eat a lot of raw dairy, raw cheese, raw milk. I can go as far and say I've even eaten raw eggs. I've literally just cracked an egg open and put it in my mouth, and I've done that. But I don't do it consistently. Another thing I do is heavy meals. So I call this carb loading. Now, I'm sure this is not like a term I've coined or a strategy I've literally invented, but I haven't heard anybody talk about this. So carbs fuel your brain. Carbs are unbelievably necessary, but if you have carbs early in the day, those empty carbs, especially if it's just bread, whatever, empty carbs are going to turn into glucose or glycogen. That's going to turn into sugar, essentially, which is going to give you brain fog and mess up your hormone regulation. So you're not going to be in a flow state. I guarantee you, wake up the next morning, 8 in the morning, eat a Chipotle bowl and tell me how you feel. Tell me if you can think after that. Does that make sense? So I carb load at the night. So I carb load on protein. I have probably a pound of ground beef. I have rice and I have raw onions. Now onions are obviously great for your gut microbiome, which I can go so in depth on. But carb loading is absolutely necessary for productivity because this comes down to carbs fuel your brain and your cognitive function. So obviously I do the nicotine as well. That's obviously up to you. Caffeine is a big staple in my diet. I understand it's not the greatest for me, but if it's a stimulant and it gives me a competitive edge, in my personal opinion, I'm going to do it. So in my personal opinion, carb loading is the one thing that keeps me so unbelievably locked in every single night or every single day, right? So I don't eat anything other than yogurt and fruit until maybe dinner time. It is currently 12 and I have not had anything other than a bowl of yogurt, fruit, and honey. Nothing else. Now, carb loading essentially is you're gonna wanna load up on carbs the night before, and it's basically going to obviously get you a little bit tired. Your body's gonna have time digesting it, and then when you wake up tomorrow, those carbs from the night before, night prior, are going to carry on into the next day, fuel your brain without giving you brain fog. Does that make sense? Next thing I wanna talk about is flow state. So flow state. I'm sure you guys have heard this term a bazillion trillion times in the online money space. It is very much so real. As you can tell, I'm in it now. I've been in it all morning because of my diet. That's why I cover everything. Dopamine diet. This video is planned out specifically. If you're still watching this video, good fucking shit. I respect you because clearly you want to fucking make money, and I hope to God that you retain and implement some of the things that I'm talking about in this video. So the next thing is flow state. The truth about flow state is that you can essentially force yourself to get into flow state. So most people don't understand this, and this is what most people don't talk about at all. you don't feel like working. Sometimes you don't feel like recording the video. Sometimes I don't feel like recording one of these videos, even though I know it's gonna help 1,000+ people get to their goals. So one, I have that why behind it. I'm sitting here giving value because I know people need it and want it. Second off, if I put my chair here, I put the tripod here, I set the whiteboard up, and I turn the camera on, I have no other choice. Even though I don't want to record it, the camera's already on, recording on my face, and I have to start talking. There's no script for this video. I'm just talking, I'm giving you guys value. See what I'm saying? You can force yourself to get into flow state. I don't know what business you're running. This is not a specific business model structured video, but let's say I personally do e-commerce. So I do drop shipping, organic drop shipping, have brands, work with influencers. If I set up a Google Doc to build out SOPs for my team, and I don't want to do it because it's brain melting work, but if I go to a quiet room, close the blinds, put on some music, and I just look at that Google Doc, I force myself to start typing within 5 minutes. I am locked in. You can force yourself to get into that flow state, and that's the hardest part, is the resistance behind it. And that's the next thing I want to talk about. The biggest thing stopping anybody, resistance, hopefully I spelled that right. The biggest thing stopping every single one of you guys from doing the work and putting in the inputs to get the outputs is getting rich as fuck, is resistance. Now the thing is that all of you guys are looking at tasks for what they are and not the return or the result that you get from doing the task. Does that make sense? So for example, me writing out a Google Doc or building out SOPs, right? I'm just gonna write doc. I'm gonna look at doc as brain melting, annoying work. Brain melting work. Now who wants to do brain melting work? But I can rewire my brain and I can frame it as, I know that if I build out SOPs for my team, I'm going to make a fuck ton of money. And guess what, I have a goal of getting a Richard Mille by the end of this year. I have a Rolex, I don't know where it is. Okay, but yeah, I have a goal of getting a Richard Mille by the end of this year, and I'm buying a Ferrari soon, probably. Ferrari or McLaren, F8 or 600 LT, stay tuned. But anyways, I can look at that as, I want this fucking Ferrari so darn bad. Ferrari. I want this Ferrari so freaking bad. That's what I'm working for. Does that make sense? On top of that, you can look at it as in a goal perspective, or you can look at it in a task perspective. You're just sitting down, moving your fingers, sitting down. That's all you're doing, right? Me recording this video. I don't want to record the video. I got fucking time. Dude, am I really that self-centered to where I can't make a video helping 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people with their productivity routines? Fuck no. That'd be selfish for me to sit here and say, I don't feel like recording the fucking video. Does that make sense? So you can look at it as far as dumbing down tasks to what they are, or looking at the return of the tasks. I don't like working out because it hurts. Okay, but you get jacked as shit. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So when you think about, let's say you're doing the sauna, let's say you don't want to do the sauna. At the end of the day, all you're doing is sitting down. You're just sitting down. Now, you're gonna be hot for 30 minutes, go cry me a fucking river, but the benefits of doing the sauna or the steam room is way better than, not doing it. And all you're doing is sitting down. So you have to stop building up mental resistance to tasks. You need to, the less you think, the quicker you take action, the more you're going to do. I didn't think about recording this video, I just turned the camera on and started recording. So most of you guys have mental resistance, which is what's stopping you from practically getting any fucking thing done during the day. It's because you think about tasks for the negatives, the pessimistic side. Oh, I gotta do this, I gotta build this doc out, I gotta record this 4-hour-long YouTube. Suck it the fuck up. First off, he who has a Y can bear any how, so how bad do you want it? Second off, dumb it down for what the task actually is. I'm gonna go build this business. Motherfucker, I see people, I'm a high-rise apartment right now, there's people across 500 feet up, cleaning fucking windows. And they make less than me. You see what I'm saying? These guys, you can't sit here and look at the task for what it is. You're sitting down, you're typing on a fucking keyboard. Does that make sense? So stop looking at tasks for what they are and all the work behind it, and start looking at them for the result you're going to get behind it, and don't even think about it at all, just fucking do it. Does that make sense? So the next thing I want to talk about is frequency. Frequency. That's a U, by the way. Frequency. So you have 3 different kind of frequencies, and this is gonna get a little bit woo-woo spiritual, but I'm gonna talk about it because it's what I personally use. Basically everything on this channel, guys, is me talking about what I personally use in my day-to-day life to get rich. So frequency. You have 3 different kinds of frequencies, and I'm gonna cover every single one. You have alpha, you have beta, and you have theta wave frequencies. So alpha, beta, and theta. When I'm waking up in the morning and I'm ready to get work, I sat down in the co-working area of my high-rise apartment building today, and I sat down and I threw on the new Ken Carson album, blasted that shit. Now, this is because this music has 808s, which is heavy bass used in trap music, and that is an alpha frequency. Now, that's gonna get you in a high energy mood. I obviously can remain flow state. I highly suggest if you are trying to eliminate certain things, don't listen to this music 24/7 because then you're gonna feel negative. But for the state that I was trying to get in, like I said, consume with intent, please. I listened to this music, More Chaos by Ken Carson, the album, with an intent behind it. I didn't mindlessly turn it on and be drugs, pills, fucking girls, cars, fast cars, diamonds, VVS. You see what I'm saying? But I listened to it with intent. Does that make sense? Then you have beta waves. So you have alpha, theta, and beta waves. Now, these are two different frequencies. So going into frequencies, right? Alpha waves are going to get you very high, beta waves and theta waves. Theta waves are great for work, right? So in my personal opinion, 90% of the time, you should listen to music or frequencies that are at 432 hertz. Now, most music, like I talk about with Ken Carson or radio music, is recorded in 440 hertz, which is on purpose, right? I'm not gonna get all conspiracy theory on you guys, but 440 hertz is not harmonious with your brain frequencies. It's not harmonious with your brain. Does that make sense? You're not gonna be able to think clearly. That's why most people that if you go, all these people that go to work are stuck in a loop because they listen to 440 hertz music all day, 24/7. You see what I'm saying? 440 is the worst thing you could possibly listen to. Now, of course, if you're indulging, treat it like a treat. Treat it like, oh, I'm gonna go listen to some music today. Consume with intent. But you need to listen to 432 hertz frequency 24/7. Now, if you wanna get into a flow state, something that really works is Brain FM. This is not a sponsor. This is not anything FM. So Brain FM is essentially, it's all free on YouTube as well. You can go watch this, guys. But Brain FM is essentially to make YouTube videos, and it's just like work music. So it's just like lo-fi beats, whatever you want to call it. They basically just make music. It's free. You can check it out. They do all their stuff in 432 hertz. Now, the reason I praise and I preach 432 hertz all the time is because it is the most harmonious frequency with your brain. So the brain waves that you're putting out are 432 hertz. You basically want to make your entire life congruent and harmonious with your natural state. Does that make sense? So playing into the 432 hertz audio, another thing I do, I'm gonna talk about it right now, is something called subliminals. So, subliminals. Now, I kind of talked about this in the last video, and I'm gonna get into inputs as well in a second. But subliminals, what are subliminals? Subliminals, I don't wanna call them affirmations because you're not necessarily putting your hands on your hips, looking in the mirror and being like, I'm proud of myself, I'm him, I work hard, oh my god. But basically, subliminals are, you're layering your own vocals, because obviously your own voice is going to resonate with yourself more, over a 432 hertz frequency audio, and you're meditating to that. So I basically have a 10-minute subliminal audio, 10 minute, oh, that's a terrible N, a 10-minute subliminal audio, and basically after that's over, then I just meditate over 432 hertz frequency. So subliminals could basically be, to break down the subliminals, you can't say, I want to, I'm gonna. In order to become, you need to be, right? The millionaire, somebody who's going to become a millionaire is already a millionaire. Does that make sense? The millionaire is a millionaire before he's a millionaire. Understand that? So you can't become, you need to be. So the terminology you use in the subliminals is very important because you need to say, I am, I have you have to basically say, I am a millionaire. Even if you're not a millionaire, you have to say, I'm a millionaire. I told myself I ran $1 million a year company until I ran $1 million a year company. Does that make sense? So you gotta do that. Next thing with the 432 hertz is meditation. Now, meditation, in my personal opinion, is the most important, obviously diet and stuff, but I've realized there's a direct correlation with the money I make and meditation. So I've realized that I go through like a little bit of a loop because obviously I'm not perfect. I have the knowledge, but obviously being consistent 100% of the time, nobody is. So I kind of go through a loop to where I meditate and then I get out of the meditation and I basically meditate for like a month and I start making so much money. It's fantastic. And then great, we scale, fantastic. And this is something I realized recently. So I've been so unbelievably consistent. I haven't stopped meditating for so long at this point. But it came to a conclusion meditation is going to make you so much more money. Now, I'm not gonna get to the woo-woo stuff, whatever, but meditation is so unbelievably important because you are so overstimulated in your day-to-day life. You have so many factors, right? So this is you. Actually, I'm not gonna make you happy because you're probably not in the position you wanna be because you're watching this video. So you have things like the music you listen to, people doubting you, social media, a bunch of YouTube gurus telling you to do some bullshit. You have, you know, all the news and all the sad Twitter stuff going on. You have all these negative things going around you, right? 24/7. Do you really have time to yourself? Do you really have 30 minutes collectively every single day where you are not being stimulated through any facet? Any sense of smell, hear, you know, thought, where you just clear your mind and you allow your mind to just be numb, have nothing there. That's what I think most people need. Most people can't think because they don't have free space. They don't have time. They don't have the mental real estate to think thoughts and dilute them and articulate them in the way that they want. Does that make sense? I'm not able to come on this channel and spew a bunch of random shit and talk without stuttering for however many minutes, however many hours, without meditation. Does that make sense? If I sat and I record and I listened to trap music and rap music all day and I watched Mr. Beast YouTube videos 24/7, I would not be able to sit here and distill this information because I would be so overstimulated. Now, meditation essentially combats this completely. Now, the reason I preach meditation so much is because it allows you to think clearly. It allows you to come up with your own ideas. It allows you to take the information and the inputs you've received over the past day, 2 days, 3 days, and dilute it into your own ideas and original outputs and thoughts. Does that make sense? So this comes down to inputs. So every single person has inputs, right? This video you're watching is an input. How are you going to use this information, right? How are you going to use this information? Well, you need to meditate on it. You need to sit on it. You need to think about it. Every single week, you probably have thousands of things going in and out your brain. What you retain is obviously up to you and what resonates with you the most, but you have all these things coming into your brain, but you're not retaining anything. Like, for example, what's the last Instagram reel you watched? What's the last TikTok you watched? Right? But I guarantee you, after you watch this YouTube video, you're gonna remember what it is because it is a good input. Does that make sense? And it was valuable. So I want you guys to meditate. After this video, I highly recommend it. I remember my first time meditating. It was like 20 minutes and it was hard, but after like minute 10, I was like, holy shit, this feels crazy. And I got up out of my chair and I was like, for the first time, I reached a different level of consciousness and actualization to where I felt clear. I could think, I could act with intent. I understood, I could perceive my situation. Does that make sense? It's fucking insane, but that's because most people don't do it. Like, meditation is so taboo. You know how many times I've been called gay for meditating? I tell my boys, like these guys that I grew up with, yo bro, sorry, you just got done meditating. What the fuck you meditate? You see what I'm saying? I don't care what these people say. And I'm gonna do it regardless because it makes me fucking rich as shit, I'm not gonna lie. So meditation is fantastic. I would highly suggest you guys meditate. Now, there's a proper way to meditate. Now, I wouldn't say there's a proper way to meditate, but I'll show you guys how I meditate because I've tried practically every single method. So, like we talked about earlier, I play my subliminals, and that's around for 10 minutes. So my subliminals go for around 10 minutes, there we go. So my subliminals play for around 10 minutes, under 432 hertz frequency audios. Then my regular meditation, it goes for around 15 minutes. So I meditate for around 25 minutes every single day because I would count my subliminals as meditation, but 15 minutes under 432 hertz frequency audios, subliminals under 432 hertz frequency audios. Make sure you're using the right terminology. Take notes if you haven't in this video so far. Next thing I want to talk about is creativity. Creativity. Now, this is the biggest reason why most people are fucking poor. So if you made it far into this video, congratulations, your dopamine baseline is not cooked. And watch videos like this. You understand? My dopamine baseline is so low that I can watch, even if I just watch anybody talk, I can watch, you guys understand, for entertainment, my lunch YouTube is watching podcasts. I sit down and I watch people talk to each other, and that brings me joy, that brings me entertainment. I'm sure, like, how can you not aspire to be joyous by that? You guys need drugs and Instagram reels to feel happy. I can just sit down and watch two people converse, I can just watch intellectual discourse and that makes me feel happy. Does that make sense? You guys should all aspire to be like that. And if you're not, then clearly you don't want to get rich bad enough. But anyways, Creativity. Why do you think all these billionaires become DJs? Why do you think every single billionaire or artist becomes a DJ? Or does some art project or some charity or gets into cars or whatever? It's simply because creativity. Now, creativity will make you rich. That's the simple truth. Creativity will make you rich. Now, me personally, I do a lot of creative things. I have a piano sitting over there. I make music. I go on walks. I talk to other people. Obviously, I make YouTube videos like this, which plays into creativity. So it could be making content. There's a trillion different things you can do to be creative. But creativity is going to make you rich because most people, they don't have any creative outlet. Because in order for, like, business is literally just solving problems, right? Business is providing value, and to provide value, you need to solve problems, and to solve problems, you need to come up with banger solutions. Does that make sense? So business and making money is just providing value. Value is solving problems, and solving problems means you have to come up with solutions. So how do you come up with creative solutions? It's simply by being creative. So I can name plenty and plenty of times in my entrepreneurship career, whatever you want to call it, that I have came up with a innovative or a really creative solution that is very unorthodox. Does that make sense? It's very unorthodox. So that's simply because I'm creative in other outlets of my life. If you guys only rely on business, you are a loser. If you only rely on business to be creative or make decisions, then you're a bum. Does that make sense? Creativity is the number one thing. And obviously this plays into practically every aspect of your life. But if you only have inputs in your life, if you only have inputs, right? You only have things going into your brain 24/7, things that are only entering and nothing is exiting. Does that make sense? There's nothing coming out of your brain. You only have inputs, you have zero outputs. You're going to be, you need an outlet to express your thoughts and your creativity and your mind. Next thing I want to talk about is environment. So you guys can very much so rig your environment. Sorry for my poor handwriting, guys. I dropped out of high school. But you guys can very much so rig your environment to be successful, right? So that plays into everything. If you can look at my background, right? Do you see any posters? Do you see any cool light LEDs? Do you see any cool figures or anything? No. Literally all I have in my living room, a whiteboard, a desk with the most expensive MacBook I could possibly purchase with money, and an ergonomic chair. You need to rig your environment for money to get rich, right? Now, this is something that a friend of mine said, rig to get rich. Okay, so this is what a friend of mine told me. He said, I don't spend money on anything, not even traveling. The only thing I spend money on is things that make me excited to work. This guy has a $4,000 Erman Miller ergonomic chair. He has a $2,000 oak, chestnut, whatever the fuck wood desk. He has the most expensive, widest, curviest, fucking sexy monitor you could possibly imagine. The nicest keyboard, the nicest mouse. He has a $500 microphone, which I literally bought as well. Does that make sense? Do you understand, if you were to work on a fucking Chromebook or an Android phone versus getting on a $10,000 MacBook in a $4,000 chair, custom tailored to your posture and your back and your height, you'd be fucking excited to work, right? So you need to rig your environment for success. Now, one thing that I've done is I essentially took down, when I was trying to get rich and I was living in my mom's house, I took down everything in my room. I took down absolutely everything. I took down the posters. All I had in my room was books. So I took down all my posters. I took down any things I had on my shelves. My desk was just completely empty. It was laptop, mouse, keyboard. That's all it was. Maybe a notebook, because it's too in the way. You need to rig your environment for success. Most people's lives are not in accordance to success, which is why they aren't successful. Does that make sense? So this plays into the food you eat. And like I talked about in the last video, I'm gonna talk about it right now before I end off the video. So this plays into identity, okay? This plays into identity. So everything needs to be in accordance to your identity. Accordance. Does that make sense? Everything you do and everything that you input, right? So input I would define as an action that you do in your life. Does that make sense? So this could be foods you eat, food/diet. This could be actions, and this could be, for example, under actions, this could be meditation. This could be music. This could be podcasts. Does that make sense? Podcast, music, meditation, actions, food, and diet. There's a million different examples I can put as far as the different inputs that you want to go with, but everything needs to be in accordance to your identity. So you have, like I talked about in the last video, if you haven't seen that, go watch it. It's an hour long. Basically, everything needs to be in accordance. So all of your inputs, you need to meditate like a rich person. You need to listen to music that this rich person identity of you would listen to. You need to listen to the podcast that the rich person version of you would like and enjoy. You need to read the books that the rich person of you would like. Hey, maybe you think that rich person you is really interested in World War II history books or Napoleon. Then go read books on that. Because if your belief is that, then you need to affirm that belief. Does that make sense? So your actions should obviously be in accordance with the identity. Your food and diet should be in accordance with the identity. If I were to wake up and I were to fucking crush a Big Mac, would that be in accordance with my evolved identity of making $10 million a year? Fuck no, it would not. Does that make sense? So every single input in your life has to be in accordance with the identity. If you wake up and you're doing actions that are not in accordance with this identity, then you're gonna feel like shit. Does that make sense? If you know a successful person wakes up and he doesn't scroll on Instagram Reels, then if you're scrolling on Instagram Reels, you're gonna feel lazy and that's gonna ruin your day. Does that make sense? So to conclude this video, break down in inputs, like go and do inputs, right? So I can break down everything I did today. We'll break this down because, you know, I'd argue I'm rich, my companies do $1 million a year each, and I can't complain, right? So let's break down these inputs, okay? I woke up, what did I do? I washed my face and I showered. First thing I did was Bible and pray. Fan-freaking-tastic start to the day, okay? I read my Bible and I prayed. Next thing I did was, to be honest, I checked my phone. I checked phone and I got to messages, and I would argue that counts as work and it feels productive. Next thing I did was I ate. I ate great food. Oh, shoot. I ate great foods and I sat in the sun. So we'll just write ate/sun. So I ate great foods and I sat in the sun. So the sun's gonna give me energy to work. It's gonna make me feel fantastic. It's gonna up my dopamine and my serotonin. Then I ate, which is gonna fuel me for the rest of the day, and I won't feel hungry. Next thing I did was I got to freaking work. Does that make sense? I just got to work. So I personally disagree with the whole 50-step morning routine, but this is literally my inputs until now. That's all I've done today. That's all I've freaking done today. Now this video is obviously gonna make me feel more productive. Like the more productive you feel, the more achievement dopamine you're going to get from doing productive things, if that makes sense. But this is literally all I've done up until, like, I would consider this work, I would consider this work. Everything I've done on my computer is technically work. Does that make sense? So these are my inputs. I want you guys to break down your inputs. Obviously, they're not correct. Maybe some of our are in accordance with the identity that you want, but clearly they're not because you're watching this video. So break down your inputs. What are they? What do they need to be? I'm giving you guys an actionable for watching this video. Most YouTubers are not going to give you actionables and tasks and homework to do. This is like this YouTube channel is like a course. This YouTube channel is like a course on everything. So break down your inputs. Understand what you need to do, what you need to fix, what you need to remove from your life. And really quick, I think I talked about that in the last video. I'm not gonna write it out because it's gonna take too much time, but you can't quit a habit, you need to substitute a habit. If you play video games for 20 minutes a day, you can't just not play video games for 20 minutes a day because you're gonna have to spend that 20 minutes doing something, right? You can't just do nothing for 20 minutes. So maybe read for 10 minutes and meditate for another 10 minutes. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say. So to conclude this video, guys, if you comment down below what videos you want to see me make. I'm interested in helping you guys. This entire YouTube channel is a course tailored to the online money smart people space. You're a competent individual because you clicked on this fucking video.
The 3 Asians, okay? So number 1, visualization. Number 2, representation. And number 3, materialization. This is gonna be a little bit of a long module, as you guys can tell. So get out some popcorn, maybe open up a notebook, some write down notes. That personally helps me retain the information better, or open up a separate Google Doc and take some notes. But regardless, take some fucking notes because it'd be a lot of information and resources for you guys to take in. So there are 3 pillars to becoming the person you want to be: visualization, representation, and materialization. And today we're gonna cover every single one of them as in depth as I possibly can. So the idea of, quote, getting rich is skewed. People think that you get rich through work, but you don't. That's not the case. And I know I didn't, right? If hard work directly equated to how much money you made, then the immigrant guy doing DoorDash 30 times a day, he'd be the richest guy, right? He'd be the richest guy. Because, you know, there's a hard saying, or there's a common saying, it's like, if, you know, you got rich by working hard, then the donkey would be a millionaire. Something like that. But you guys get what I'm trying to say. So it's about changing who you are. Okay, broke people think that getting rich is an external change, but it's 100% internal. So think of your journey like this graph. As I've kind of made this custom graph that I cooked up on Canva, super in-depth and detailed as you could see. But this wind represents your work, the boat represents your identity, and the sail represents your beliefs. So a lot of you guys are floating in this world of business or trying to accomplish whatever you want to accomplish, and you're basically putting in work and your identity's there, right? So your work here is the wind, your identity's there. Is your identity right? No, but the thing is that you don't have beliefs. So the reason why your work is not pushing you to where you want to go, let's say this little rock in the background is hitting a 10K a month, hitting $1 million a year, whatever it may be. The reason you're not pushing there is because you don't have the beliefs to back your work up. So the thing, I'm going to get into beliefs all down here, but the thing about beliefs is that if we believe something is true, we're going to behave as if it is true. So your belief systems are not set up in accordance to become the person and obviously get to the goal. So your work is here. You're definitely putting in work. Your identity is there. Is it the right identity? Not necessarily, but in order to get to this rock, which would be obviously, i.e. your goal, you would have to set up the right belief systems in order for your work and your identity to correlate and make sure that it happens in the most efficient way possible. So your main goal shouldn't be the typical hustle, locked in, no friends spiel. Your main goal every single day should be adapting and acclimating to this new identity that you've created. So everything that you do comes down to identity. You do what you do because you are who you are, if that makes sense. The truth is, trying to do the actions without adopting the identity is counterintuitive. You're creating unneeded resistance. So it's all an internal shift, if that makes sense. It's all internal, but let me put this into perspective, right? The reason it's much harder for fat people to get into shape is because they literally are fat. Physically, they are overweight, right? They can't just suck the fat away. So the mind is different, okay? You can identify as whatever you want. As we've seen, people are identifying as whoever they want, they, thems, this, that, all that kind of stuff. But if you try to do the actions without adopting the identity first or at the same time, you will execute those actions as the previous version of yourself, which we don't want since that person isn't who you want to be, right? You're watching this video because you aren't the person you want to be. So the truth is, I'm going to come back up here. Trying to do the actions without adopting the identity is counterintuitive. You can't just do the work. You need to adopt the identity before it or at the same time as doing the actions, if that makes sense. You need to execute as the person you want to be. Okay, you can't execute to become the person you want to be. So if you try to do the actions without adopting the identity first, you will execute those actions as the previous version of yourself, as we've covered. So if I identify as a seasoned entrepreneur who's been there, quote, been there, done that, and quote, I really say this all the time with my team calls, I say, I live for this fucking shit. That quote lives for the fucking game. The way I approach situations and more importantly execute will be vastly different. Okay, you won't get rich simply by testing products quicker or making better creatives. As I've said, trying to do the actions without adopting the identity will lead you to be lost and confused. So enough talking about identity. How do you actually adopt a new one, right? So adopting identity isn't about fabricating something foreign, but about integrating hidden or undeveloped parts of the self, or the quote shadow or anima, so your outer life aligns more with your deeper unconscious potential. So your identity is falling under three parts. It's like identity is an umbrella term. The three subsections under identity are beliefs, actions, and self. So I'm going to cover all of these right now. So first off is beliefs. Whatever you believe, you will act in accordance to. Does that make sense? I'm going to say that one more time. Whatever you believe, you will act in accordance to. So if you believe something to be true, you will behave as if it is true. And that statement changed practically how I view everything. The thing about reality is just as real as your perception of reality. So whatever you perceive reality to be true, that is your reality. Does that make sense? So in order to adopt a new identity, you have to adopt new belief systems. So belief systems essentially you're built through your experiences. Belief systems are thought processes, the way you make decisions, the way that you believe things, the way that your mind works, the gears are turning in your brain. That's essentially curated through a plethora of experiences through your life, right? Childhood trauma, maybe you got bullied, maybe your parents got divorced, maybe your parents hit you, maybe your brother did something to you, maybe your teachers were rude to you, etc. There's a bunch of things and human experiences that are going to basically make your belief systems. Now, your belief systems are how you view everything. So there are a ton of stupid people that are richer than you. Guys that you literally cannot fathom how they got rich because of how incompetent they seem. Now, that's because their incompetence benefits them in the journey of getting rich. So I know a lot of stupid rich guys. And the thing is that it falls into their beliefs. They don't think or they don't know that they're stupid because they're stupid, but in fact, they think the opposite, right? Their incompetence is essentially benefiting them on the journey to get what they want, right? In fact, they think the opposite. Even though that's not true, it benefits them in the long run. They don't identify as a dumb person, so their actions and habits aren't that of an incompetent person. Does that make sense? Nor are they in alignment with somebody who's stupid. So a very big part in getting rich is just delusion. You have to be delusional. Is it logical to think that you can become a top 1% person and make 10K a month from your laptop? No. Does it work? Of course it does. So you have a set of beliefs about yourself, right? It all falls under identity. Under your identity, which is who you are, these three pillars make up your entire sense of self and your entire being. You have an identity, and that makes what you do, that makes what you have, the results you get, etc. So your beliefs sum up who you are, the things that you believe about yourself, the things that you believe about the world, the things that you believe about the work that you put in, and that can all be broken down to and shifted to your benefit, if that makes sense. So if you think that you're ugly, you're probably going to have a less chance of getting girls. You're going to be less confident, etc. But if you think that you're attractive, even though you might be a little bit fucking ugly, you're still going to have a better chance at getting girls. And that's literally just the name of the game. So if you think that you're smarter than you are and you deserve more than you probably deserve, the thing is that you don't get what you deserve, you get what you think you deserve. If you think you deserve more, you are going to get more. Does that make sense? So the energy you put out there is the energy you're going to get back, and your belief systems sum all of this up. So, if you think that you are rich or you are a smart individual, you are competent, you understand business acumen, you are going to put that energy out there regardless of whether it be true or not. You're going to put that energy out there, and in turn it will come back. Like I said, there's a lot of stupid people that are richer than you simply because their belief systems and their identity is that of somebody who is rich. Does that make sense? So the logical approach to, being a 1% person is, quote, barely anybody gets rich. There's so many factors into play that I don't have control of. So realistically, I could try, but my chances are going to be low. Now this plays into self-serving beliefs. Why the fuck would you believe something that doesn't benefit you, right? If you're walking down the street and four guys come out with machetes trying to rob you, there's two different scenarios here. You can look at those guys and say, hey, I'm going to probably die, so I'm just going to go into that fight. I can't escape it, and I'm just going to accept death. Or you could do number two, which is like, maybe I could, elbow this guy and take his machete, then kill the other guys, da-da-da-da-da. Even though you're probably going to die in both scenarios, the second one, you're probably going to have maybe a 12% chance, better chance at living, if that makes sense. And I'll take that fucking 12%, right? So what I'm trying to get at is there's no point in having belief systems or self-beliefs that don't benefit you or aren't positive. You wake up every single fucking day and you say that you are the fucking guy. You are that guy. You are the fucking man. There's no net negative to that. Worst case scenario, you lose some bum-ass friends that are going to call you egotistical. But if you wake up every single day with this identity that you want to have, you are going to act out this entire day and do things that this identity would do. And in turn, you're going to get the results. Does that make sense? So that's the logical approach. Now, the rich guy approach would be, quote, only 1% of the population reads the top 1%, but for some reason in my bones, I know for a fact that's going to be me. Will it be hard? Yeah, but for some reason, deep inside my soul, I know nothing is stopping me from becoming one of them. That's the only illogical, non-data based decision you have to make when doing business is literally just sitting there, having everybody fucking tell you that you're not going to do it and just say you're wrong. Right? You need to look at everybody else and statistics and say, that doesn't apply to me. It doesn't make sense, but it works, okay? So if everyone around you is saying, quote, it won't work, you need to sit there as stubborn as you could possibly fucking be, look at everybody in their eyes and say, you're wrong. In theory, they might be a little bit right because they're going off statistics and the majority of people that try to get rich won't get rich, but you have to, for some reason, believe in your fucking bones that it is gonna work for you. Does that make sense? So your beliefs define your actions, not to mention your situation defines your beliefs. So you need to get more uncomfortable with where you're at, okay? Like I make a good amount of money, but even I could admit a couple thousand is a lot to drop on something, right? So your belief systems are based, you need to get uncomfortable, okay? Your belief systems are based on your personal experiences as a person, and there's something called region beta paradox. So the region beta paradox is a phenomenon that people can sometimes recover more quickly from more distressing experiences than from less distressing ones. The hypothesized reason is that intense states trigger psychological defense processes that reduce the distress, while less intense states do not trigger the same psychological defense processes, and therefore less effective attenuation of the stress occurs. However, people typically predict the intense states to last longer. So basically, to put this into perspective, a lot of you guys would be way better off in a worse situation. Does that make sense? Some of you guys need more fire under your ass. For example, somebody who's in a bad relationship, if they want to leave, and very much so should, but won't because they're okay with the situation, right? It's not a great relationship, nor is it a terrible one, but the person that won't leave their significant other because it's just okay, it's not bad enough for them to leave, but it's not good enough for them to enjoy it, right? It's comfortable to them. It's what they know. Okay, it's not foreign. It's not alien. It's not bad enough for them to leave. It's just okay enough for them to stay. Now, this person is going to be stuck in that loop until the pain outweighs the comfort, if that makes sense. There's a threshold for each person. Now, once their partner, like let's say, abuses them or hits them, then they'll reach a level of discomfort to leave and start something new or find something better. So most of your guys' situations are okay, right? They're not the worst things on the planet, but they're not good enough for you to feel uncomfortable. They're not good enough for you to feel actually proud about it, but they're not bad enough for you to get off your fucking ass, if that makes sense, and be motivated 24/7. That's why I said some of you guys would be better off in worse situations. So your beliefs define your action. For example, put this in perspective. If you guys were fucking homeless, if I made you, like, some people's threshold of pain is very different. So psychologically, each human intrinsically has a threshold of pain to where they reach, obviously on this graph, basically some people, they just need to get broken up with. And then that is their fucking pain threshold to go and actually achieve what they want. Some people, their grandma or a significant, parental figure in their life needs to pass away. And then that, or maybe a brother or a sister, then that is their threshold of pain to actually make it work. Some of you guys need to end up fucking homeless so you can actually make it work. Everyone's pain threshold is different. Now, obviously, you can do there's two ways to go about it. You can either recognize them and just fucking work hard anyways, or you could wait for life to happen to you, wait for your grandma to get fucking cancer, and then have to work hard to pay the hospital bills. So it's up to you if you want to happen to life before life happens to you. But like I said, your beliefs define your actions. So you need to understand that you are where you are because you are who you are. Everything you know is bullshit. Okay, your current belief systems about work, money, people, etc., they are all wrong, because if they were right, then you'd be happy with your situation. If you grew up broke, you're naturally gonna If you grew up broke, you're going to naturally think that money is hard to come by, and vice versa. So how do you change beliefs? 1, you just change them. 2, you just change your actions. So let's cover the next part, actions, okay? Your inputs define your outputs. You get what you give. So you are where you are because who you are, and most importantly, because of what you do. And does that make sense? So you do what you do. So you are where you are because you are who you are, and you are who you are because you do what you do. And I'm going to basically go in depth. So everything has to be congruent with this identity that you want to achieve. So going to the topic of identity, you need to go in depth with everything, every single input, output, every fucking metric that goes into this evolved avatar that you'd like to achieve, right? So if, let's say you want to become, I'm going to use myself as an example. Let's say you want to maybe be like me. Let's say I want to become a better version of myself, right? I'm going to think of this version of Smith that takes private jets all around Europe, goes to Switzerland frequently, has a Richard Mille on his wrist, and is just printing like $1 million, $3 million a month, right? Let me break down every single input in this guy's life. Like, let me think and envision this person and break down everything. So what music does he listen to? What podcasts does he listen to? What people does he have around him? What kind of business does he run? What kind of work does he do, etc. So you need to go in depth on like literally everything. What's his morning routine? What kind of foods does he eat? What seasoning does he use on his foods? What oils, etc. Like, go in depth on this evolved identity that you want to achieve so you can actually become it, if that makes sense. So you have to do the right actions in accordance with the identity that you want to adopt. So the truth is, the discrepancy of who you are and who you want to be is between beliefs and actions. So there's a difference, let me cover under beliefs, there's a difference between want and actual, okay? What do you want to believe about yourself, and what do you actually believe about yourself? Break it down, right? The things you want to believe about yourself will be materialized through action. Does that make sense? I'm sorry for saying does that make sense so much, but like I'm just trying to get you guys to understand what I'm saying. So what you want to believe is different from what you actually believe. Everybody would like to sit there, and the thing is, the only thing that's in your way right here is ego. Okay, most people are not going to sit there and accept that they are insecure, or accept that they have flaws, or accept that maybe they're not the smartest person in the fucking room, or accept that they are maybe a little bit dumb, or maybe a little bit ugly, or maybe a little bit fat. Does that make sense? Or maybe a little bit of a bad person. Does that make sense? There's a difference between what you want to believe and what you actually believe. So take away your fucking ego, stop being a bitch, stop being a crybaby loser, and think to yourself, what do I actually believe about myself? And once you sit there and break everything down for its first principles, you're going to know what you actually believe about yourself. And you're going to realize that what you actually believe about yourself is why you are where you are. So you can have things that you want to believe about yourself, and there's a very big discrepancy there. Break down what you actually believe and break down what you would like to believe. Okay, obviously what you would like to believe is that you're confident, you're the fucking man, you work hard, you make $1 billion a year, you do this, you do that. Does that make sense? So you want to basically break down what you actually believe, what you want to believe, take away what you actually believe, because probably realistically it's not benefiting you, but break down what you want to believe and then start believing that and then act in accordance to those beliefs. So rewatch that part, that little 3-second segment, please rewatch that. So what do you want to believe about yourself and what you actually believe? Break it down. The things that you want to believe about yourself will be materialized through actions. So what you do defines what you get. Your inputs define your outputs. So break down every single input and output of the avatar that you want to become. So example, 10K a month version of you. Okay, let's say you wake up, wash face, pray, read, work. Then your inputs, you talk to rich guys at the gym, podcasts, books, value YouTube videos like mine, beliefs, nothing is stopping me from becoming the guy I want to become. I'm the fucking man. I make a lot of money, etc. So this is just a rough idea. Obviously, this is not in depth whatsoever. I'm just kind of basically giving you guys an example here, but basically go in depth on every single aspect of this avatar you want to become. Okay, next part I want to talk about is self. So your sense of self is who you really are, your actual self-beliefs. If your belief systems for your current identity are not entirely self-serving, then you're an idiot and fucking fix it. Every single belief you have about yourself, it's gonna sound narcissistic or egotistical, but that's what broke people would think. Realistically, you have to have only self-serving beliefs. You need to only believe things that benefit you in your life. There's nothing that is there's no reason why you would believe something that doesn't benefit you or make you feel more confident or make you more money or help you out in your social life. Does that understand? So you need to reach a higher level of consciousness and actualization. You will reach a whole new level of consciousness once you are aware of what you do, why you do it, your intentions, etc. Most people do without intention, right? I'm making this video with intention. I sat down consciously to record this video with a desired outcome, right? So if you buy, let's say, I use this analogy a lot because it's so fucking perfect, right? Why do you spend $60 on a tub of protein powder? Okay, we're gonna compare protein powder that's chocolate flavored versus just chocolate milk powder. This is $2, $3 at the grocery market. This, the protein powder, is $60 at your vitamin shop or GNC or gym store, whatever you wanna say. So you're essentially paying you're paying $57, $58 extra for this tub of protein powder, and it tastes worse. Why, if it's about taste, why don't you just buy the chocolate milk powder? The reason you're spending $58 more, which is, I don't know how much, that's like 40%, I don't even know, but you're spending a lot of fucking money, right? You're spending pretty much 40% more on this protein powder because there's intention behind it. There's a desired outcome. So you're acting on intention, you're spending money on intention, you're consuming this protein powder with intention. So and obviously the intention here is you're gonna get muscle. There's value in there, but there's an intention behind why you do it. There's an intention behind why you consume it, right? So you have to be entirely aware of what you do, why you do it, your intentions. Most people just do without reason. They're on airplane mode. So another thing I want to touch on is free fucking will. A lot of people have self-beliefs that don't serve them. Even if they don't make sense, you should only have self-serving beliefs. People think that the universe is cut out for them. They think that their path is laid prior to them putting in their work. You can literally do fucking anything you want. You have been plopped on this planet. You only have a finite amount of time. There's no point there's no literal logical point on why you would believe that the universe is cut out for you. That's for lazy people who have an ego and want to think that nothing is wrong with them. That is what that's for. People that think that nothing is wrong with them, their beliefs aren't the problem, it's simply the world. You can only get so far blaming external factors. I want you to understand that. You can only get so far blaming external factors. Once you understand that your internal, your fucking sense of self and your identity is the problem, and you fix that, that is when you're going to be able to get the energy that you put out back, if that makes sense. Where you are and the life you want is behind a certain set of actions done in a specific time frame. You just have to do it. So if you were, let's say hypothetically, let's say if you from birth to how old you are now, if you did every single second or minute or hour of action that Cristiano Ronaldo did, you'd be Cristiano Ronaldo. Does that make sense? So realistically, if you think of all the footballers, like somebody had to go teach them. So let's say, you know, their coach was like a Premier League legend. They just did exactly what they did, and that's why they keep pumping out these amazing, like think about this, like UFC fighters, Khabib and Dagestan. Why do you think they keep pumping out all these insane world champions? It's because it worked for one guy. They look at him, they're like, okay, now that everybody else do this. Does that make sense? So these guys understand that when they're born, they're not UFC killers off the rip, but they understand that where they are and where they want to be is behind a certain set of actions done in a specific time frame. Okay? There's a reason why they go through the exact same camp, do the exact same training every single day, is because it works. So I see this a lot, like the whole free will thing. I see this a lot with Christians. I'm Christian myself, but I don't sit here and say, God will let me know when my time is. God has already blessed you. To sit there, it's just a Christian cop-out. It's a cop-out. It's lazy, right? He's given you Wi-Fi. He's given you life in a solid city, a first world country with a gym. He's not going to go in there and he's not going to lift the weight or eat the right foods for you. Stop using your religion as a cop-out. You can literally do whatever you want. You are human. Next thing I want to talk about is the 3 Asians in depth. Visualization, representation, and materialization. So if you want something, you must see it first. You must visualize to materialize, because if you want to materialize, you have to see it. So a lot of people get visualization wrong, though. They think they have to just envision what their dream car looks like or their dream house, and that is pretty much entirely and utterly garbage. You have to practice thinking, right? You're just practicing thinking. That's all you're doing. So if you think about, I need to think of my dream car. My dream car is a Bugatti. You think of a Bugatti. You're just thinking about a Bugatti. You're not actually visualizing. So the right way to visualize is visualize the feeling of buying the car, tapping that Amex and getting approved, the feeling of driving. Does that make sense? So there's 2 planes. There's physical and there's metaphysical. So you have to be visualizing on the metaphysical realm. Does that make sense? Physical, it's just going to be like the G-force when flooring the pedal, the sound of the engine, the feeling of the steering wheel, etc. And metaphysical is going to be the feeling of accomplishment, the feeling of calling your mom and FaceTiming her of you buying the car, the feeling of joy or pride when purchasing and driving off the lot. Your brain can imagine things, but in order to materialize it, you have to imagine the feeling. You must imagine the feeling. Okay, your brain can only understand physical realms to a certain extent, and it won't be able to materialize that as in depth as the feeling of doing it. Does that make sense? So our brain only works on emotions. The goal is to get your brain so familiar with the feeling that it becomes normal. So one thing I recommend, and this is why a lot of people rent cars before they get rich, right? One thing I recommend is going to like luxury clothing stores or car dealerships and basically experience that wealth frequency, right? Your first couple of times is going to feel a little bit weird if you're walking into like Dior, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Prada, whatever. You're trying on like, you go to Balenciaga, you try on like a $20,000 motorcycle jacket. You're like, I should not have this on right now. And that level of discomfort is perfect. You need to feel that. And you need to go to Balenciaga every single fucking week and try that $20,000 motorcycle jacket on until you're just like, oh yeah, it's just a motorcycle jacket. It's just a fucking jacket. It's literally just clothes. You put so much excess potential on money, but you realize money is fucking fake. It is literally a fabric. It is a material possession. Why is it worth 20 grand? Who fucking knows? Do you understand? You try on some shit from H&M, you try some shit on Balenciaga, they're closed at the end of the day. The only thing separating them is the little buttons that they clicked to type out $24,384.56 on the price tag. That's all it is. So that level of discomfort when being in those stores and sitting in those cars is fucking amazing, and it's a reps game. You need to do it until it feels natural, and that is when you're actually on the wealth frequency. Now, when I get in a fucking supercar, if you asked me 2 years ago, hey Smith, do you want to come ride in a supercar? I'd be like, oh my God, yes, I'll cancel everything. Now, if it's like, yo bro, we're doing a rally, 6 a.m. tomorrow, we have 3 Bugattis coming out. Okay, maybe about a Bugatti, I'm not there yet. But like, we have like 4 Lambos, a Rari, some Porsches, you know, a McLaren, I'd have to sit there and be like, do I want to wake up at 6 for that? I'd have to wake up at like 5, get ready quickly. I literally have to weigh the options out. Most of you guys watching this video would say, yes, 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 yes. That's because we're on different frequencies. Does that make sense? And that's not a problem, but you can definitely get there. And it's just a reps game. So your first couple times going into those stores is going to feel weird. And the same thing with the guy who wins the lottery, right? If he wins $100 million, he can more than easily go into Gucci and spend $10,000. It's going to feel unnatural though. Even though he can do it, he can afford it, it's gonna feel unnatural because that money came to him overnight. He's not that, it's not in alignment with his identity. So he still has to get used to that feeling, right? You're gonna feel weird and you're gonna feel out of place, but you need the reps. You need to do it until it feels natural. Another thing I do is I constantly look at Airbnbs. Those help me really experience like what it's like. It really envision what I want and visualize. And I've looked at plenty of Airbnbs that I've literally ended up staying at by pure chance in multiple different countries. So the universe works in crazy ways. There's probably been 5, 6 different Airbnbs that I've looked at that I've ended up staying in. And I've stayed in a lot of Airbnbs. Next part, representation. Now that you can see it, you have to be it. Okay? Sorry, my mic is so close. Hopefully that's not too loud. But now that you can see it, you have to be it. So you have to represent the kind of person that can live the dream life you desire. You have to become he who can. That's a Nietzsche quote. So like we talked about above, you have to act in accordance to this evolved avatar's beliefs. So that means you have to represent who this person is. And it's kind of like a fake it till you make it scenario, right? If you're not confident, you have to be confident, or at least try to, even if you're not. And once you act like a confident person, you'll in turn be confident. So you have to day after day adapt your traits and habits to that of the identity that you want to achieve. So this means living out this symbolic image of that inner self, right? Self in your outer life, embodying your potential rather than just imagining it. So I'm going to say that again. This means living out the symbolic image of that inner self in your outer life, embodying your potential rather than imagining it. So you have to be to become. Does that make sense? You cannot become to be. And that's when you say things like, I'm gonna, I will. You can't say, I'm gonna be a millionaire. It's great. That's definitely better than saying, I'm not gonna become a millionaire. But you have to say, I am a millionaire. I do make 10K a month. Does that make sense? You do make 6 figures a year. You do make 50K a month. And once even though you're not, you have to tell yourself you're a fucking millionaire to are a millionaire. And this goes back to self-serving habits, okay? Self-serving beliefs. So everything in your life should change, okay? Don't think in macro, think in micro, okay? So every little piece and every little habit adds up. You can't just, quote, think like this new version of yourself. You have to act like them as well. So you should basically step into their shoes to a fucking T. You should also create external reminders like work routine, like your work setup, your routine, the posters you have, the clothes you wear, etc. Everything in your life should change, and everything in your fucking life should be in accordance to the identity that you want. And this will keep you in character, quote, unquote, until it becomes natural, okay? Next thing is materialization. So you are where you are because you are who you are, and most importantly, because what you do, right? Everything has to be congruent with the identity that you want to achieve. Now, you have to do the right actions in accordance with the identity that you want to adopt. The truth is, the discrepancy of who you are and who you want to be is between beliefs and actions. So everything from the work you do, the music you listen to the podcasts and the YouTube videos you watch, even the people you talk to should be in accordance with this new version of yourself. If it is not, then cut it out ASAP, no questions asked. How fucking bad do you want it? If you wanted it bad enough, you'd cut off those friends that are making fun of you. If you wanted it bad enough, you'd stop playing the fucking video games. That's all it is. Now we've covered identity, we've covered representation, we've covered the visualization, we've covered beliefs, sense of self, identity. You need to materialize it. And now this is all about making it fucking happen. So to conclude everything, because this has kind of been a fast talking module, whatever. First off, this is not me asking you, rewatch this module, because you will, and you will understand it 10 times more now that you've watched it twice. But what I'm saying is, basically, now we're going to talk about materialization. So with identity, we've talked about what your identity is, okay? Your belief systems, your habits, your actions, what you do, the people you talk to, and the 3 separate factors: actions, habits, beliefs. You need to basically materialize this evolved avatar, this identity of yourself, if that makes sense. So the truth is the discrepancy of who you are and who you want to be is between beliefs and actions. you need to become this person. So like I said, you need to think and act like this evolved version of yourself. So develop frameworks and awareness to recognize the resistance when it's happening. Don't get derailed by emotions alone. Start looking at tasks for what they are and stop looking at tasks for who you are, if that makes sense. You aren't the person you want to be yet, so stop looking at tasks like that person. Look at them for what they simply are. For example, let's say the task is I have to go into the sauna for 20 minutes. The who thought process is it's so hard. I did it every other day this week and it's such a waste of time, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The what thought process is there's benefits. I'm just fucking sitting down for 20 minutes and I'll feel better after. Why not? Right? So you have to detach your current identity, because obviously stop thinking like who you are. Who you are now is not fucking right. It's wrong. I'm sorry, but no one's gonna fucking tell you that. If who you are now is if who you are now is not who you want to be, and you're not proud of it, then it is fucking wrong, and that's okay. That's okay. You just need to detach your ego and be accountable that you're not where you should be. Does that make sense? So, you have to detach who you are from the things you do. Tasks are tasks, and you are you. Does that make sense? Sure, you should be doing things in accordance to this identity that you want to achieve, but you can't be looking at it from a, quote, who I am perspective. You need to stop looking at tasks for who you are and start looking at them for what they are. And this plays into, guess what? That thought process is going to be what this evolved identity of yourself does and looks at the situation. So when I talk about identity, you need to think and approach certain situations and problem solving in the mindset of this identity. Does that make sense? If a problem comes up, if you're gonna ask a question or make a decision, literally everything from the way you speak, to the way you ask questions, to the way you format your documents, contracts, websites, products, whatever, needs to be in accordance with this evolved version of yourself. So last thing I kind of want to talk about is the 2-week work paradox. So in business, results are guaranteed, but the speed in which you achieve them is not. The results you're getting now is a result of work that you put in 2 weeks ago. So business results are never, I repeat, never, ever instant, okay? It takes time to warm up and it takes time to marinate. Most people don't understand this, so when they work hard for 2 weeks, they see results 2 weeks later and then they slack off, they make money a little bit more, and then they kind of attribute those results to slack off more, make no money, then work hard again. And that's like a kind of a cyclical cycle there. So those results continue, but eventually wear off, cycle of 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. So avoid that. Look at business in a 2-week kind of perspective. These little mental frames that I'm dropping is what you need to believe, because it's what your evolved identity believes. Rewatch this module, please. This is just like, it's gonna seem weird now, but really break this down, okay? So this is the end of the module. DM me your thoughts. I'd love to know what you think, but rewatch this to get clear on everything. This is not me asking you, this is me telling you. Take notes and retain. If you haven't, go back and do it. You should have multiple separate resources breaking down the identity you want to achieve, your current inputs, your desired inputs, etc. Do this. This is not me asking. Get clear. Go and make a Google Doc. Go and cover what you need to visualize, how you're going to materialize that, how you're going to represent the things that you have visualized, cover the identity that you want to become, make a self-doc, like make everything, the things you do, the things you like, the food you eat, this evolved version of yourself, this identity, break it down. What does it look like? Visualize. How are you going to do it? Representation. How are you going to be it, and how you're going to materialize it through the work? What are your beliefs? What are your self-serving beliefs? What are your limiting beliefs? You need to, why are you comfortable? What are your actions? What are your daily inputs, right? You are where you are because you do what you do. Now, what is yourself? What do you believe? What do you want to believe? And what do you actually believe? Go rewatch this module. Like, this is a double watch module. Go fucking watch this. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Let me know what you think and if you found it valuable. Take care. Peace. You made it. You fucking made it to the end of the video, bro. 8 hours. 8 hours. No edits, no fancy animations, just pure value. If you made it to the end of this video, congratulations. You're a fucking hungry individual, and I hope you learned a lot. Drop a subscribe if you found it valuable. Be sure to follow me on Instagram at RealSmithReese. Thank you so much for watching. Take care and stay blessed.